Our program will begin momentarily. Hello, and welcome to the National Press Club for Nexus 23. My name is Sebastian DeLuca, and I will be your host today. On behalf of Applied Intuition and the Atlantic Council, welcome. Today we're excited to bring together thought leaders of autonomy policy from across the public and private sectors. Throughout the next 2 days, you will have the opportunity to ask questions and get involved in the great conversations we have planned. Please use the QR code located on the screen throughout the event to submit your questions. Now, please welcome to the stage co-founders of Applied Intuition, CEO Kasser Younis and CTO Peter Ludwig.
Good morning. I'm Kasser Younis, co-founder and CEO of Applied Intuition.
And I'm Peter Ludwig, co-founder and CTO of Applied. On behalf of our entire team, welcome to Nexus 23.
So before we begin, we want to tell you a little bit about Applied. Our mission is to accelerate the world's adoption of safe and intelligent machines. Every day, our engineers and researchers work on the forefront of the most sophisticated autonomous systems on the planet. And our work touches every aspect of American society, our economy, and military operations in land, sea, and air.
A year ago, on this very stage, we launched Nexus. We started an important conversation about what Silicon Valley, the Pentagon, and Congress need to do to get critical AI and autonomous technologies into the hands of our warfighters.
Yeah, exactly. And together, we've made historic progress over the past year. The DoD has taken meaningful steps in transitioning decade-long research and development efforts to programs of record. And we've also helped pioneer new contracting mechanisms that enable the DoD to iterate software at the speed of Silicon Valley.
Given the positive momentum we're seeing across the services, we decided to expand this year's event to a 2-day program. More work is required to move beyond prototyping to the full-scaled production of critical autonomous systems, and developments in tech, geopolitics, and the financial system require even more collaboration between the department and the tech industry. Speed is paramount, and with each day that passes, the national security problems we face become more acute.
Yep, and so strong relationships with our partners at the DoD, Congress, and warfighters empower us to field complex technologies that are required to outperform our nation's adversaries.
Events like these are common in Washington, D.C. and in Silicon Valley, but Nexus is different. We invite our distinguished speakers to engage in an honest and even controversial discussion about the challenges that are confronting us.
Yeah, and so we thank our partners at the Atlantic Council's Forward Defense Program who work to develop nonpartisan strategies to address the most important security challenges both in the U.S. and in the world.
A few housekeeping notes. The event is public and on the record. We encourage everyone to post questions throughout each of the panel discussions. You can submit questions through the QR code on the screen or through the link that's included in today's email. Finally, don't forget to follow the conversation on Twitter via the hashtags Nexus23 and Forward Defense.
So finally, it's our pleasure to open Nexus 23 with remarks by Matthew Koenig, Vice President and Senior Director at the Atlantic Council's Forward Defense Program. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Atlantic Council, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the first day of Nexus 23. My name is Matthew Kranig. I'm Vice President and Senior Director of the Atlantic Council's Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. And since the time of Thomas Edison, the United States has been the world's innovation leader. This has provided the United States with enormous economic, political, military advantages. But that leadership is at risk. Russia and especially China are aiming to disrupt and even displace the United States as the world's innovation leader. China has a plan to become the world's innovation leader by 2025 and is making progress in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, hypersonic missiles, other important national security technologies with military applications. And so it's important for the United States and its allies to maintain its innovation lead in order to continue to enjoy favorable balances of power over its adversaries and deter conflict. As it does that, autonomy and AI are going to be critical technologies that will shape the future of warfare. As we'll discuss over the coming days, AI and autonomy have a number of advantages on the battlefield for the warfighter. And so over the next 2 days, we're going to discuss these issues. We have a terrific lineup for you. And convenings like these are critical to the Atlantic Council and the Scowcroft Center's mission of developing sustainable, nonpartisan strategies to address the most important security challenges facing the United States and its allies. We also work to honor the legacy of General Brent Scowcroft and his tradition of mentoring the next generation of leaders, his nonpartisan commitment to the cause of security, and his focus on U.S. leadership alongside allies and partners. So we're going to start off this morning with a discussion with Michelle Flournoy. She needs no introduction. She was the former Undersecretary of Defense for Policy in the Obama administration from 2009 to 2012. In that role, she provided advice on defense policy and national security strategy to the U.S. Secretary of Defense. Moderating our first discussion with Michelle Flournoy is Clementine Starling. Clem is the director of the Forward Defense Program here at the Atlantic Council. So I hope you enjoy the 2 days of discussions. We're really honored to be partnering on this important set of discussions. And without further ado, I'll welcome Clem and Michelle to the floor. So enjoy.
Well, hello. It's really nice to see so many people in the audience. And thank you very much to Matt for introducing this conversation. So I'm so thrilled to be here with the wonderful former Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, Michelle Flournoy. And we are really here to kind of kick off the discussion, provide a little bit of strategic context, the so what of why we're here. Why are we here talking about autonomous systems, AI, emerging technology in the context of defense and security in particular. So Michelle, at today's conference, we'll be talking a lot about autonomous systems, their value, operational use cases, but I really wanted to start by taking a step back and reflecting on the so what. So what is the importance of emerging technology for strategic competition between the US and its adversaries? How decisive is this technology really in that context? And why does the United States need to stay ahead in terms of developing new technology like autonomous systems and AI?
Well, first of all, thanks to Applied Intuition and the Atlantic Council for hosting us, and thanks to all of you for coming out for this discussion. I think it is one of the most important discussions we should be having in the national security space. So, you know, as Clem mentioned, we are in a new period of strategic competition, particularly with a rising China that is, I think, bent under President Xi on challenging some of the inherited rules-based order on reordering aspects of the Asia-Pacific region. And given that that region is probably the most important to us in terms of economic prosperity, our security long-term, This is an area where we really have to pay attention. And one of the key areas of advantage historically we've had is a technological edge in a whole host of technologies that have enabled us to have a military edge, part of what's enabled us to have a military edge. We also have the best people in the world in our armed forces. But it's also, had huge economic benefits for us. So when you look at the, we're in this period where the geopolitical chessboard, if you will, is being reshaped, I think, towards a much more multipolar world. But we're also at the same time in this period of profound technological disruption. And so the technologies that gave us the edge in the past are not the technologies that are going to give us the edge in the future. And the new technologies require a different set of behaviors because, and I know we'll talk more about this, but it used to be, many of the older folks with gray hair in the audience, we all remember that, the Defense Department's R&D program really drove a lot of innovation that then spun out into the commercial world. Now it's almost much of it. I'm not saying there's no defense innovation, there is, but there's also, I think the really most significant cutting edge innovation that's happening is in the commercial space. And so you have a fundamentally different problem for the Department of Defense, for the intelligence community, for others in the national security space. And that is, how do you integrate, how do you adopt that innovation with speed and at scale? And that's where we are still struggling. So if we take our feet off the gas, if we don't figure out how to keep an edge in technology, a whole host of technologies, including AI and autonomy, we will, I think it will hurt us economically, it will hurt us in terms of our influence around the world and the ability to shape things, and it will certainly hurt the ability to count on our military to first and foremost deter conflict, and if necessary, fight and prevail.
So just picking up on that last point, autonomous systems and AI are likely to play key roles in the future of warfare. They already are in some ways, but I think the potential, we don't know where things will go. But obviously the widespread applicability of these systems, the many different functions that autonomy and artificial intelligence can really augment, it is going to be pretty important. And they obviously allow existing platforms to operate with decreasing levels of human interaction for extended periods and increasingly deadly environments, which I think is perhaps changing some of the traditional constructs, or the way we think about the operational concepts for using this type of this technology. So what are or should be US priorities in developing this tech for defense and security purposes? And what do you think are the legal and ethical considerations that we should keep front of mind?
Right. So I do think the first task, and it is something the department has been taking seriously, is developing a policy framework that sets some guardrails on what is acceptable application of this technology and what is not. I think the existing or the revised DoD policy is pretty good, but it needs to evolve. It also needs to be worked with our allies, so we're on the same page. And it also needs to be pressure tested in light of the fact that our adversaries, or potential adversaries, Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, they're not going to be constrained by the same ethical code. So that's thing one. Thing two is really working on the explainable, the safety, the security of the AI systems that we develop. And again, that's a high bar, and there's a lot of work going on there. One of my other hats is chairing CNAS, and we're just about to start a multi-year effort on exactly that issue. But in terms of how things get, where the key near-term applications are, I think what I'm seeing first and foremost is in the intelligence and indications and warning space. So we have, just massive amounts of information coming in at multiple levels, some open source, secret, top secret, what have you. And I'm starting to see, particularly out at the COCOM level, some early adoption of AI systems that can sort through all of that and come up with predictive intelligence. I'll give you one example that I'm pretty sure is now unclassified. I hope it is. It was reported in the press. So there was recently some Chinese operations, proximity operations in space, where they sort of send a satellite to come up close and look at one of ours. Historically, we've been able to sort of guess that it might be happening a few days before the actual event. They had, using this AI system, they had 55 days of warning, looking at patterns of behavior in past operations. That's a huge advantage for decision makers, right? So that's the first thing. Use AI, application of AI to support decision maker advantage, primarily in the intel space. The second one is, I think as we seek to build a network of networks, whether you call it JADC2 or any of the other service names for this, but this notion of an agile, responsive C4ISR system that can sustain operations and coherence while under attack. I think there's going to have to be some use of AI to enable that to be an intelligent system of systems, almost like the electrical grid, where something goes down, a node goes down, and the system immediately reroutes the traffic to other systems that are still functioning. But that's going to have to happen at great speed, in real time, and so forth. Again, if we can do that and our adversaries can't, gives us huge decision-making advantage. And the third example I'll give you that I think is coming in the near term is human-machine teaming. So enabling a single operator, whether they're flying a fighter jet or on a ship or in a submarine, to control swarms of unmanned systems that will greatly complicate an adversary's planning, defenses, everything else. And in a theater like Asia-Pacific, where we're going to always be at a disadvantage quantitatively in terms of mass, it's a way to buy back, mass and numbers that would be extremely helpful to the warfighter.
And timing, right? So that was really helpful. I want to transition over to talking a little bit about China. So China has made its strategic commitment to AI and intelligent warfare, or intelligentized warfare, very clear, including in President Xi's address to the 20th Party Congress last year. But how the PLA intends to integrate AI and how it may shape China's operational concepts is still pretty opaque to us, at least in public spaces. So what are the campaign or strategic level outcomes that you think this type of technology might enable, and what really most concerns you about China's development of autonomous systems and what that might mean in certain operational environments that we
outcomes for that the Chinese are trying to achieve, or that we're trying to achieve?
Well, that they are trying to achieve, but how that might kind of complicate what our response may be.
Yeah. Again, we don't, I'll say I don't know a lot about what they're actually doing and how far along they are in specific defense applications, so I am speculating. But I think that they are going to be using their own efforts to create a more speed of response. I think first in the areas of air and missile defense, I think it's a lot easier to accept a higher level of autonomy in defensive applications than it is in offensive applications, even for the Chinese, who may have, greater appetite on the offensive side as well. So I think that we can certainly expect that. An interesting question that I really don't know the answer to, so maybe some of you in the intel space can dig into this, is will they use AI to speed their own decision-making if it runs counter to the sort of the integration at every level of party control and this very hierarchical, very controlled approach? This is not a military that does what we do, and which makes us so offensive, which is they empower down. They give clear commander's intent. They set some rules of we set some rules of engagement, and then off you go. You do the mission. If things change on the ground, if you can communicate and ask for guidance, great. If otherwise, you're executing the mission as you understand it. The Chinese have a much tighter rein on command and control, and that may become an impediment to some of the agility that I think AI can bring and resiliency that AI can bring in a more networked and dispersed kind of situation. But the thing I worry about is, will they have less sort of a moral constraint or ethical constraint on the use of fully autonomous systems for offensive operations? And again, we just, there's a lot of speculation on this, but we just don't know.
I'm hoping to take some audience questions. So there is a QR code that you can use to submit some audience questions. I think, there it is. If you want to point your phones up to the screen, I think they'll keep that QR code up there for a little bit. So they will come directly to me, and I will try and pose some if we have time. So Michelle, you've argued that the US should help Taiwan create a porcupine defense strategy, right? Which is the idea of improving its resilience to kind of slow down and improve costs on a potential aggressor. And to aid in this, the US has provided Taiwan with both Harpoon and Sidewinder missiles, but there's more to come. This is only the first step. So how do you see AI and autonomous technologies, including small drones, assisting in Taiwan's ability to defend itself? And how can the Pentagon accelerate the early adoption of dual-use commercial technologies to help not just US warfighters, but also our allies and our partners?
Yeah. Well, I think when we talk about a porcupine strategy, it's really trying to make Taiwan less digestible to a superior conventional force, and really to buy time. That is the name of the game. Taiwan by itself, I don't think, can either deter or prevail against China, but it can defend itself much more effectively in a way that really complicates things and slows things down for China, allowing the US and the international community to respond in that scenario. So I do think using swarms of drones in multiple domains could be very effective, both for ISR, for communication relays, for kinetic operations. And the good news is that I think there's a potential not to have to rely on the unfortunately often too slow, cumbersome FMS, foreign military sales process, and to go out on the commercial market to buy some of these things and then adapt them to different military missions. And the good news is, Taiwan has a pretty technologically savvy workforce, and I'm sure this is absolutely in their capability to do with a little bit of advice and guidance. So I would hope that they would pursue their own commercial adoption strategy in that area.
So unmanned systems of all types are rapidly becoming more numerous and more capable and cheaper, right? And the war in Ukraine, I think we've seen, it's the first large-scale conflict in which widespread use of drones has been used on both sides, which has really allowed us, I think, to see some experimentation and refinement of tactics using this type of technology. So what lessons do you think can be drawn from the conflict in Ukraine for the future use of autonomous systems in warfare? And are such lessons applicable to other scenarios?
Absolutely. I mean, I think we've seen drones being used for both tactical and higher level intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. We've seen them used as delivery systems for kinetic munitions. We've seen that at short range, medium range, more recently at long range. So I think this is an area. It is a new era, and we should expect to see this in most conflicts going forward. It is a commercially pervasive system, and with some adaptation, It's a relatively low bar for countries to figure out how to use these. I did want to say one more thing about the Taiwan scenario, if I could. We have been thinking about this on a much longer time frame than I think is now of concern. The Chinese Communist Party has long talked about on their 100th year anniversary, 2049, we'll have one China. Hong Kong will be back, Taiwan will be back, but it was sort of a long-term, slow burn aspiration. What's different about President Xi is that he talks about a different time frame. He talks about resolving this on his watch. Now, maybe that's his third term, maybe he has a fourth term, but he wants to have this as part of his legacy. And while I do think that he still prefers a non-military approach to the reunification of Taiwan, he'll be using political coercion. Watch China carefully in terms of their attempts to influence the upcoming elections in Taiwan in early 24. They will use economic envelopment, try to create so many ties between Taiwan and the mainland that there's a dependency in a sense that Taiwan can't sort of steer its own path, and then shrink Taiwan's international space, get countries to break off relations with Taiwan and only have relations with China. I joke that it's not a joke, but it reminds me of the Star Trek absorption into the Borg. That's actually Beijing's preferred model. If you're a Star Trek fan, good for you. If you haven't watched it, watch that particular episode. But it is really about forced absorption. That said, I think if he gets to the point where he feels frustrated, where he sees that the U.S. is only becoming more and more capable, better and better postured in the 2030s, there is a window where he might be tempted to use force. We've seen that rehearsed now twice in recent times, first in response to the Pelosi visit, second after the McCarthy meeting in California, and basically rehearsing a blockade, which could be either a standalone operation or a step into invasion. And lastly, we know that he's ordered his military to accelerate a number of critical programs to be ready by 2027. So that's what's gotten this sense of urgency, that we need to get Taiwan's defenses in better order. We need to get ourselves better postured. We need to rally our allies. We need to focus on using what we have in hand in new operational concepts to get a higher level of deterrence outcome in the next 5 years.
Well, that's a helpful and stark reminder, I think, of the urgency of some of the issues that we're talking about. And you heard it here first, folks, watch Star Trek. So on a related point in terms of the pace at which we're able to adopt some of the great innovations that are happening across the private sector. You serve as a commissioner on the Atlantic Council's Commission on Defense Innovation Adoption, and Applied Intuition is also a kind of member of that grouping of different companies and former government officials who really care about accelerating the rapid adoption of promising commercial technologies. And we've just released a set of recommendations on how to do that, some low-hanging fruit. And so while the private sector is innovating at pace, the Department of Defense still really struggles to scale the fielding of new capabilities in timeframes that are actually relevant to the pace in which technology is developing. And you've previously defined success not as the number of experiments and demonstrations of that technology, but at the speed in which new capabilities are put in the hands of US warfighters. Can you elaborate on that? Sure. Where can DoD improve or streamline some of its processes for effective innovation adoption? And how do you think improved organization will translate into military advantage?
Yeah. So, I mean, I do want to be fair, and I think the department has, focused on this issue. Actually, The Armed Services Committees in Congress have focused on this issue, given the department a lot of new and more flexible authorities, some of which were mentioned in the introduction that are now being used more. But we still are not where we need to be. So I think the department has gotten much better at scouting, finding technologies that can help solve tough and priority problems. I think they've gotten much better at getting those technology companies into demonstration, prototyping, experimentation type of exercises to show what they've got and to start tweaking it to specific mission requirements. Where we're still struggling is taking that successful prototype that some number of customers want in the DoD and getting it into full-scale production and actually fielding to the warfighter. So I was having a conversation with one of the service chiefs a couple nights ago, and he was saying, if I want to have a capability start production in the 26 POM, I have to have it proposed and approved by this summer. We're in 2023, and if you want to start production in 2026, that is the normal cycle. That will not work for commercial entities that, a lot of these firms are venture-backed. If you go to your investor and say, well, I've just won this great contest and, a service wants to buy me at scale, buy my product at scale, but it's going to take 2 to 2.5 years. So they're like, okay, let's forget about defense and focus on your commercial business. So we have got to find ways of bridging that valley of death. So I think one of the things, we do have some authorities that can do that. We have not adequately trained or incented the parts of the acquisition force to know how to use them, to take a higher risk to use them, and to be rewarded, and promoted when they use them. So there's a human capital piece in the acquisition corps that has to be properly trained and incented. But in addition, I do think there are probably not only additional authorities, but some additional funding that's required to transition. So there should be funding available, bridge funding, that enables a prototype that has a customer that wants to buy it, to keep that in iterating development and getting closer to production ready in that time frame between when you win the demonstration and when you can actually go into the POM. And I also think increasingly at the COCOM level, the COCOMs don't have any budget really and certainly not for procurement, but they have unique needs that are just not going to make the service priority list. Some of these, AI-enabled intelligence and warning systems that are providing huge value to the COCOMs, there's no funding for it. They're like scraping together pennies and trying to expand pilots. But, and whether you give the new chief data officer at the Pentagon a cross-COCOM funding stream to provide funding for AI applications for COCOMs, I think that's the most efficient way to do it rather than have each COCOM try to manage this. But we really need to look specifically at, where are the choke points, where are the problems, what's going to prevent us from doing the work we need to do in the next 5 to 10 years on adoption, and rigorously go after them, not just with new authorities, but with actual appropriations.
So we've got some great audience questions coming in. Keep them coming. So we have a couple of questions really related to capability development with allies, which is a really important question here. And you've spoken a lot, of course, about the importance of regional partnerships for deterrence and working closely with allies and partners on technology development is a really important element to that. And we've seen frameworks like AUKUS really, I think, it's one, but try and spur advanced capability development between the US and some of its closest allies. So we've got some questions, and I think I'll try and pull them together. But in what areas can allies complement US military efforts, and where are we seeing potential capability gaps? And in your opinion, what are some of the implications that the development of autonomous systems have on defense cooperation with allied nations? And how will this impact US security policy over the next 4 years?
Yeah. Well, I would love to see the department put together some thinking on what I would call technology clusters. If you take, AI, you can look across our allies and partners and say, where is their cutting edge work being done? And try to pull that group together to say, how can we collaborate in terms of accelerating, adoption of some of these applications for defense. I think, in quantum, it might be a different cluster. In hypersonics, it would be a different cluster. But I think that it's a use. I don't know that we're going to have. It's too unwieldy to try to work with all allies on everything. So I think having some definition about where to start, based on their industrial base, their technology development, their own S&T programs, and so forth. I think that's a useful construct. One of the challenges here is we've got to evolve our it's not so much policy is there, but the regulatory frameworks that allow the sharing of technological information back and forth with our closest allies. I spent a lot of time working on the defense trade treaty with UK and the defense treaty with Australia, and we actually thought we'd solved the problems. Well, guess what? We haven't solved the problems, and they're coming up in AUKUS. AUKUS has two pillars, the nuclear submarines pillar, and then the emerging technologies pillar. And in both cases, there are issues, related to ITAR, related to tech trade, that are coming, export controls, they're coming up, even though we thought we had a treaty framework that solved all this. So we've got to have some evolution on the regulatory side to enable the kind of free flow of information. I think it'll be easiest to start with Five Eyes because there's so much trust and so much habit. People are used to sharing the most sensitive information, at least on the intel side. Can we port that over to working with sensitive technologies alongside? But this is a key area for AUKUS and for people like Abe Denmark in the Department of Defense to be working on.
So we've got some other questions. I'm sorry, I don't know who has submitted them. I don't have names, so these are nameless questions. But okay. In domains where rules of engagement are gray, such as space and cyber, how does autonomy influence the risk of unintended escalation?
Well, this is the risk that is with autonomy, anywhere it's applied. So I think we have to be very careful. Again, particularly in the offensive application of force. I think using AI for indications and warning, for more robust command and control. I think that's where we'll start, getting to the point of actually automating operations that could become or be deemed offensive. Certainly in space, I think that's a bridge we'll do a lot of thinking about before we cross it. In cyber, it's a little bit different because the speed of operations in cyber is beyond sometimes sort of human capacity to be effective. So there, I think it's more evolving more in the direction of how do we, pre-identify particular targets, particular rules of engagement, particular guardrails, and enable autonomous activity, but within certain constraints. I think it's I would love to, I think we need some technologists on the stage to really unpack. One of the things I experienced over and over again when I was undersecretary is the gap between how policymakers talk about technology and how the technologists explain how these things absolutely work. I mean, I can't count how many situation room meetings where, when cyber was first being actively used as a tool at the, level that required White House approvals, and having a lot of people at the table who were using kind of nuclear escalation and deterrence models as their frame of reference for cyber, and I was like, oh boy, this is not the right frame. But it took, and we almost needed a series of Cyber 101 kind of tutorials for the policy people to really understand, and then also for the cyber people to understand the policy concerns and constraints and how to translate those into actual operational guidelines.
So that gets to my final question, because we're about to run out of time. There's a really important human capital element to everything that we're talking about, to the adoption of this technology in terms of developing trust, defining roles between humans, machines, humans on the loop, humans in the loop. And this year marks the 50th anniversary of the all-volunteer force, which gives us an opportunity, I think, to really think about the future force that we're trying to build. So as we increasingly look to adopt autonomous systems, how might this impact the way DoD and the services go about recruitment and about training?
I think we really have to build the technical competency in our human capital, both on the civilian side and the military side. We need to be recruiting people with that, not only recruiting people, but actually creating a viable career path for someone to come in as a technologist and to have that be their specialty and to have a career and promotion opportunities, leadership opportunities with that kind of background. Right now, we bring in some of those people and then we tell them, oh, you've got to leave your tech specialty and go to a squadron or go to a battalion or go to a unit somewhere to kind of check the box so you can get promoted in the kind of conventional sense. I also think we need to create, right now it's like a soda straw of exchange programs where you bring technical people into the department for a while and department people out to tech companies to learn and just develop. That needs to be a super highway, not a soda straw. So there's a lot. The human capital piece is foundational, and we've got to better recruit, better employ, our technical talent to retain them, and then also find ways of bringing outside talent in on a much more regular basis and at scale.
Well, thank you so much, Michelle. You've given us a lot of food for thought, I think, for today's sets of discussions. I so appreciate your time, and thank you so much to the audience for your engagement and questions.
Great.
We'll pass it on to
Thank
the
you.
next
Have a
panel.
good conference. Yeah.
Thanks to Michelle and Clementine for opening Nexus 23 with that great discussion. Now, please welcome Preston Dunlap, former Chief Technology Officer and Chief Architect of the U.S. Space Force and Air Force, and member of Applied Intuition's Defense Advisory Board. He will introduce our first distinguished panel.
Welcome. We're going to start this with, don't be fooled by the distraction over there. We've got a lot of folks here, so we're going to open up some space while we begin the conversation here. But it's a privilege to be here today and to be joined by some fantastic folks up on stage to talk about autonomy and AI in a very relevant yet tragic situation in Ukraine. So with that, let me go ahead and allow folks to introduce themselves very briefly in the lens that they're bringing to the conversation, and then we'll jump into the particular dialogue and conversation. So let me start here.
Good morning, Alex Brandt, the air attaché at the German Embassy. It's a privilege to be here with Preston, Sam, and Rita. I have worked, I would say, on both sides. So I have developed software for the Air Force, and I also worked on military policy related to artificial intelligence and machine learning and all that stuff. That should be
Perfect.
So, Sam, thanks.
Sam.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us, and great to be on this panel with such distinguished speakers. I am an adjunct senior fellow at the Center for New American Security. I'm a full-time employee at the Russia Studies Program at the Center for Naval Analysis. I look at the development of Russian military technology, especially the development of military robotics, AI, autonomous and uncrewed systems. And ever since I joined CNA, I have looked at how Russia utilizes this technology in various conflicts and deployments abroad, starting with Ukraine, Syria, and now the Ukraine invasion. I look forward to talking about these issues with all of you. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Rita Konaev. I'm the Deputy Director of Analysis at Georgetown's Center for Security and Emerging Technology, CSET. And I work on military applications of artificial intelligence and autonomy, and like Sam, a lot on Russian military technology, Russian military innovation. Really excited to have this conversation today.
Excellent, great. Well, I'm Preston Dunlap, founder of Arkansas Adventures, but prior to that, had the privilege of being the CTO and Chief Architect for the Space Force and the Air Force for a few years, which was a great honor and gave a sort of a lens to some of the conversations that we'll have today. And the general sort of trend of the conversation will sort of start deep and as sort of tactical, and then we'll move up to operational, strategic, and then we'll think about moving forward as we work through that. Will be a QR code up on the screen if you didn't already grab it from the previous conversation. If you have questions, I will simply integrate those to the best I can inside the conversation. So don't delay sending those through, and we'll make those integrated in the seamless conversation as best as we can. So thank you for doing that and making sure the conversation we have is relevant to everybody here for you. So tactically, let's dive in. Everybody wants to know the answer to this. On May 3rd, just a couple weeks ago, 2 UAVs exploded over the Kremlin. Everybody wants to know, Atlantic Council, were you responsible for coordinating this attack? No comment from Rita. Okay.
No, none.
But seriously, so tell us about what happened and what do we think we know, and then the implications from that. Anyone can begin.
If I may, we know that there were 2 drones that basically penetrated the Kremlin airspace. One crashed into the dome, another exploded near the flagpole shortly after that. It is not known exactly what kind of drones these were. Ukraine does have the capacity to launch drones at such distances. It has several drone models, both domestic as well as imported. One of those imported models is actually a Chinese-made commercial drone, which can be refitted to a military mission. They can fly for hundreds of kilometers. So potentially Ukraine has the capacity. Ukraine has denied twice officially that it launched anything at the Kremlin. This could also have been actions of anti-Russian components inside the country that launched these drones close to Moscow, or it could have been something else. It's not exactly clear because the videos aren't very clear themselves. They're quite grainy. At the same time, this speaks to several major issues that Russia has to deal with. One is the basically widespread use of different types of military and commercial drones, and this use is quite unstoppable from Moscow's standpoint. Another is the difficulty of maintaining complete and total air coverage and air protection over such important VIP locations such as the Kremlin. In fact, there was evidence on Telegram channels that many Muscovites who lived in Moscow regions on its outskirts were witnessing these drones flying towards the center. They tried to inform the authorities, and either those calls were ignored or there was a lack of coordination between local law enforcement and security in the Kremlin proper. So something did crash. These may have been the UAVs. They could have been launched by Ukraine to make a point, or it could have been an internal Russian action.
Well, let me add something which is not directly related to the Russian action, but to give the example what the Ukrainians did better, because they basically implied artificial intelligence so that anybody who is on the street, has a cell phone, sees the drone flying in, can take a picture, then that picture will be analyzed by AI, and then the Ukrainian armed forces will be informed like to take action against it. So that's something where they have been much better than the Russians. And if you take into account, I'm actually not sure what year that happened. Do you remember the German guy who landed as Cessna?
87.
On the Red Square. So obviously there hasn't been so much improvement on the Russian side since then.
Quote unquote, I'm not responsible.
Great. So since then, Russia's launched a pretty intensive 60-plus uncrewed air vehicle attack on Ukraine here in recent days. So that's sort of where we're at now. Let's scroll back the tape a bit, and Rita, maybe you want to begin with this. Let's go back in time to January 22. What was the state of autonomy and AI if somebody were to say, hey, we're about to have a conflict here and Russia's going to invade? What were people thinking the state of AI and autonomy was like in terms of capabilities for Russia and Ukraine before the conflict started?
I think we thought that Russia had much more advanced and sophisticated capabilities that they demonstrated since January. Obviously, over the conflict, we've seen some adaptation, some ability to learn, some ability to, improve their approach. But there's no doubt that we in the community of Russia studies and intelligence more broadly have overestimated the capabilities of the Russian military. That is a lesson for us to learn and probably a broader lesson for U.S. intelligence and estimations. I will speak for myself that when I was asked before the war started, what is going to be the role of, let's say, the Turkish drones, and I was convinced that they're not going to have a significant role because of the assumption that Russian air defenses are going to operate. That it was a lesson learned, both about the quality of the Russian air defenses, but also about the hardships of actually defending against drones and against significant attacks, drones deployed en masse, drones deployed unexpectedly, and increasingly just the understanding of how hard air defense is and how difficult it is to establish air dominance in a conventional setting. And I think that is one of the broader lessons to take away from this conflict that also applies to very much to the United States and NATO forces, is that we still operate according to the assumption that you can establish air superiority, because the last 20 years have been spent fighting against enemies that did not have much of an air force or at all, and did not have much of air defense systems. We're in a very different world right now, and I think there are lessons to be taken from that. The other thing that, looking back when I was on this panel last year, one of the things that was important for me to kind of differentiate and make a point of is that there's a real difference between seeing a few very interesting, very compelling examples of AI being deployed, and I think there's a lot of press coverage for certain examples, to understanding what is the scale of AI deployment in this conflict and what is the actual impact. So looking a year afterwards, which is about a year and a half into the war, I think we're still at a point where it's difficult to judge scale, but we are seeing more and more evidence of impact. And that's particularly in the area of intelligence fusion. I think that is where AI has demonstrated itself to be a real advantage for the Ukrainians. So I'll stop here and let the others talk.
Great, and I do want to come back to dive in more deeply into the sort of the rate of change and the scale of transition here. So we'll put a pin in that and come back to that. But Sam, your perspectives on where we thought things were in the state of play and autonomy before and after. We'll talk about after.
I agree with Rita. Russian military showed a remarkable resilience and adaptation in trying to copy some of the best practices and best initiatives that were undertaken in the United States, China, and other countries. But translating that into actual combat effectiveness has proven quite elusive. Fast forward to now, all pieces are in place right now within the Russian military, for example, to take advantage of a lot of public data, public information, practices, tactics that have been so successful in Ukraine. Whether or not Russia's very vertical system, where the Russian MOD actually has the full control over initiatives, departments, how money is spent, how and what is allocated to what resources, whether the MOD can be flexible enough remains to be seen, and it probably will not be quite as flexible as the Ukrainian military has, because the Ukrainian military, Ukrainian government, Ukrainian defense industrial complex, Ukrainian volunteers, its high-tech industry, and the end users, the soldiers, have forged a remarkable network where they can speed up the delivery of certain products, goods, services, and actual weapons very quickly to the warfighter. Russia has tried to copy that. It has a very extensive volunteer base. There's a lot of initiatives within the Russian society that want to help their military. But getting through to the MOD, getting the permission to actually conduct a lot of research and development is really quite elusive. So in Russia, it's mostly the volunteers right now, which are coming up with very innovative high-tech solutions to augment their military. On the Ukrainian side, it's the entire network from the government down to the volunteers and practically everyone in between.
Yeah, let's widen the lens a bit. I think a lot of military analysts in January 22, and I wouldn't exclude me, would have thought that the Russians would pretty quickly crush the Ukraine armed forces, and that didn't happen. But because of that, I would say the Russians also thought they don't have to go in with all their, let's say, advanced technology. I mean, they have about 150, according to what your institution actually published last year, 150 projects, like weaponry projects with artificial intelligence elements, but they didn't use a lot of them in the beginning. They started later on to use more advanced technology, but in the beginning, as said, I think they assumed just it would be easy. And it wasn't, because the Ukrainians, as already mentioned, were quite creative and adaptive. And and I think that was maybe one of the pillars of the Russian mistake, that they assumed that they will basically act like the Russian military, because they have been for a very long time trained in that, and a lot of senior officers in Ukraine were trained in Russia as well. So yeah, the Ukrainians showed that they were able to adapt and implement this modern technology much quicker and much better than the Russian regular military, as Sam said before. I wouldn't say it's on par yet, so I see the Ukrainians still in the lead, and hopefully they keep that.
Yeah, Alex, great point. So that's sort of the state of play at the beginning. Lots of activity happened at the very beginning, and as you alluded to, sort of illusions were sort of moved away with reality and how things would play out. Interestingly, in October 29th, if you recall, there was a fairly significant activity where something like, we don't exactly know the real numbers, but it's some, people say like 9 uncrewed air vehicles and maybe 7 surface vehicles or something like that attacked 3 ships in the sea, attacking the Russian Navy in the fleet there. Some sort of alluded to that as a bit of a turning point, but I'd be, in recent history at least, that, as I understand it, and you can correct me, that is the first example in modern history, aside from things like torpedoes perhaps, of an uncrewed surface vehicle attacking in combat another asset. So I would love to hear your thoughts, panel, on to what extent did this adjust any thinking, tactically or operationally, and the significance of the combination of the surface and air strikes on those ships in the sea?
Well, should I start? Okay. I think, as already said before, the Ukrainians have been very creative in applying like new technology and use the stuff they had at their hands, and at the same time analyzing the weaknesses on the Russian side. And if you add then that the Russians also, from a moral viewpoint or standpoint, so basically the Ukrainians are defending their home country while the Russians are doing a special operation, as it was called in the beginning. I would say that gave them the advantage. Technology-wise, looking how they combined that. Yeah, as said, I think it's a new approach. It was a good approach. I mean, they sunk the cruiser, the Moskva there, and yeah, we will, I guess, see more of this now, maybe to us unusual approaches in the future. And I mean, we are all talking about when does the offensive begin in Ukraine, so maybe we will see that very soon.
Probably one of the most important results from that attack by the Ukrainian unmanned surface vessels was basically forcing the Russian military to expend a lot of resources in trying to defend against similar attacks, which actually have happened again and again. And the Russian military tried to downplay the initial attack and the subsequent attacks, and they're saying that they have a lot of helicopters and aerial assets in place, and they're creating a single information network to share threat data, and they have a lot of nets and other defenses in port. But they have spent so much more money, so many resources on defending against something that's relatively cheap, small, and ultimately had very limited effect on the performance of the Russian fleet, which really wasn't very active in the first place. And so the whole point about using such unmanned technology is forcing the adversary to expend a lot of resources, whether in trying to destroy these assets or defend against them. And repeat attacks are going to force Russians to spend even more resources to stress out the Russian Black Sea Fleet defenses and to keep the entire peninsula of Crimea on edge as long as the war continues.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, we talk about how advances and emerging technologies can provide an asymmetric capability to forces that might be disadvantaged in manpower and resources, and that's a clear demonstration of that. Another angle I think here that's important is the signal value of something like this. And that's really important for the Ukrainian side because they need to show themselves to be effective, to be innovative, to be competent, and to be able to learn quickly, to utilize really incredibly innovative technology, to be on the edge of things in order to perpetuate continuous support from the West, because that is the lifeline for the continuation of this conflict and hopefully the end of it through Ukrainian victory. But it is through demonstration of capabilities like the ones that you described now that they are making a convincing argument for continued assistance for them. So the signaling value of using really sophisticated, even if cheap, emerging tech really matters.
Great observations. And last question, then looking back on the tactical, then we'll look forward and think about projecting where things go from here. But on sort of the reflecting backwards, Alex, I'd be curious if you want to start it, and then others can offer their thoughts as well. But tactically speaking, there are things that we watch and observe, and then there are things that we learn and will internalize for the future. And I was just curious, as you talk to allies and partners, to include your own fellow folks in Germany, how has the lessons been learned thus far in the conflict for those that are at the front edge of the fight around Ukraine, in Europe? What lessons are you sort of noting that are being taken from what we've seen so far?
Well, there have been a number, I would say, of lessons identified. Not necessarily all of them have been learned yet. From an Air Force perspective, it's especially interesting that none of the sides, for a number of reasons, really strived for air superiority. And as Rita said before, maybe that on both sides there was quite a big arsenal of air defense equipment. That was one of the reasons for it. So, well, now I lost the thread. So maybe some of my colleagues could come to the rescue.
We'll come back.
Well, looking at the Russian military a year and a half out, I mentioned that there's been some adaptation and recognition that certain technologies and patterns are absolutely essential. Russian military is trying to copy some of the best practices in the United States and elsewhere. For example, Russian military launched its own version of JAIC. It launched the main directorate for AI development, implementation, funding, and servicing. So this is going to be the central location within the MOD where all AI and autonomy projects are going to be reviewed, funded, and possibly implemented. There's also a main civilian AI development center launched by the Russian government, again, to organize the national development, research development, testing and evaluation of different types of AI technologies as well. There's a lot of screaming from the volunteers and the military on the solutions needed right now, but it is not clear if the MOD is actually listening. If you were to go to the Telegram and look at the dozens and dozens of Telegram-based channels talking about the war, by the volunteers, by the fighters. They are talking about the very technologies that have proven so successful for the Ukrainians. Drones, quadcopters, artificial intelligence, command and control, C4ISR, and other issues. And again, is the Russian military actually learning these lessons enough to implement them, to push them down? Or does the Russian military remain this vertical organization where innovation, despite some of the successes and some of the examples that Rita alluded to, are actually possible?
Yeah, I would add, I think building on that, it's a real, first of all, there's a huge difference between lessons observed, lessons learned, and lessons implemented. And a lot of that is a bureaucratic conversation. And I think what is observed and hopefully learned, at least from the US perspective, is that command and control and the military culture matters in a massive, significant amount to how effectively you're able to use technology and how fast you're able to deploy it. Especially considering the role that commercial off-the-shelf technology has been playing in this conflict. If you have really rigid emergent control that is really, allergic to any sort of new ideas or new attempts at innovation, you're really not going to be able to move towards what we're seeing are essentially the trends of the war of the future. And if you are, again, opposed to sharing intelligence across the ranks, across different elements of the military, if you're incapable of learning from the innovation that the people on the ground are implementing and to do that bottom-up learning approach, then you're in real trouble. And we're seeing that in Russia, and I hope that is something that we truly take to heart as well.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think that's where the Ukrainians have been so much better, by just being, let's say, early adopters, having creative ideas, directly implement them, which is, and Sam said that before, which is not really typical, not only for the Russian military, but the militaries in general. I would say you won't find more early adopters than those people who like to do what they did the last 10 or 15 years.
Great, yeah, thanks for those perspectives. And I think hopefully people are getting sort of shaken and woken up to the potential changing nature of conflict, both the scale issue and the technological change, and whether we should sleep soundly or not with the trajectories that nations are on, both from a commercial and a national security perspective. That's an assumption that maybe the nature of conflict is more visibly changing. Let's unpack that a little bit. So we've talked looking back, now let's look forward. So pretty quickly at the beginning of the conflict, drones went from surveillance and ISR to then targeting and location coordinates for others, and then drone defense and drone on drone, and then drone kamikaze. So all the way kind of through the spectrum fairly quickly, at least in my view, in conflict. I don't know when the conflict ends, maybe you guys do, but let's fast forward to the end. What is the state of AI and autonomy when the end of this conflict happens?
I would say that's a pretty tough question, because it would require that we at least have a general idea on when and under which condition the conflict would end. I hope it ends soon, and of course in favor of Ukraine. I would also say that we would see an accelerated development. As already mentioned, the Ukrainians are pretty creative, and the West is in support, and most Western governments already stated they will stay in support as long as it's necessary. I still see, because a lot of the supporters are also members of NATO. NATO has their artificial intelligence strategy published in 21 with the 6 principles, and I would say that most Western nations at least will keep it to that. So we will still see advanced technology in use in Ukraine, but I can't see application or implementation of autonomy, of total autonomy, so to say. So meaning that the decision is made by the machine, and then, as one of the principles is like accountability and traceability, that would not be true then anymore. So my statement would be, we will see for the ongoing conflict, more use of artificial intelligence and autonomy. However, it will be kept within the principles stated in the NATO strategy.
Looking at the Russian military in particular, if we zoom out, the Russian military discusses AI as a decision-making element, and at least for now, it places a human firmly in the loop for most of the operations. At the same time, Russian defense industrial complex and its AI research and development ecosystem are talking about artificial intelligence and autonomy enabling future war where human is taken out of the equation altogether, eventually. Probably mirror imaging what has been said and discussed in the United States, China, and elsewhere. But if we zoom in on what is happening in Ukraine, there are a lot of solutions, there are a lot of gaps, a lot of issues identified by the volunteers, by the warfighters themselves. And the question is whether or not the MOD, whether its departments and institutions are going to listen to, apply, and incorporate some of these volunteer-identified lessons learned into their concept of operations going forward. Of course, a lot will also depend on the state of the Russian economy and the Russian industry going forward. We don't know exactly when and how this war is going to conclude, but we do know that the war is having a very significant effect on the Russian high-tech ecosystem in general and on its economy and the defense industrial complex in particular.
Really great points. I would add that if we're thinking about AI development and the acceleration of AI development more broadly, the war is playing a massive role in that, not only because there's an opportunity essentially to battle test a lot of the technologies, including the ones that are civil, commercial off the shelves, but also the production, collection, and analysis and capture of battlefield data, which is massively significant, and that is the data upon which new and more presumably more precise, more reliable algorithms will be trained. And battlefield data is very difficult to come by. It's very difficult to analyze, and having it, which I assume the United States and NATO through their involvement are able to access, is going to be significant. And at the same time, I mean, it's pretty obvious that we're in a very critical moment for AI right now in the commercial space. This is the most I've heard about AI since in the last 5 years that I've been working on AI policy issues. We're really in a pivotal moment, both in terms of breakthroughs and in terms of what we're thinking about how these technologies are going to be regulated. So we have to think carefully about what are the applications of, generative AI to military operations. How is that going to be integrated with what is being learned from, the battleground, essentially? And I think the United States is really, the Department of Defense is in a critical moment right now where we decide essentially if we're able to integrate the innovation community with the larger, more legacy organization, and that's a conversation we can continue having.
Yeah, great perspectives. I think, and Rita, I think earlier you mentioned not just sort of individual use of technologies, but technologies at scale, sort of a larger operational employment of assets. We hear a lot about the uncrewed air systems over the years. Interestingly, there's significant commercial investment there, as each of you pointed out. Also in the ground vehicle segment, which we call self-driving cars, here in commercially, massive billions and billions of investment there. Curious as we close out this looking forward tactical section, for your perspectives on looking forward, do you suspect and in what ways might we see increased collaboration across the air and the maritime use of autonomous systems? And to what extent and why have we not seen sort of an escalating trend in more uncrewed surface vehicles as well as autonomous ground vehicles? Do you think that will change, or is there a reason why we're not seeing sort of that same rate of change as we saw in the first few months of the conflict?
I would say that will change. So especially with regard to ISR, so reconnaissance vehicle, I can imagine very well that we will have ground-based vehicles doing that. It started in the air for some reason because it's easier to move around there if you have a bit more obstacles on the ground. But I also see autonomous vehicles with regard to logistics. That would also be a very good application to use that, like resupplying troops, maybe the last mile from the basically forward operating base to the actually warfighter. So to that end, I would see a lot of, let's say, advancement, and hopefully we have seen this in exercise, the combat warrior interoperability exercise NATO is doing, for example. So there are prototypes already, and we will see that field. And as Rita said before, with the ongoing conflict, maybe that's an option to say, okay, it can easily also be tested under battlefield conditions. On the other side, so back to aircraft, collaborative aircraft, I think at the moment, and I'm not a pilot, so my colleagues flying planes may forgive me, I think the current technology enables the pilot to become less a pilot but more a battle manager. So the plane basically can fly itself, not the fancy maneuvers Maverick can do, but at least it can fly straight level without crashing and maybe evade also some threats. But then the pilot has more time to make sure that with the collaborative aircraft, and that's what most nations are working on, so having unmanned and manned platforms teamed and like make them act to the most efficient and most effective way.
Alex is on the record for saying the end of the conflict will see Top Gun Maverick as the state of play.
So don't quote me on that. I wouldn't see that, but who knows?
Other perspectives.
Ukraine has announced that it is working on several projects, including incorporating AI in various aerial and other military elements. They haven't provided a lot of details, but they pledged that soon we will see how artificial intelligence is enabling their manned and unmanned systems and technologies. Zooming in on Russia specifically, there's been multiple projects in development prior to the war and even now with respect to unmanned ground vehicles, aerial vehicles, and maritime systems. But the Ukrainian battle space is very complex. And so there's a lot of issues about actual autonomous operation in such a saturated Ukrainian airspace and battle space. There is, however, a very significant human-in-the-loop element when it comes to the Russian military's use of such technologies. They're using demining UGVs in the Donbass. They're using ISR and combat UAVs, including their own loitering drones. The extent of AI in some of these systems is quite questionable for now, but there's a lot of research and development, and there's a lot of evaluation of what Ukraine has done well. And as I alluded to earlier, can the MOD be flexible enough to actually get out of its own way to let the innovation step forward, especially the innovation that is coming from the bottom up, from the volunteers, from the soldiers themselves, who are ready to use a lot of these technologies. That is probably one of the biggest issues that at least I will be looking for this year.
Yeah, I hate to spoil the party, but unmanned ground vehicles, let alone autonomous ground vehicles, are a big problem. It's a big technical problem. And there's a lot of money obviously being poured into it, and there's a lot of interest in it, but from, demonstrations that my colleague here from CSED, who used to run autonomy for the DoD, maybe, he can tell me if I'm fundamentally wrong, but they struggle off roads, and they struggle in urban, densely populated environments, and these are essentially most of the environments you're doing a lot of the fighting in. So I I think we're going to see a lot more AI-enabled and autonomous progression in the air and perhaps undersea, except for the much harder reach environments. But ground, to me, there's real hardware problems there to solve before we can see massive progress. And I think also in the near term, we are not talking about complete autonomy. We're talking about the importance of human-machine collaboration, human-machine teaming. And that is where a lot of the conversation about reliability and trust comes in. And I know, Department of Defense has been working about responsible and trustworthy AI issues, and I think that's really pertinent to how we're going to be employing this technology. But to me, the crux of what is going to be happening in this space is really centered on human-machine teaming.
Yeah, great perspectives, everybody. So I think each of you have kind of alluded to there's the psychological and then the strategic messaging element of the use of AI and autonomy, and there's the tactical implementations of it. So let's think operationally, the so what of the question. So what are you all seeing the operational sort of end states that are making a difference or not making a difference in the conflict? So sadly and tragically, we've seen, hard to project, but New York Times on February 2nd basically estimated that close to 120,000 Ukrainians have lost their lives, maybe 200,000 Russians have lost their lives as a result of this. That's a cost of humans as part of this conflict, which is horribly tragic. From territory perspective, of course, we saw Russia grab territory coming in from Belarus in the north and then get pushed back over a couple months and basis on the east side of the country. How much of what we're seeing happening on the ground is the result of autonomous and AI activity versus traditional military activity?
I would say right now, very little with respect to the classical autonomy and AI as, for example, the scholars and the academics and as the military experts see it. Most of the activity on the ground right now is human-enabled. Humans are obviously in full control of the UAVs and the drones and other systems that they're operating and flying. There are certain developments sort of waiting in the wings, but it's unlikely that they're going to be fielded soon enough. Right now, most of the warfare in the east of Ukraine around Bakhmut is the classical ground warfare, which is enabled by ISR airborne elements like the UAVs, like the FPV drones, which are piloted and operated by humans. So there's very strong human-in-the-loop approach to what is happening right now with respect to the fighting.
Yeah, I largely agree with that. I think the one element, and I don't know if it's operational significant yet, but it is important to point out, and I mentioned this before, is the idea of intelligence fusion on the Ukrainian side with the massive support from the United States and NATO and companies that have openly spoken about this. So this is something that if AI plays a real significant role anywhere in this conflict, I think that's where it's happening. And we talk a lot about JATC2 and the whole notion of connecting sensors to shooters. I think this is some sort of an ad hoc, very rudimentary, but perhaps experimental version of it. We don't know the scale of it. We don't know, the replicability of it. But we are seeing those connections being made. A lot of it, like Sam said, human in the loop, very much involved. But at least on the intelligence processing and the combining of different inputs, I think AI is playing a meaningful role there. And intelligence is very important for war and, at the operational and presumably at the strategical level. If the Russians had better intelligence, this war would have been over, or this war would not have even been started.
Yeah, I would fully agree. So in the ISR realm, I would say that there where most of the AI is implemented, and it may then trigger operational action or action on the ground, but it's not basically involved in the operation process at large then, after the intelligence has been delivered.
So that's operationally. Let's think now sort of strategically. So 2017, we have Putin saying whoever owns AI owns the world. After some of the Ukrainian operations with that combined activity in the sea with surface vehicles and air vehicles, one of the deputy ministers in Ukraine basically said we have a fundamental shift in the way conflict happens. We'll never see conflict again, sort of paraphrasing his quote there. But sort of strategically, are they right? Is AI at a place where there's a fundamental tectonic shift? And if you own AI, do you own the world?
A question difficult to answer, I would say.
That's why we brought this review here.
That's why you're asking it. Okay. As I said before with the principles, it's all about, and as also said in the keynote, it's about how you implement AI. I think it would be a turning point if our adversaries would switch to using full autonomous system. And then it's basically about if you do that and are able to employ them in large numbers, that would change a lot to my understanding. Hopefully we won't see that too soon, although, and also that was mentioned in the keynote, China is pretty ambitious on going that direction. So, yeah, I think I leave it to Sam and Rita to add a bit on that.
I think a lot of what President Putin was referring to is actually about the commercial side of things and the commercial application of artificial intelligence in the economy in general. And this is where, if we take an objective look at the state of the civilian AI developments in Russia, that's where Russian accomplishments are actually probably proving more impactful. In the financial sector, in the medical sector, in agriculture, and in other economic sectors, there are some significant AI breakthroughs. So much so that the Russian military now wants to use some of these civilian accomplishments for itself. And it wants to establish fusion centers and fusion cells where civilian accomplishments are going to be copied and pasted, so to speak, with the military if that's actually possible. So I think what the Russian president was alluding to were very significant breakthroughs that were happening in the United States and China. And Russia sees itself as a distant second to the race for the first place that is actually happening between the United States and China, who are investing so much more and have so much more to show when it comes to AI. It's not clear whether the Russian president actually believes his own statement right now, but he is actually making a lot of commitments to the development of autonomy, AI, and robotics in the military, even if right now we can't quite see any of those results on the battlefield.
Yeah, so I think obviously it's about how you integrate AI and whether you do it. Right now we're at a point in time where the most AI is giving us is a mild advantage in the speed of decision making that is then translated to a potential advantage at the speed of operations. So if you think about the acceleration of the OODA loop, we are kind of in the beginning stages of that, which is, at the margins is important. To call that a revolutionary, groundbreaking kind of change in the conduct, character, let alone nature of war, no, we're not there. Whether we're going to get there is going to be contingent on, once again, bureaucracy, but also on what we decide AI is important for. Is it particularly pertinent to speed and decision making and speed and operation? Is it critical for the fact that, precision? Precision warfare is a massively important element of how the United States fights. Is this an area that we're going to be prioritizing AI for? Right now, from what we're seeing, and not AI being involved, but if we're thinking about emerging technologies more broadly and the use of drones in combination with other assets, we're seeing Russia's emphasis is not obviously on precision or even speed, it's about mass. So to me, the way that I'm reading Russia using whatever capabilities emerging technologies is deploying, it's using it to augment its existing capabilities, which is the ability to mass assets, to mass firepower, to mass manpower. That's one of the few things that it does well and does to a real effect. So if we're thinking, from our perspective, if we are going to be utilizing AI to augment known strengths, precision, speed, lethality, that's potentially a really interesting development. But if we're thinking about augmenting, making up for weaknesses, which is our tolerance for loss of human lives, and we're going to be emphasizing greater delegation of certain tasks to autonomous vehicles and autonomous systems, that's a different approach. So I think we're once again at a critical moment of deciding what it is that we want out of AI and how we're going to be using it.
Yeah, it's a great segue too. So AI seems to sort of have a massive commercial play and the potential to have a massive sort of national security play as well. Whether we're on the cusp or how soon, sounds like that's a bit of a question mark, but we're seeing sort of clear examples of that on the battlefield right now today. So that's on the sort of the opportunity side. On the risk side, of course, at the same time, we've got White House Bill of Rights sort of alluding to AI and other technologies posing among the great risks to democracy, quote unquote. We've got the EU, European Union, looking tomorrow, I think, debating the AI Act that puts limitations and safeguards on there. That will be a point of, I assume, continued debate out there. How do we thread the needle of AI autonomy through both the opportunities and the risks while still having to be able to, in the national security context, be able to provide deterrence and, if necessary, defeat adversaries on the battlefield?
I'll say a few things real quickly. I am less concerned about the implementation of artificial intelligence in at least the US military than I am about the civilian sector writ large. The US military, in the end of the day, wants stuff that works. As such, they're going to be investing in reliable technology that is tested, that is proven, that is going to be useful and not dangerous, at least for friendly forces on the battlefield. At least that is the guiding theory, with also known obligations to abide by international human rights law and other humanitarian obligations. I'm more concerned about what is going to be happening with artificial intelligence in the commercial and civilian space, where there's a great push to let companies regulate themselves, at least, again, very different approaches in Europe as it is in the United States. And there's even if right now there's more of a conversation about potential regulations, there's reluctance on behalf of policymakers, whether it's because they're not necessarily familiar with the contours of the technology or because they don't want to stifle innovation. And we all know that policy is always lagging behind technological developments. So to me, right now is a pivotal moment in thinking how we regulate that technology, much more so in the civilian space, which of course will have implications for defense. But I think that we as responsible citizens of a country have a vested interest in ensuring that our representatives, the policymakers that we elect, take a very careful look at these issues and that it's not left to industry alone, because we have seen what happens when this is the pathway, and we've seen that with social media, to the massive detriment of democracy and society.
Alex, I think maybe this may be a good opportunity too for you to just briefly talk about, as an anecdote, sort of Germany's thinking about autonomy and the use of autonomy, and sort of how that sort of decision process came out.
Yeah, and maybe a lot of you know there has been quite a lot of discussion when Germany was considering to get armed drones, because there's quite a number of people in Germany thinking that that is like stepping over the line, and soon we will see then fully autonomous systems dropping bombs or shooting somewhere. I think what Rita said is very true. So the military wants working technology, and industry is, and that was already mentioned, is basically defining the pace. So it's not the military doing research and development and being in the lead, doing advanced. Most of the stuff happens in industry, and because industry tends to try stuff out. I mean, if you have a business case, people will try, and if you have venture capital to do that, you may see that, and then you may see others exploiting that for criminal cases or military cases, if we are talking then on the military side. So that's why also governability, like putting regulations on it, is one of the 6 principles I already mentioned. And in Germany, it took about 6 years to finally, then including a change in government, to find an agreement that we finally will get armed drones, which for the military, of course, because it's a proven technology, is pretty important. But it took just too long. We won't have the time in a conflict. But fortunately, although that has been recognized, so I hope that will, let's say, shorten the discussions in the future.
I think looking at Russia, we have to recognize that the Russian government is the biggest funder and sponsor of all major and significant innovation activity in the country, whether on the military or on the civilian side. Now that a lot of Russian enterprises, a lot of Russian initiatives are cut off from the global supply chains, and they cannot interact with their counterparts around the world because of the sanctions, everyone is looking at the Russian government for solutions, for funding, for creating roadmaps, for essentially being the guiding light in the high-tech ecosystem, and for providing advice and opportunity to develop artificial intelligence and autonomy. And so the question is, can the Russian government actually deliver? Can it provide for its civilian non-government sector Can it actually incorporate the right lessons in the military? Can it get out of its own way, basically, to let the innovation thrive, if that is the will of the people or if that is the will of the companies and organizations which are pushing a lot of this innovation and a lot of this development. And so right now, it's very difficult to see how the Russian government can be quite flexible and efficient in that, but there's a lot of calls on this particular Russian government to actually be flexible, to be innovative, to let a lot of the non-military, non-government solutions come to the fore and see if they can actually work.
So globally last year, depending on how you slice it, $46 billion perhaps spent on AI and autonomy, about $27 billion in the United States, about $3.5 billion of that from the US government. Russia, on the other hand, hard to project, but some say maybe $60 million-ish on AI and autonomy. We've got JIC, which was mentioned, the AI Center, and now CDAO and the Pentagon. They've got their own sort of equivalents. Sort of briefly, in the last few minutes that we have, could you just offer a pathway ahead? Do we need more investment? Do we need to organize differently as an allied and partners in U.S. community to be able to provide technology and enable our folks to have technology that they need in the areas of AI and autonomy? We'll start with Alex and work down.
Well, the numbers in Germany are much lower, if I say so, but at least it's a one-digit billion figure. So I think it's an important field. So we may need more resources there because, as said, we have adversaries or opponents who are pushing on that field. Also pretty much. So on the other hand, you have to also take into account, okay, what's the outcome? So what is actually then proven technology where you see, okay, that's add values. I mean, in a lot of cases, we, not on the military side, but on the commercial side, we have already been used so much to use artificial intelligence. So where we are going, we are looking on our phones and they tell us like, that's a traffic jam here and that's the route you take, and then you basically save time and arrive earlier. So hard to give an answer, okay, this is the amount of money we would need, but as said, I think we should invest more in autonomy and artificial intelligence, and maybe save some money by doing that in cooperation as allies and partners.
Sam, briefly, and then read the last word.
The biggest threat that Russia sees right now isn't just the United States acting alone, but the larger Western world acting together. And so the relationship with partners and allies in the development of AI and autonomy are extremely important. At the same time, we also have to recognize that a country like Russia has a government that is only responsible to itself. And so whatever government decides on will probably be implemented in one form or another. Its relationship with the civilian society is very different than the relationship between the US government and the US civilian society. And so what is important here is the dialogue and the alliance building and the sharing of lessons that have become so prevalent and so useful right now in the war in Ukraine.
Yeah, I think at least in the US perspective, we know what to do. NSC-AI published, a couple of years ago, 3 years ago now, 700 pages of precisely what to do. A lot of it is, some of it has been implemented, some of it is sitting, in congressional committees or whatnot, and some of it has not even been touched. We have a good idea of what needs to be done. We simply just need to do it. And the last point is that there is right now a massive amount of learning that is happening at the tactical level in the United States military, and all of these interesting task forces, all of these innovation silos essentially. We gotta be asking, are they talking to each other? And even more importantly, are they talking to the broader military? And what is being done to take that innovation that is happening at the tactical level and to integrate it across the entire organization?
Yeah, I love that quote, which is a great one to end on. We know kind of what to do, we just have to go execute and do it. And the nexus of commercial and national security is here now. We just got to go out and make it happen. So please join me in thanking the great panel today.
Thanks to our distinguished panel and Preston for that timely discussion on how autonomous systems are shaping the battlefield in Ukraine. We now pivot to another global hotspot, the Indo-Pacific. Please turn your attention to the screen for remarks for Tate Nurkin to introduce our next segment.
Good morning and welcome to Nexus 23. It's a real honor to participate in this timely event and to have the opportunity to introduce, admittedly and intentionally at a very high level, some of the concepts that I suspect will emerge in the next panel and over the next couple of days. My name is Tate Nurkin. I'm a non-resident senior fellow with Forward Defense Program at the Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. My work really focuses on two areas that I think are pretty relevant to this Indo-Pacific discussion. First, I examine how AI and other emerging technologies are shaping the future of competition and conflict and military capabilities, and also spend a good bit of time looking at China's military modernization and broader Indo-Pacific defense issues. And through this research, I've come to the fairly direct conclusion, one that I suspect is shared by some, if not most, in the audience there today, and that is that responsible, safe, ethical development and deployment of AI and autonomous systems, especially as part of human-led, human-machine teams, can address several critical challenges and critical strategic and operational needs for the U.S. military and for its allies in an Indo-Pacific region that is characterized, yes, by increasing competition, but also by a complex and diverse and sometimes even difficult to detect set of threats and challenges. Of course, the Indo-Pacific is an extremely active and extremely large and strategically vital region. The 2022 Indo-Pacific strategy relays that it's home to about half the world's population, about 2/3 of global GDP, 7 of the 10 largest militaries, and several of the most important and strategically vital waterways and sea lines of communication. Add to that the fact that it is also home to a handful of pressing and tense maritime and land-based territorial disputes, and of course is the center of gravity for U.S. strategic competition with the pacing threat of China, whose military modernization is proceeding at an impressive but also for many worrying pace. Of course, the threats are not, and challenges of the Indo-Pacific are not limited to the People's Republic of China. There is pressing concern about North Korea's missile and nuclear programs, the occasional reckless Russian incursion into allied airspace or waterways, and a range of non-state-based threats stemming from things such as climate change, natural disasters, migration, extremism, the list goes on. And to this overall challenge and threat landscape, I would add the growing competition and subthreshold conflict taking place in the cyber and information domains, space, and the electromagnetic spectrum. So there's a lot going on in the Indo-Pacific, as I'm sure many, if not all of you, are aware. And in this environment, autonomous systems, both physical assets such as uncrewed aerial, surface, ground, and underwater vehicles, as well as autonomous systems that don't have a physical form, AI agents that support decision support tools and sense-making software, they can, again, in conjunction with human operators as part of human-machine teams, become critical enablers and force multipliers for the United States and its allies in their efforts to deter, but also detect and respond to fast-moving crisis and contingencies. A couple of examples just to draw this argument out. First, the use of autonomous systems and threat detection software can help expand the presence and increase the efficiency of resource allocation through enhancing the range of maritime domain awareness, for example. I mean, this is the idea behind U.S. Central Command's Task Force 59, an idea that is now being adapted to the U.S. Southern Command AOR, and I think it could have a real impact if scaled, and I recognize that is a pretty significant if, but if scaled, it could have a real impact in threat detection, prioritization of resource allocation, and improved situational awareness in and across the burdensome distances of the Indo-Pacific. Another example, probably more frequently cited, is the use of autonomous, attritable, and expendable UASs and USVs that can play an important role in facilitating operations within and penetrating advanced anti-access area denial systems while mitigating, though clearly not eliminating, risks to higher value crewed and uncrewed assets. Other examples of AI and autonomy's benefits include anticipatory logistics and predictive maintenance, filtering relevant information in a crowded and congested EM spectrum, identifying and responding to disinformation campaigns. And again, the list is much longer, but the point is that the value of autonomous systems across an array of mission sets in the Indo-Pacific is becoming more clear and more urgently needed to be recognized. Of course, the U.S. and its allies' interest in AI and autonomous technologies must also be viewed explicitly through the lens of increasing strategic competition with China. China's military modernization has closed or at least reduced many gaps in traditional high-end platforms and systems over the last 3 decades, and is now turning its attention to prioritizing the intelligentization of military operations. That is, the more complete incorporation of AI, autonomy, and other enabling technologies in order to gain advantages in range, in speed, in precision, in mass that will be difficult for the United States and its allies to overcome. On the plus side, at a general level, I think there is a growing recognition within the U.S. Department of Defense, at least most of the Department of Defense, as well as some allied nations, of the importance of accelerating the development of AI-enabled capabilities and autonomous systems as part of human-machine teams. But adoption at the necessary pace and scale continues to lag, and I feel very, very confident that in the next panel, and certainly over the next couple of days, you will hear a lot about some of the acquisition processes, the cultural challenges, the bureaucratic proclivities that are slowing adoption from people who have experienced them much more intimately than I have. So I will leave that discussion to them and instead focus on 2 other components of adoption that I think should be underscored here and across the next two days. First, development, promulgation, and adherence to norms and best practices for responsible, safe, and ethical development of military and autonomous systems, such as those laid out by the Department of State in the Netherlands back in February, is crucial to speeding adoption and to assuaging concerns from both within the government and within the bureaucracy and from society more broadly. But at least as much attention needs to be devoted to building the human component. That is, to building the competencies that human operators will need to maximize their interactions with their autonomous partners, and to building the trust between humans and the AI and autonomous systems with which they engage. And this can happen through training, of course, but it must also happen through rapid and aggressive experimentation in order to truly optimize the layered advantages of autonomous systems and human-machine teams. And with that, I would once again just like to thank the conference organizers for the opportunity to participate and wish you an insightful and successful next 2 days. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage our next panel. Megan Eckstein from Defense News will introduce our distinguished speakers and guide this critical discussion.
Good morning, everybody. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here and moderate this very exciting panel on technology in the Indo-Pacific. Thank you so much to the sponsors for having us here. I think it's going to be a really good discussion today. And just a reminder, there should be a QR code that you guys can scan to submit questions. I think this is going to be a really good conversation, and I would invite as many questions as you guys would like to submit. So let me just start by doing some quick introductions, but I'd like the panelists to all introduce their work themselves and just tell you a little bit more about where the Indo-Pacific region and advanced technologies fit into their portfolios. So first, I'd like to start with Gregory Allen. He is the director of the Wadhwani Center for AI and Advanced Technologies and a senior fellow in Strategic Technologies program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. He's previously worked as the director of strategy and policy for DoD's Joint Artificial Intelligence Center. And I think he's going to be a great contributor to this conversation. Next, we have Liza Tobin. She's the senior director for economy at the Special Competitive Studies Project. She previously worked at the National Security Council as the China director, where she led policy development in areas such as trade, economics, climate, military, and China's influence beyond the Indo-Pacific. She's also previously worked as an economic analyst at Indo-Pacific. Next, we have retired General Stephen Wilson, the former Vice Chief of the Air Force, a former Deputy Director of U.S. Strategic Command, and a former Commander of the Air Force Global Strike Command. He's currently a board member on the Strategic National Security and Defense Advisory Board at Applied Intuition. And last but not least, we have Lachlan McGovern, who's the Counselor for Defense Policy at the Embassy of Australia. Previously has done work on the defense planning guidance, as well as worked other security issues in Southeast Asia and Oceania. So first, I'd just like to kick it off by allowing you all to introduce your research portfolios and just discuss some of the challenges that you guys are looking at. So if you maybe could talk about where you see greatest threats, challenges, concerns in the Indo-Pacific region, and how quickly evolving technology is challenging your views of those situations. So Gregory, if you'd like to start.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to spend the day with you here. As you heard, I'm the director of the Wadhwani Center at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And my focus is really around artificial intelligence and its application in military and national security areas. And when thinking about the competition with China and the challenges of the Indo-Pacific region, a lot of my research has centered around the challenges of the DoD bureaucracy. And specifically, what is it that makes doing artificial intelligence, that makes doing autonomous development in the Department of Defense context more challenging than it would be in the commercial world or even in other militaries? There's a fascinating report by a Polish newspaper that did an embed with the Ukrainian army unit, and they were supported by 2 software developers. And this army unit had a really hard time identifying camouflaged units in forested regions. And so these 2 software developers, who were just volunteering in their spare time, were able to develop an AI computer vision model and put it onto the units that the army units were using. And so they went from an idea in somebody's head to an AI-enabled capability that warfighters in a real war loved in a matter of weeks. And by contrast, during my time in the Department of Defense, just the cybersecurity reviews alone in the authority to operate process take months. And so you have this really remarkable contrast between what we know is possible with AI and autonomy in commercial industry, what we know is possible with AI and autonomy in other militaries around the world, and the reality of what it's like to do this in the Department of Defense. And so a lot of what I'm focused on are what are the barriers to DoD AI adoption, and what meaningful changes could we make that would actually have an impact on our ability to deter conflict in the Indo-Pacific. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan, and to our wonderful hosts at the Atlantic Council and Applied Intuition. So I work at the Special Competitive Studies Project, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan initiative focused on developing policy recommendations around the areas of technology, national security, and China. And I come at this problem of technology in the Indo-Pacific from 15 years in the US government, serving first at the CIA, then US Indo-Pacific, and most recently at the White House doing China policy. And so I left government in 2021 to join SCSP. And so I got to live through the US government's kind of gradual but irreversible shift towards strategic competition with the PRC as an organizing principle for our foreign policy that really got kicked off in 2017 with the Trump administration's NSS. And that kind of started a gradual process where all of the relevant departments and agencies started shifting in terms of mindset and organization around this problem of the challenges of China. So in some ways, it was similar to the US government shift around the counterterrorism problem after 2001. Now, what became apparent as I was there at the White House kind of playing a role in this shift was that the US government can reorganize around a strategic problem. It takes time. But one thing that kind of rose to the top where it became clear that the US government is not well-positioned, well-organized, or well-resourced to compete is in the technology domain. So when I left the US government and had the opportunity to join SCSP, it was fortuitous because I got to work on exactly that problem. So at SCSP, we're focused on asking and answering the question, is the United States, along with our democratic allies and partners around the world, positioned and organized to succeed in the 2020s, which we see as the critical period to get this right in order to position ourselves in the tech domain to prevail against the Chinese Communist Party. Now, there's to sort of touch on the AI topic a little bit more directly. Part of our near history at SCSP is the National Security Commission on AI, which was a 3-year government commission set up to address this. I was not part of it, but our chair, Eric Schmidt, led that along with our CEO, Ili Bayraktari, and a number of my colleagues joined SCSP from the NSC-AI. And so AI has always kind of been near and dear to our hearts. We're focused on all emerging technologies, but AI is kind of first among equals in terms of importance. And then, of course, to bring it right up to the present, the revolution we are living through right now in generative AI, which has really sped up dramatically, as you're all aware, in the last few months, has just elevated this as a priority and as a central organizing principle, given the status of AI as a general purpose technology that goes beyond AI and really pervades all emerging technology domains and kind of causing everything else to go faster. So it just heightens the urgency to get some of these answers. Thanks.
You guys are teeing up lots of conversations in my mind as you're starting this. Hi, I'm Steve Wilson, retired from the Air Force a couple years ago. And for my current portfolio, it's being a retired guy, but it's actually gives me the opportunity to work with some small emerging companies that have some really game-changing breakthrough technology that I agree with Gregory is really hard to get adopted into the Department of Defense. You know, we used to say, and when Josh Marcuse and Eric were running the DIB, that we don't have an innovation problem, we have an innovation adoption problem. And that's, I think, true. We need to be able to speed that up. I just came back from a trip 2 weeks to the Pacific. I was a senior mentor for a capstone class for 17 general and flag officers that went through the Pacific. And you know, it really opens your eyes when you're on the ground at some of our partner nations to see some of the challenges they're working, whether it be economic challenges or technology challenges, and the influence that China has in that part of the world. And everything, it's persuasive. The other thing that struck me is while we were there, that one of the Chinese commanders in the Western District talked about what he saw as this new form of hybrid warfare. And that's political warfare, it's financial warfare, it's technological warfare, it's cyber warfare, it's cognitive warfare, and it's all intertwined together. And they're watching closely what's happening in Ukraine. They're seeing some of the mistakes that the Russians have done in terms of how do they gain situational awareness. And one of the ways to exploit that, they believe, is through this artificial intelligence. So it's been a passion of mine since I was a vice chief, learning about it. How do we understand it? How do we ask the right questions? How can we adopt it inside the military? And what are we putting our money where our mouth is? What are we actually spending on artificial intelligence? And how does it get in the hands of people who can do something with it? So I look forward to the discussion today.
Thanks, and add my thanks to everyone else here for having me today. Lachlan McGovern from the Australian Embassy. I'll freely admit, not the ones and zeros guy, but a bit more of a strategy and posture and strategic capability focus in my role. And really what my role is working with the US in the US DoD to enhance our sort of science and technology, industrial and capability cooperation to deliver on our shared interests and objectives. I guess I got here in mid-2021. I thought I was going to have a great posting, enjoy the life of a DC diplomat. September 2021, a little thing called AUKUS was announced, somewhat changed the tenor of my posting. But I'm sure we can talk about that later. But certainly that's a key focus in terms of delivering on the, particularly for me, the advanced capabilities pillar of AUKUS. For Australia, we just last month released a Defence Strategic Review that was commissioned mid-last year and then was delivered to our government earlier this year. So it was done pretty quickly, certainly in government land anyway, that's considered quick. And it has produced a new concept of national defence, and that looks at how does Australia as a whole work together to achieve our interests of an open, secure, prosperous, stable Indo-Pacific. That is harnessing obviously the defence element, but across all elements of statecraft, industry, community. We talk about things like resilience, deterrence. We attach those things together. So for us, particularly as we talk about strategic competition in our region, military modernisation, what does that mean for us? And certainly one of the 6 identified priorities in the strategic review was lifting our capacity and capability to rapidly transition emerging and disruptive technologies into our Australian Defence Force. We're not the biggest nation, and so we need to look at how we best use our resources to deliver best effect. That review also talks about delivering deterrence through denial of any adversary's ability to project force against us through our northern approaches. So really for us, how do we harness and leverage technology to deliver that effect? Because Australia is an island continent, it's a pretty big set of northern approaches, and 25 million people, how do we deliver those effects? So that's kind of where I'm coming from and what I do here on a day-to-day basis. Thanks.
Great. I think we will get a little bit more into the how to bring the technology into government. I know you all have opinions on that. But first, just to talk about the operational need. We've seen other geographical areas begin to operationalize autonomous systems, AI, unmanned. Obviously, in Ukraine, as you heard about in the last panel, that came about just because of the sheer need. I think on the agenda later will be the founding Commodore of Task Force 59, Captain Brasser, who got started an unmanned fleet in the Middle East. The Navy sort of pitched that as, a confined environment, good for experimentation because of, sort of a manageable piece of waterways they were working with. When you look at the Pacific, obviously it's a vast environment. It's much more challenging to bite off a manageable piece when you look at operationalizing these technologies. So maybe if we could start with Lachlan and work our way back down the panel, how do you look at that challenge of defining what the warfighter need is and beginning to think about a first step for introducing these technologies?
I guess for us, it's identifying the effects we need to generate. So not really being platform-centric, but identify the effects to achieve our objectives. And then for us, as I was talking about, we have an area of primary military interest, I suppose, in terms of that sort of immediate sort of maritime Southeast Asia into the South Pacific, Oceania, as you call it. And so for us, it's thinking about, in that geography, how can we deliver certain effects? And it's primarily a maritime domain. And so what we want to deliver are joint effects. Again, not being sort of domain-centric, but thinking across the domains, multi-domain, cross-domain in delivery of effects. So, I think for Australia, again, as I talked about, we're looking at, we talk about asymmetric advantage because it's not so much an overmatch question. Managing some expectations about the size of the Australian Defence Force. How do we leverage things like AI and autonomy to deliver asymmetric advantage? And for us, I think we've had some interesting, in the last couple of years, some interesting initiatives in the wonderfully named Ghost Bat and Ghost Shark. We are working to bring to bear some types of technologies and platforms, I guess, that can deliver these types of effects, lower cost, attritable, potentially survivable, and how do we deliver that to complement sort of our crewed platforms? You know, it's not the end of the crewed platform for us, but given the geographic span I'm talking about, we need to think about how we use those sort of platforms in different ways. You know, teaming, the collaborative combat aircraft, which the Ghost Bat, the MQ-28 is, and that can deliver a range of effects. Ghost Shark, an extra large UUV, what can effects that deliver undersea? So for us, thinking about how we use those things to complement our crewed systems in a way that can deliver a range of effects.
Before we move on to the general, just for any industry who might be intrigued by your pitch, are there certain, under the defense strategy recently released, are there certain focus areas for those effects you'd like to deliver?
So we are, there's a few things. So obviously ISR, we start from ISR. How do we understand what's happening? Then how do we decide? How do we act, right? Like sort of obvious sort of things to say. One of the other areas we're thinking about is strike. Our strategy is really holding adversaries at risk from a distance. So there are strike platforms, but there's a whole system in terms of sensing and targeting and decision making. So I think for us, that's a real focus to deliver some of those asymmetric advantages we're after.
Let me pick on his, because I think he's exactly on track. Having just spent 54 hours in an airplane crossing the Pacific and these great distances, right? The geography matters, the spacing and access is important. I think if you were asked the Indo-Pacific commander, he would say, I don't have nearly the forces I have that I need west of the international date line. So it's going to take allies and partners. It's going to take allies and partners to be completely connected and to be able to sense and make sense of what's going on. And I think we have to be able to do that in a way that we can afford. All right, so we can't afford lots of big, expensive platforms, and we have to think differently about how do we do it in a different way with new emerging capabilities. And so it's going to take allies and partners, and we have to be connected on all of us to be able to bring that together.
So I'm not a defense expert, but I will just put in a plug. We need a defense strategy that's powered by AI, and one of my colleagues at SCSP, Justin Lynch, who you'll hear from in a few hours, just published an in-depth report called Offset X. So I encourage you to look at that, but I will not try to cover it in my remarks. I think I'll speak a little bit from the economic perspective. I think the key challenge that we see in the Indo-Pacific is that the US no longer enjoys unrivaled technology leadership. So for the first time in decades, we now face a peer competitor in tech, and technology leadership is also diffused around the world. So some of this is a good thing. The private sector plays a central role. It's unlike the Cold War, where the DoD was really the locus and the driver of innovation, occupying most R&D spending. However, this technology leadership has also diffused around the world, including to our chief military rival, China. So this really poses a conundrum. And I think the area where my team and I have been working on is asking the question, what are the economic factors that enables technology success in the United States? We know that the United States has tremendous economic advantages vis-a-vis China, asymmetric advantages. We're the global financial leader. We enjoy the status of the global reserve currency. The dollar is the reserve currency. Unlike China, we can attract immigrants from around the world. We need immigration reform to make sure we can continue doing that and doubling and tripling and quadrupling that. We have a highly productive and growing workforce, unlike China's that's still shrinking. So what is the problem? And our assessment is that many of these advantages, which are asymmetric, are somewhat disorganized and ungathered. And so what we have proposed is a techno-industrial strategy that would help propose kind of a minimum viable approach to harness the dynamism of our private sector and connect it more to the needs of the nation. And just one thing, when we mention industrial strategy, we often get the reaction, well, that's what China does, so are you just trying to mimic China's approach? No, clearly China's approach to industrial strategy is very all-encompassing, very top-down, centered and driven by the party, very, very wasteful and coercive. Firms don't necessarily have a choice whether to participate, and so we're proposing something that would be much narrower in focus and focus on two key goals that are essential to getting the technology right for the warfighter in the Indo-Pacific, as well as for our broader economy. So the two goals need to be, number one, just boosting productivity. We know that the general mentioned tech adoption being a problem, and we absolutely agree that the United States doesn't have an innovation problem. We have a tech diffusion problem. It's when the technology doesn't get from the lab to the battlefield or from the lab to the market, and Americans aren't benefiting from the economic growth that that technology can bring. And the second goal of the industrial strategy needs to be, of course, fill these key national security gaps. Things that our warfighters need, lagging edge chips, leading edge chips, EV batteries, rare earth minerals, things where the market has not on its own naturally provided those in a secure way, and where government capital in a very narrow targeted way can help make up the gap and de-risk it and hopefully extend the timelines a little bit to draw in more private investment. So I think I'll stop there.
Well, thank you so much for breaking the ice on being a think tank expert to plug a think tank report. Allow me to echo that achievement by pointing out that my own piece, 6 questions every DoD AI and autonomy program manager needs to be able to answer, actually just came out this Monday and wrestles with a lot of the issues we're talking about here. But let me say that in the Indo-Pacific, we don't just need better technology. We need better technology for the problems that really matter. And let me give you just a very simple example. In a lot of the war games that RAND Corporation has run for the Joint Chiefs of Staff or that CSIS runs, a lot of the devastating outcomes are driven by stuff like air bases being attacked or tankers being attacked for refueling fighter aircraft. So think about that for a second. If we were to increase the stealthiness of our aircraft by 10%, or the dogfighting capability of our aircraft by 25%, the war outcome would be identical, right? Identical, because it's not driven by our dogfighting capability. It's not driven by our stealthiness. It's driven by these outcomes on the runways being blown up. And so this is why I say what we need is not just better technology, we need better technology on the problems that really matter, which, as you heard from the general in the Indo-Pacific region, is really driven by the tyranny of distance. The other thing that I would add on this is a viable return on investment that takes into account, what capability are we getting and at what cost. One way to solve our problems in the Indo-Pacific would be to spend half of US GDP on the military and to buy 100 more aircraft carrier battle groups. It's obviously completely unsustainable. But even if you look at the war in Ukraine, where you see that Ukraine is using missile defense systems, that each missile to shoot down the enemy drone is more expensive than the drone that it destroys by several orders of magnitude. And this is what I mean when I say we need a sustainable return on investment measured in battlefield terms for the technological capabilities that we're working on. And I think there's so much untapped potential in AI and autonomy for systems that perform perhaps at a lower technological performance level than the systems they replace. Most of these kamikaze drones are in every metric that matters worse than a cruise missile, but they're way cheaper. And that is a metric that matters. And so I think in the Indo-Pacific region, AI and autonomy is a really valuable capability for addressing the tyranny of distance, both to know what's going on and to be able to act upon that environment. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Obviously, when we look at implementing these technologies, speed matters right now. Lachlan brought up the AUKUS agreement, the Australia, UK, US agreement. Phase 1 had been announced in March, focused on submarines, but there's a phase 2 that looks at emerging technologies and how to bring those in to this partnership amongst the 3 nations. Obviously, the US Defense Department has some challenges when it comes to translating innovation into actual tools on the battlefield. But in the context of AUKUS, what are some of the implementation hurdles that the US, UK, and Australia are all facing together, and how can they collectively leverage this agreement, leverage this moment in time to maybe use this as an opportunity to move faster on technology adoption? Not sure who would like to start.
I feel like you're looking at me. and I'm going to skirt some of that question very deliberately. Look, I think, yeah, AUKUS, the delivery of the optimal pathway of the submarine is really important. I talked about asymmetry, undersea warfare, a key, obviously, domain there to deliver asymmetric advantage. But the advanced capabilities pillar, cyber, AI, hypersonics, I'm going off the top of my head here, electronic warfare, quantum. We also have innovation, information sharing, and I'm forgetting another one, electronic warfare. But so, look, we've got a lot of different working groups happening. Nearly all of them have AI and autonomy in and around them because of the nature of the technologies or the capabilities. I think some of the things we've sort of announced since AUKUS came to bear in late 21 relate to things like advanced trilateral undersea warfare, ISR, autonomous systems to enhance maritime domain awareness, improving the speed and precision of decision making. So we are also looking at the resilience of our AI-enabled systems to threats and how we work against AI-enabled threats. So there's a broad body of work that's sort of have been announced in different ways. Exercises and demonstrations are underway to sort of deliver that, and over time, we really expect to see some really powerful deliverables through this, and it really is key for us in terms of our asymmetric advantage that I'll keep on coming back to. For us, it's leveraging the strength of our three systems. We each have different innovation sectors, more the traditional defence development processes, but also the private sector that everyone's talked to. And how do we leverage that? And our three governments have really committed to reducing the barriers, enhancing and streamlining sort of information and technology transfer and sharing. So that's something that we are all working on. And as I said, it's all been sort of out there. We have also announced, our three defence ministers, secretaries announced that we will this year intensify our industry and research sector academia outreach to sort of, really deepen this AUKUS concept and partnership. And again, it's not, the DoD isn't the holder of all the ideas. It's how do we each leverage together and separately and bring those powers together so that the sum's greater than its parts.
Can I pile on? So, Lachlan's, the pillar 2 things he's talked about are all critical for any future fight. If we don't dominate in the spectrum, we're going to lose, right? So this whole electronic warfare that lots of the services let atrophied, we need to bring back. And, let's just take Australia. 2 squadrons of Growlers, EF-18s, with amazing capabilities. We need to be able to share that information, whether it's F-35s, whether it's electronic warfare assets, whether it's cyber. This information sharing, doing it at speed is really important. So the things we can do, whether it's export control policy to speed that up, but between our AUKUS partners, we're still not moving fast enough, in my humble opinion, on lots of the pillar 2 activities, and we can move faster.
Well, the general broke the ice on the export control topic, so I will just quickly say that one obstacle that we need to work on is reforming our export control regime so that we can do more technology sharing with our allies and less technology leakage with our rivals, predominantly China. So a new approach to US unilateral controls alongside a new approach to plurilateral rather than multilateral controls going forward.
If I may, I think AUKUS is a really exciting opportunity for me as a former Pentagon bureaucrat, because stuff that I would complain about sounds a lot better coming out of the mouth of the Australians or the Brits than it does others. And I think AI and autonomy sort of demand a greater degree of intimacy than is familiar for many types of defense technology relationships. And what I mean by that is there are certain types of things that we might export to an ally, like bullets, where we just give them to you, and then we're basically done with this relationship. There's other types of technologies, like aircraft, where we might sell them, but we're going to see you again. You're going to need spare parts. You're going to need operational advice. And then you have AI and autonomy, where we're basically joined at the hip for the life cycle of that program. You know, we're going to want your operational data. You're going to want our software updates. ITAR was not designed with this in mind, shall we say. And perhaps the thing that I'm most excited about for the AUKUS relationship, at least in my own little world of AI and autonomy, is that it is an ambitious enough alliance to force us to wrestle with those issues. And it's with partners that we trust enough to actually solve them.
I'm watching the questions come in from the audience, and there's one here that I like that's relevant. It asks, are applications of AI and autonomy more complex in the Indo-Pacific versus Europe, as an example, given the topography, overall size, other factors? And does that require a theater-specific approach? And I would just wonder, you know, does AUKUS maybe, if we do need a theater-specific approach, does AUKUS sort of lay the groundwork for looking at what an AI strategy with Pacific partners could look like?
I don't know where to say yes or no. You know, I look through this lens of when I talk artificial intelligence and autonomy, it involves data, algorithms, networks. How do I connect the network to the cloud to the edge? And that becomes harder in a theater like the Pacific. So I think there's some aspects of that will be regional specific, but a bunch of the other aspects on the front side, the data and the algorithms, and initially the networks that are not theater specific. So I think there's certainly work to be done in that area. And again, my driving thing is how do I exercise, train, develop, and get that capability to folks? Because the last thing I want to do is any conflict to be able to say, okay, here's some new AI stuff, and let me chuck it over to you and see if it works, right? So how do we get that into the how we do business today? And it's how we do business, and we do it with our partners, and we're exercising and training with that software to help bring decision speed faster to those who are going to, again, there's a challenge that we talk about in scale with China. All things China are scale, whether it be people, whether it's systems, and being able to get the right forces in the right place to produce, as Greg said, the right effect, and do it in a way that we can do it, that we're not on the wrong side of the cost curve. It's going to take autonomy, it's going to take AI, and we've got to be able to exercise and train with that.
Les, I'd like to come to you. Obviously, when we look at technology in the Pacific, part of the challenge is rapidly fielding technology for U.S. Forces as well as allies, including Australia and the UK. Another part of the challenge is perhaps looking at slowing down China's ability to field their own technologies. And in some of your economic policy work, I know you've looked at both sides of that coin. I wonder if there are any policies that you are looking at that are not implemented yet that you think could either accelerate our technology development or potentially help slow down China's ability to field these high-end technologies.
Yeah, that's a great question. And when we've written about a techno-industrial strategy, we outlined 5 pillars. I won't bore you with them all right now, but they all start with P so that I can remember them when I am trying to talk about them on a stage like this. I'll just point out that the most important pillar in our techno-industrial strategy is, of course, people. It's talent. Tech talent is people talent. And we know that this is our biggest shortfall. This is what we hear the most from companies that we engage with, from people in government who are trying to get spun up for the technology challenge that we face. So it's always this shortage of talent. So that's about running faster at home and doing what we need to at home to be attracting, developing, and retaining the talent that we need. But you make an important point, and the 5th pillar in our techno-industrial strategy we do call pushback. You can also call it protect. So the idea is that running faster at home, investing in our domestic competitiveness, as we are doing with things like the CHIPS and Science Act, with the IRA and other industrial strategy moves, these are absolutely the most important, but they're not enough. Given the scale that General Wilson referenced, that China approaches its own industrial strategy and its technology strategy and its warfighting strategy, running faster at home simply is not enough. China has been running faster, or trying to run faster, than the United States since at least the 1980s, and it was only around the mid-2010s when we started getting worried that they were actually catching up, and now they're surpassing us in a number of key technology domains that matter for our economy and our national security. 5G network hardware is a key example. When I was in government, I was often in the awkward position of going out and talking to allies and partners and saying, we really don't think you should use Huawei for your 5G network rollout. And they would always ask, well, what is the alternative? We didn't have a single US systems integrator company that we could offer up to compete. That's just one example, hypersonics, many other areas, EV batteries, a lot of areas where China has actually surged ahead. And so how do we throw sand in the gears, so to speak? I think the first step is simply making sure that we are not aiding and abetting our strategic adversaries advance in critical dual-use technologies where it's essential for the US to remain ahead. And so this is screening out investments that are going to help Chinese semiconductor startups get a leg up based on US capital and, more importantly, expertise. It's a more broad approach to export controls that confront the challenge of China's military-civil fusion, which makes sort of these very fine, clear distinctions and user and end-use controls kind of irrelevant and feckless in 2023. So I think there's a number of areas. It's just key that we are both protecting ourselves from China's brute force economics and also, more importantly, diversifying away from China, trading, investing more with our friends and partners around the world.
Can I put a fine point on Lisa's point about people? Went out to one of our big industry partners who was working on hypersonics, and I was frustrated at the pace that we were moving at. And I said, what's holding us back? And they said, well, candidly, people. They said, you know, that today 25% of US college graduates in STEM career fields are US citizens. And so to get a clearance to work is really hard. Right? So, and of that 25% of US graduates, every company in America is fighting for that talent. I said, okay, that's a problem. What else? And he said, well, take this carbon-on-carbon nose cone on a hypersonic missile. One mom and pop shop in America makes that, right? And they're making a very small number per month. And to try and scale that to any meaningful capacity, we don't have that. So it starts with this people, both on the education side and as well as to be able to produce the capabilities that we need. Hence this push that I've been having on STEM education, why we started this work with MIT and the AI Accelerator to help speed up the talent we have and take what they're already working on to solve some of our hard problems in the Air Force with some really great minds, but we need more of it.
Sure, we have another question here from the audience that I'd like to send down to Lachlan. It says, how can the United States better help Australia develop its uncrewed systems in the air, on the sea, or below the waves, and are current partnerships sufficient? And it brings to mind the Ghost Shark initiative that you talked about. I wonder if maybe that serves as an example of how the two countries' industrial bases are working together.
Yeah, I think actually it's going very well. The cooperation on these types of areas, Ghost Shark is a partnership with our Royal Australian Navy, with Anduril, who set up shop in Australia, and with our Defence Science and Technology Group to develop that extra large UV. One of our admirals was talking about it doing the dirty, dull, and dangerous work, which I quite like, as at least it's alliterative, if nothing else. But look, I think we're working really closely with the US on this. I think there's a shared realization on the importance of it, and so I wouldn't suggest that there are problems that are worth airing. It's really, we work through any issues as they come, and there is a really good degree of goodwill on both sides. It's really, when we talk about industrial cooperation, about it's, I think Gregory talked about this, Liza's talked about this, the General's talked about this. How do we as an organisation actually get better at leveraging? And how are we setting up our systems to better leverage? Like, so that's a challenge on us. We've just stood up, we are standing up the Australian Strategic Capabilities Accelerator. And that was an initiative that's fallen out of the Defence Strategic Review, but it was a recognition of how are we leveraging the innovation that's happening. And that's for in Australia. And then we talk about there's an innovation working group under AUKUS that is, working that across the countries. And I'd also say that, AUKUS is one capability partnership. There are many other capability partnerships that we undertake, and it's really the the networked value of all of those capability partnerships that are about promoting our interests in the region.
Okay, General, I'm going to pass the next audience question to you since you referenced this earlier. It says, the use of autonomous systems and attritable systems can be a game changer once conflict breaks out, but it's not a silver bullet. What are some of the core areas of strength for autonomy? And likewise, what are some key limitations of autonomy as strategic competition heats up?
Softball question, right? So I was telling the story before we got on stage about Dr. Roper when he was in the Strategic Capabilities Office, and he demonstrated on 60 Minutes autonomy with an F-18 and dropped 100 Perdix out of a pod. And these Perdix are a little $500 drone, of which there was 100 of them, that were able to go to a target, pull back from it, break into two groups, circle the target, and then attack a target. And I was like, holy cow. I had this little epiphany of, how do you defend against that? And how cheap it was compared to some of our expensive weapon systems. So we're seeing that play out in front of our eyes today in front of Ukraine, that they're able to take very cheap autonomous systems, convert it very quickly, and do things at scale that we couldn't do before, right? And we don't, in the Indo-Pacific region, we're going to have a huge challenge on two critical areas: munitions and gas, right? I was a commander in a small island in the Indian Ocean called Diego Garcia right after 9/11. We, in essence, went through the world supply of the Joint Direct Attack Munition, flying 10 bomber sorties a day against Afghanistan. And while we were doing that, we were taking 1.1 million gallons of gas a day, and we weren't under attack, to Gregory's point. Scale that against a peer fight in the Pacific, and it's ginormous. So we have to be able to find a way to do small autonomous weapons. We have to be able to do it cheaply. We have to be able to as our adversaries build up defenses, do things differently, and again, put our adversaries on the wrong side of the cost curve and not us. And we have a challenge with doing that.
I'm going to try to sneak in one more audience question. And Gregory, I'll start with you and put you in the comfortable position of answering this, knowing that Congressman Whitman is standing here waiting to talk next. The audience member asks, many of the recommendations made on this panel require congressional action. Does Congress grasp the needs and requirements of the defense community? And are there any policies that you would highlight for congressional consideration?
Well, I think Congress is certainly engaged. I don't think anybody can say with a straight face that Congress hasn't been working to aggressively push AI. I think my recommendation to Congress is, let's just take the example of you're trying to water your garden and there's a kink in the hose, so no water is coming out. Well, one way to solve that problem is to crank up the water pressure as high as you possibly can so that it fights its way through the kink and you're able to water your garden. The other way to solve that problem is to unkink the hose. And so my recommendation to Congress is to let's find all those nitty-gritty, super boring policy blockers and legislative blockers that make it so hard to do the job that we want the Department of Defense to do. Because there really are a lot of barriers that make it more difficult to do AI and autonomy in the Department of Defense, even when money is available, than it is in commercial industry or that it is in Ukraine and our allies. Thanks.
That's a perfect way to end it. We are just about out of time, so I'd really like to thank all four of my panelists, and again, thank Atlantic Council on Applied Intuition for having us here to speak about these issues today. Thank you.
Many thanks to our panelists for that great discussion on why interoperability and unity of effort are essential to achieve security in the Indo-Pacific. We are now honored to have Representative Rob Whitman from Virginia's 1st Congressional District and Nick Casvini-Gore, Head of Government Affairs at Applied Intuition, for our congressional keynote.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman Whitman, for joining. I'm Nick Casvini-Gore, Head of Government Affairs at Applied Intuition. It's my real honor to welcome Congressman Whitman here to Nexus 23. Congressman Whitman is honored to represent Virginia's 1st Congressional District, a senior member of the House Armed Services Committee, chairman of the important Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee, and also a member of the China Select Committee. We appreciate you being here. We understand there's votes. You've got a China Select hearing later this evening, so we recommend folks to tune into that as well. You've been a champion for defense innovation. We just heard from the previous panel how important Congress is and how really the authorizers have had their foot to the gas pedal. Just to frame the conversation, I wanted to throw out a statistic. We know that in 2021, DoD AI investment was at around $1.8 billion, compared to in 2022, commercial investment of $48 billion. So we understand that Congress understands the importance of tapping into commercial investment to fuel that capability to the warfighter. We'll have a couple questions for me, and then we'll turn over to audience Q&A. I really urge the audience members to submit any questions that they have. So with that, the first question, sir. You've really been an ambassador between the DoD and Silicon Valley. You've made several trips to the Valley. We were honored to host you last year, and even take you for a ride in an autonomous truck with our partners, Kodiak Robotics, in the audience. You also penned an op-ed that we need to restore the Defense Valley. A lot of people forget that it was actually NASA and DoD dollars that put the Valley on the map. So how do you assess the current state of relations between DoD? What's the progress we've made, and what's the way forward?
Well, I think things are back on track to where they needed to be. What we saw previous was that DIU was now taken down a notch within the Pentagon, which didn't bode well for the priority that DoD should hold for Silicon Valley, for startups, for emerging technologies. The good news is, based upon our push and our leadership, the DoD now has elevated DIU back under the Secretary of Defense, which tells me that they are back to where they should be in prioritizing how technology companies, how investors, venture capitalists, private equity firms are focusing on how do we make sure we resource the development of this technology. There is a great opportunity here, and you hit the nail on the head about where the investment's taking place today. If you look at it, the predominance of investment is taking place in the private sector. So how do we leverage that investment? How do we make sure, too, that we are following the lead of what's happening in the development of these technologies? How do we look where there's dual-purpose technologies, but how do we look at technologies, too, that have a direct application within the DoD realm? If we are going to be successful, and we will, in competing with the Chinese, it will be based upon emerging technologies, our startups, and how we leverage capital that is looking to get into this space. How do we do that at the speed of relevance? Because I argue that the Chinese make a number of really big bets, and when they hit it big, but when they miss big. The advantage of our system is this, is that we have the ability amongst a lot of different technology spaces to make thousands of bets, and to make those bets quickly and determine are they successful or are they not, and really be able to move forward what we can do in the realm of having an impact in this effort to overcome this strategic adversary, to do that at the speed of relevance. That, to me, is the most important part of this, and that's the value that Silicon Valley brings to the table, that venture capitalists bring to the table, that private equity brings to the table, because they can do things much faster than the Pentagon ever could. And listen, I understand there are a lot of people in the Pentagon that want to do the right thing. It is such a big organization that it has a hard time working at the speed of relevance. The way we are able to get to where we need to be at the speed of relevance is utilizing emerging technologies, startups, and the capital, both venture capital and private equity, that's out there today.
Yeah, that's a very important comment you made also about DIU. As you know, it was originally a direct report and then moved to R&E, and you championed the efforts with your colleagues to restore it back as a direct report to the Secretary of Defense. There was a new director that was just sworn in last week. So I'm curious, as you think tactically and operationally, like it's 6 months like how do we measure the success, the renewed effort with DIU? Michelle Flournoy said earlier, like she thinks that we need to make sure that DIU is moving prototyping to production. So I'd be interested in your reactions there.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that DIU can do is to pick up on its past successes about identifying companies that have technologies that have direct application, making sure, too, that they stay on the same track of success of graduating those companies into the sphere of actually having operational systems in the hands of our warfighters. So as we know under SBIR, you have phase 1 and phase 2. A lot of great work goes on there. The most important thing that happens is determining what are the most promising technologies and then making sure that we get those to scale. Make sure we get those to a phase 3 company. Make sure that those are actually operational aspects of that technology that can be in the hands of the warfighter, and do that, as I said, at the speed of relevance. The whole issue with this is being able to develop both capacity and capability in almost real time. That's something that is not within the Pentagon's sphere of strengths, but it's in the sphere of strength of what the DIU can do within that realm. There's also other things that are happening that I think can be complementary to that. We need to look at all of these things and make sure, too, that we are properly resourcing DIU. It's great to get out there and identify these companies, but if we're not resourcing them in a way that they can actually get to scale, that's of issue. We want to make sure, too, that we are using all the different tools that have been placed out there, like OTAs, other transaction authorities, MTAs, to make sure that these companies are graduating. We need to use every tool in the toolbox. DIU has shown that they can do this effectively. Now that they're back in the place that they need to be, I am excited about what they'll be able to do.
Thank you. Yeah, you mentioned the really critical authorities that your committee has provided the Department of Defense, the Agile Acquisition Framework, OTA, MTA, Software Pathway. I know there's several companies in the room that have benefited from that, scaling that technology. Of course, the appropriators on the other hand have sometimes expressed concern with the increased flexibilities that come to the programs of record. There's a history, of course, of mistrust. So there's sort of a tension, I think, for congressional observers between the authorizers and the appropriators. I think that we've seen progress in the past couple of months. There was language in the explanatory statement for the fiscal year 23 appropriations bill where the appropriators are trying to rein in the OTA and budget activity 08, which is a mechanism that you can do software pathway using RDT&E dollars. So I'd be interested in your thoughts, your communications with the appropriators, where you see they are, and I wanted to thank you for your committee's work to really champion those efforts.
Well, I think it's incredibly important for authorizers to talk to appropriators because we need to be on the same page and we can't be at cross purposes with each other. If we're going to authorize something, it needs to be funded. Those are keys. We've had great conversations with myself, with Chairman Rogers, with Chairman Calvert, who is the chairman of the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Defense, about what we need to do going forward. We want to make sure we're properly resourcing DIU. We want to make sure that we also enable DIU through OTAs and MTAs. I think that they are incredibly important tools that they need to have. I do think that the appropriators want that to be there. Like anything else, they want to have that control, but they need to be able to let go a little bit too. Chairman Calvert has been great in putting forth a new program called AppFit, where they were able to set aside $100 million and said, listen, let's use that to scale companies, those that can't cross the valley of death, that find it difficult to do that. How do we make sure we properly resource that so they can get to a phase 3, so they can actually scale this technology? Last year, I think, was a good first step. The only challenge that I saw with it is it was $100 million, and the language said they could fund up to 10. And in typical fashion, it was 100 million cut 10 ways, instead of the metric being how do we resource at scale to make sure that there is a successful transition there. I think you'll find that there'll be some changes this year, hopefully a higher dollar amount, but also more flexibility, so it's not taking the pie and cutting it 10 ways, but the metric is how do we truly make the decision of financing and resourcing to where these companies can truly get to scale. And I think Chairman Calvert gets it. He and I have had conversations about, how do we really push the issue? How do we create tools that the private sector can do even more? And also, how do we make sure the private sector gets the clear demand signal from the customer, which is DoD? That's also going to direct investment. So all those conversations have taken place. They've been really productive conversations. And I can say, at least in my experience, I think that we on the authorization side are more aligned with the appropriators than we have ever been since I've been in Congress.
Thank you. You mentioned authorization, appropriations. We want to commend you and applaud you for your recent introduction of HR 3168, or the Autonomous Systems Adoption and Policy Act, colloquially known as the ASAP Act, given the need to adopt the technology quickly. For this critical piece of legislation would authorize the creation of the Joint Autonomy Office within the CDAO, the OSD, really to house the T&E infrastructure for all programs of record. So I want to thank you again for introducing that. It's bipartisan. The prospects of that, if you think we can enact it and fund it this year, and the way forward.
Sure. Well, listen, I'm very excited about the Autonomous System Adoption and Policy Act. It is, I think, an incredibly important next step in the process. We've seen in the Pentagon where there has been a movement towards autonomy at a faster pace than has happened in the past. But as is, again, part of the element of any large organization and bureaucracy, it's still very fragmented. If we're going to have unity of purpose, it needs to be in a single place. It needs to be resourced from a single perspective. That is, appropriators and authorizers need to say, this is the pot of resources we're going to put together for autonomy. This bill allows that to happen. It also creates a direction for the Pentagon to say, let's assure that we are applying autonomy in the proper ways. We want to make sure that the technology that's out there is not just being applied in a spot treatment way, but we want to make sure it's put out there across the board. Autonomy holds great promise in many different systems, and we don't want it to be limited by how one service branch sees autonomy. We want to make sure that it's looked at from a broad perspective and say, well, why aren't we looking at autonomy for this, rather than saying, well, this one service branch is looking at autonomy in this particular realm. So this opens up the aperture for autonomy to really have a much broader application within DoD. It also assures that the questions that need to be asked about where technology is going are asked up front so that DoD can get in front of where the technology is going, because many times DoD just follows it, and many times it's years behind where the technology is going. This office will be in the situation to ask the question, where's the technology going? How do we make sure that the technology is directing where DoD goes, and to make sure, too, that DoD is within that realm asking the right questions of industry, saying, well, with what you have at your avail, can your application of technology do these things? Can it be used within this realm? That informs then DoD on what it needs to do in its request to Congress. It also informs the industry about where's the demand going to be? What's the customer going to expect from the industry? Where's the technology going? I think all those things will be now possibilities that before were sort of an afterthought in where DoD was going.
Of all the different use cases for autonomy, there's CASEVAC, there's intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. There's so many ways it could revolutionize and make the life of the warfighter easier and more effective, and all the rest. I'm curious, sir, given your championing of this critical technology, what use case excites you the most?
Well, listen, I think the instances that you mentioned, intelligence, surveillance, being able to leverage that massive amount of information quickly with autonomy is incredibly important. I think, though, the most promising aspect of what we have in our windshield is CCA, the Collaborative Combat Aircraft, which I think has a lot of applications across every element of aviation within all the service branches. It is the game changer in what we can do to counter what the Chinese are doing with their fifth-generation aircraft, with the ability that they bring to the table, also with what they can do, too, to hold our manned air assets at risk at distance. What we're able to do with that is incredible. Some of the information that we've gone through with the Air Force and the Navy in some of the very classified programs in NGAD, which is Next Generation Air Dominance, is the game changer. The collaborative combat aircraft, I think, will be the game changer, what we can do, even today with current platforms and what we can do there. And I want to stress that these aircraft will be semi-autonomous, but the things that they're able to do are game changers. They will allow our manned aircraft to do orders of magnitude more than what they could do with a single pilot behind the stick. So I want folks to understand that. I want to understand, too, that they are force multipliers, that these aircraft will operate in concert with manned aircraft, and they will act in concert with how we plan to meet these challenges, how we mission plan. All those things are going to be incredibly important. You know, they are not going to operate in an autonomous realm, so they're not going to be carrying weapons and kind of be out there on their own. But the good news about the collaborative combat aircraft is they can do a number of different missions. They can do intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. They can be an extended eyes and ears, an extended aperture for manned aircraft. They can also do electronic warfare. So when our aircraft have to fly into areas where they are at risk, these platforms can do a lot to be able to mitigate that risk. They can also carry weapons. So when our platforms are, as the term goes, Winchester, when they're out of weapons, guess what? Now you have other platforms that are there to be able to do that. And then the manned platform can operate at distance. So it can do target acquisition, it can do battle management, and then you have out there your electronic warfare platform, your intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. You have a weapons platform out there. This is a game changer in the ways that I think is only limited by our imagination. I am very excited about that. We're going to be doing a lot of things in this year's NDAA to really enable CCA, to move CCA to the left, because we have to get it into the hands of the warfighter as quickly as we can.
How do you assess the health of that program? Obviously, we support it fully.
Yeah.
Do you believe that critical program is adopting commercial technologies? I believe also Secretary Kendall mentioned that the CCA would cost, I think, around 20 million per unit. So definitely much less than other platforms, but not quite, some of the attritable, like the drones you're seeing in Ukraine. Yeah.
Listen, there's a big span of where the cost aperture is for these aircraft. It can be in the single-digit millions up to the upper end, as Secretary Kendall has said. What we're seeing is that there's a lot of off-the-shelf technology that can be applied to these platforms. There are dozens of companies that already have these platforms that they've developed that would be ready to go tomorrow. So it's not like you have to go and come up with a set of requirements and then go out there and set these requirements out there for the industry that then design and develop to, and then move that from requirements to program of record. Those platforms are already out there. So this is something that could literally tomorrow somebody press the button and say, listen, we're going to do A, B, C, and D. We're going to do it within this aperture of cost. We're going to do it in this aperture of performance, and literally get this going tomorrow. That's why it's so important for us to make sure we get this underway. We're going to have to look at how we resource that. I can tell you there'll be a lot of attention this year on how we resource that. Secretary Kendall has said he sees this as an incredibly important part of that. He talked about having 1,000+ platforms in the short term. I think that this is indeed the game changer. I think the Air Force gets it. I think the Navy gets it. And for that matter, even the other service branches, I think the Army and Marine Corps get it. They are all pursuing their own tracks on these collaborative combat aircraft. And I think it holds the most promise for us to a largest measure possible to make the risk calculus for the Chinese Communist Party more difficult than it's ever been. And that's what we need to do. If we're going to be effective in deterring and effective if we find ourselves in conflict, we have to make sure the risk calculus for the Chinese is as complex as it can be, that the uncertainty is driven to an unacceptable level so that every morning when Xi Jinping wakes up, he says this, he says, no, not today. And that's what I think this platform can do.
Thank you, sir. As I mentioned before, you serve on the important China Select Committee.
Yes.
I want to pull from an audience question that relates to this.
Sure.
The Department of Justice charged an Apple engineer with 6 counts of theft after he stole code from Apple's autonomous technology for a company linked with the Chinese Communist Party. As we know, IP theft from the US is not new. It's not just China, it's other countries as well. It's a major concern for Congress. So what can Congress do to ensure that these critical technologies are protected from this pacing threat and others, and to ensure that American innovation is protected?
I think we need to enhance our effort with companies that are doing business in critically important realms within the United States government, whether it's intelligence or defense. And I think what we need to do, too, is to realize that it's not just looking at first-order effects. It's not just looking at a company and saying, are there any sort of ties with this company to the CCP? What we're finding now, as companies are starting to do even more of their own due diligence, is we're finding now second and third order effects. So it's not just the company that this company that does business with the United States government is doing, but it's then a company that's doing business with a company that then is doing business with somebody that is connected to the United States government. So we need to be able to search these things out, and we need to also understand, too, that doing business with any company in China is a probable link to the CCP. So let's call it for what it is. There is, in some way, shape, or form, an effort by the CCP to have an influence on every company that operates in China. As far as IP, we know what the Chinese require. They require that those companies hand over their IP to China. And we know what China does with that. China takes it, reverse engineers it, uses it to their advantage. We had an opportunity to go out and meet with Tim Cook at Apple, and Tim was very forthright about how they see Apple operating in China. They see what China is doing. Their main competitor in China is Huawei. And if you look at a Huawei phone and you look at an iPhone, you see there's an incredible amount of similarity there. The difference is in the privacy controls that Apple has. Apple is making essentially a decision to say, listen, we understand that our tenure in China is probably going to be short-lived, so look at what Apple's doing to reconfigure how it manufactures. It's making the move to India. So I think others are seeing the same sort of thing on what China requires in turning over IP, and in the long term, for most companies, that's not a good long-term strategy to have. And China will absolutely do everything it can to displace that company based upon the IP that they've handed over to the Chinese.
On that topic, the committee, the China Select Committee that the speaker stood up, is charged, one of the pillars is looking at technology, innovation. It's our understanding that the speaker and the leader came together and said, show me the initiatives that you have from this committee and we will work to enact that. I'm curious, focusing on technology, what are some of the initiatives you think will come out of the China Select Committee focused on technology, innovation? Thank you.
Well, I know that one of the hearings we're going to have today begin to go down the path of what are the economic impacts of what China is doing within the world economy. We focused on more of the strategic challenges from China in the previous hearings. Today we'll begin down that path. Our effort as a committee is to come up with proposed legislation. One of the tenets is what we call 10 for Taiwan. So 10 elements of policy, hopefully culminating in legislation that will address the challenges that we have from Taiwan. Remember, the Select Committee does not have legislating powers, but it does have the power to hold hearings, to do discovery, to put that information together, to draft legislation and get that to committees of jurisdiction. And that's what our path is now. So we're beginning the effort of developing those policy recommendations in the form of legislation, getting them to committees of jurisdiction like the Armed Services Committee, Natural Resources Committee on things like critical minerals and rare earth elements. So we're beginning to go down that track. I'm excited about some of the policy recommendations that will come out of the committee. I think they can be game-changing, and it's good that the leadership from both sides of the aisle have given the impetus to not just the Select Committee, but also to committees of jurisdiction to say, we expect that this committee will result in substantive changes in U.S. law through legislation that will have an impact on this strategic adversary we find ourselves faced with in the Chinese Communist Party.
And it's very refreshing to see how bipartisan the committee is.
Yeah.
You had the inaugural hearing a couple weeks ago. Just everyone was sort of speaking from the same sheet of music.
Yes.
Do you see that? Of course, we've got other fractures within Congress, the debt ceiling, appropriations. Do you see the China Committee continuing to be a source of bipartisanship in Congress?
I do. You know, I'm really honored to serve in two of what I think are the most bipartisan committees on the Hill. The Select Committee on China, incredibly bipartisan. I think people have a very similar viewpoint about the threat that China poses to the United States, the Chinese Communist Party poses to the United States, and the things that are in the scope of what we need to do to address that. The same with the Armed Services Committee. If you look at the things that we do, the National Defense Authorization Act, the single largest bill that comes out of Congress every year, sans the appropriations bill, every year comes out in a strongly bipartisan way. So I'm very honored to serve on two committees that I think are the most bipartisan in Congress. And I think they have to be. We have to have a common purpose and a common mindset on what we need to do to address this nation's challenges. And the good news is that, you know, we've been able to maintain that through, again, the leadership from both sides of the aisle, both on the Select Committee and on Armed Services Committee.
Thank you. I want to turn to another audience question. This one comes from Rob Bassett, CEO of Adarga AI. He was a former operator, and he agrees that these critical technologies like autonomy and others is very vital to get into the hands of the warfighter. But as a CEO of a software company, he knows that some of the critical enablers of AI are boring things, like low-hanging fruit, like can you send an email, infrastructure, architectures, data. I'd be curious, sir, what are your thoughts on getting commanders, policymakers to focus on some of the low-hanging fruit, like enterprise software at DoD?
No, listen, I agree. Those are key enablers, and you have to be able to get these technologies and tools down to the operational level. And what I have in mind too this year in this year's NDAA is to make sure that folks that have these solutions should have access to the Pentagon through a windshield to say, hey, listen, I've got an application that I think would be great in the hands of soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen, these junior enlisted, because they're pretty resourceful. What I think needs to happen is there needs to be that window there, and companies out there that say, hey, I have an enabler, I have a technology, I have something that will make the job easier, will be an enhancer for that. They should be able to say, give me the window to get this in the hands of those junior enlisted. Let them try it out. Let them determine what utility this has. And then from that bottom up, the decision should be made to say, hey, if this is an enabler and, you know, and we're being told that this helps, how do we make that happen? Because a lot of times it's from top down, and we understand that the warfighters out there are pretty intuitive about what they know works and what they can make work. We know, too, that there are a lot of times folks in the upper echelons that say, hey, we're going to do these things to make things happen. But what happens is the middle in the Pentagon, that frozen middle just says, sorry, yeah, Whitman, I was here before you got there, and I'll be here after you got there. There's not a requirement for it. We're not doing it. You can talk all you want about it. So the question is how do we unfreeze that middle? I think transparency is a big way to do that. And I think, too, being able to highlight those things that are enablers for folks at that level, at the operational level, is the game changer. And I think that is able to put the pressures that can thaw out that frozen middle. And again, making sure, too, that they have the tools. So things like OTAs and MTAs to say, listen, we don't have to wait years to write a requirement. You know, we can do the things that immediately will enable decisions to be made to get these tools into the hands of folks that, if they could use these things tomorrow, would be game changers.
Well, we've reached the end of our time, Congressman. Thank you so much for joining. We covered DIU, appropriations, authorization, and really look forward to watching these bills develop in the NDAA. And you let us know how we can be helpful as we move the ball forward for the warfighter.
Absolutely. Well, listen, I want to thank Applied Intuition. I want to thank the Atlantic Council. Thank everybody for being part of today. What an incredible opportunity to exchange thoughts and ideas. Thank you, too, for what you do to drive policy. Your attendance here today is what will drive policy, is what will make sure that we as decision makers do the right things, and what will also push the Pentagon to do the right thing and to make sure they're making the decisions in a timely and meaningful way. So, Nick, thanks again. What a great opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Congressman Whitman, and thank you for your leadership, sir. Hi, my name is John Mark Wilson. I'm with Applied Intuition. I'm running the show today. Sorry. No, this is really going really well. Thank you so much for your attendance and for your great participation. Hey, just a couple of admin notes to kind of help, I think, with our experience for the rest of the afternoon. First off, we're going to talk about the rest of the speakers. We've got a great line of speakers. Dr. Michael Horowitz is coming in to have a one-on-one about policy from the department. It's going to be great. Then we're going to have a panel that's going to combine warfighters and senior executives from industry on one stage. And it's going to be a really interesting discussion about kind of like what Congressman Whitman just discussed, like how at the tactical edge can we get that bottom-up kind of collaboration that we're looking for. Then we will pivot then to take our two keynotes for the afternoon. Mark Andreessen will join us, and Secretary Esper will also be on stage. Those are going to be two conversations you do not want to miss. They're going to be great. So thank you. We'll talk to you a little bit about happy hour. Free booze and free food is always a good thing. That'll be tonight at between 5 and 7 p.m. at Spin, which is right downstairs. We'll have folks who will help guide you. You also have in your package some directions how to get there. The only thing we ask to help make so you don't queue up is you bring your badge and you show that so that we can confirm that you're attendees. We don't want people taking our stuff from us, right? So thank you for that. And really the final thing is just talking about kind of how we're seated here. We're going to have some folks at the door to kind of help folks maybe on the outside whose sight lines aren't quite as good. We're going to try to help you find seats here in the middle. We want to get as many folks in the middle as possible so everyone has a great seat. So when you come back in, we'll have people that will help you find a seat so we can fill some of these empty seats up and you have a better experience, which is what we're all about. Cool? All right, well, thank you all so much, and go to lunch right around the Holman, right over there.
Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 10 minutes. Please move to your seats so we can start the program on time. Once again, our program will begin in 10 minutes. Please move to your seats so we can start the program on time. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please move to your seats so we can start the program on time. Once again, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please move to your seats so we can start the program on time. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seats and silence your phones. Once again, our program will begin in 2 minutes. Please take your seats and silence your phones.
Hey, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope everyone enjoyed lunch. We're getting ready to start off here real soon. I just wanted to ask if we can fill in the seats here in the middle. That would be great. Yeah, so lunch was good? Okay. We have a great program lined up for y'all, and we're ready to rock and roll. So, Casey, let's do it.
Please welcome Sun-Min Kim, Director of Public Policy at Applied Intuition, and Dr. Michael Horowitz, the Director of Emerging Capabilities Policy Office at the Department of Defense.
Okay. So first of all, welcome back to Nexus, Dr. Horowitz. I want to start.
I'm surprised you let me come back.
We're always happy to have you back. So I want to start off with an introduction, or perhaps a reintroduction for the folks who were here last year. You lead the Office of Emerging Capabilities Policy at the U.S. Department of Defense. What is Emerging Capabilities Policy?
The Emerging Capabilities Policy Office was stood up in last December, or I guess in December 2021, by Undersecretary Call, based on an understanding that OSD policy needed to be a better partner for the department when it came to accelerating innovation adoption and thinking about norms of responsible behavior concerning the use of emerging technologies and emerging capabilities. We have 4 central missions. The first is that core task of accelerating emerging capability adoption and ensuring that they're reflected effectively in the National Defense Strategy, the Defense Planning Guidance, and our budget. The second involves norms of responsible behavior, looking at capabilities where the department has decided that some additional level of review may be necessary, given questions about the capabilities and the need to ensure that they can be employed in a safe and responsible manner. The third involves questions surrounding strategic stability and how we can ensure that emerging capabilities are deployed in ways that enhance rather than detract from strategic stability. And the fourth is working with allies and partners on all of these issues, but especially emerging capability adoption.
Great, thank you. So your office has been really active the past year on AI and autonomy policy for the department. Your office updated the DoD Directive 3909, which is the department's policy on autonomous weapon systems. It was a first update in 10 years. You also led the AI political declaration with the State Department, as well as a lot of the work with the UN through the GGE laws process. How do all of these activities fit together, and what's the department's vision and goals for these?
I think the department's vision for AI and autonomy is right there in the National Defense Strategy, and that it's to enhance the capability of the joint force to deter aggression and ensure a more free and open world. And the department thinks of AI and autonomy as important technologies and capabilities that can enable us to do that. If you look at the critical technology areas that Research and Engineering Undersecretary Ms. Hsu announced a little over a year ago, you see, trusted AI and autonomy, right there in the headlines. And so the department views these capabilities as absolutely vital to our future capabilities. And in terms of what the office has done over the last year, you pointed out about several things. I want to focus on two. The first is the update to DoD Directive 3000.09, autonomy in weapon systems. It's the world's, I think, remains the world's most extensive policy on the use of autonomy in weapon systems, covering both semi-autonomous and autonomous weapon systems. We updated the directive after a decade, in part for a really boring reason, and in part for, well, let me start with the boring reason. The DoD, which will not surprise anybody, has a directive on directives. And the directives on directives says, in a footnote, that every 10 years, a directive needs to either be canceled, reissued, or updated. And we weren't going to cancel the directive on autonomous weapon systems. After a decade, it certainly seemed like a refresh made sense. So thus we updated it. But we also thought that made sense, given advances in technology, changes in the department, changes in the security environment. And so we did a refresh of the directive that we rolled out during the winter, and we think is, in some ways, a minor repair of the original directive. It clearly incorporates DoD's ethical AI principles in the responsible AI strategy and implementation pathway. It clarifies a bunch of issues surrounding the senior review process for autonomous weapon systems, what systems are exempted or not exempted, et cetera. It's good governance in some ways more than anything else. And we're really proud to get that out. And we think that it remains a really strong statement that not only can enable the development of these capabilities when the department decides they're necessary, but also sends a really strong signal about American support for responsible and safe development and use of semi-autonomous and autonomous capabilities. And that connects to the second piece that you mentioned, the AI political declaration. At The Hague in February, the United States announced a political declaration on the responsible military use of AI and autonomy. In some ways, it's anchored in a lot of existing Department of Defense policy. It's anchored in DoD Directive 3000.09, are the ethical AI principles, the responsible AI strategy and implementation pathway, and the piece in the nuclear posture review that ensures human involvement over critical decisions involving nuclear weapons. And we turn that into a strong normative statement supporting responsible behavior and promoting the need for countries to develop and publish their own policies, to commit to standards for testing and evaluation, lots of things that in this space we would think of generally as responsible behavior that the Department of Defense has already committed to, that many of our allies and partners are committed to. And our hope is that this can be the basis for building international cooperation on AI and autonomy more broadly in the military realm.
So I think to tie those together, I actually want to ask you about some of the specific wording. I remember when I was in the department, the words appropriate levels of human judgment were very important. We pushed back a lot on things like human in the loop or human control. Those words in the directive were also repeated in the political declaration. Can you talk about why those specific words are so important to the department?
Absolutely. The department views the commitment to appropriate levels of human judgment in the use of force for something like an autonomous weapon system as attempting to ensure that the use of force is no different, whether there's no autonomy, whether it's a semi-autonomous weapon system, whether it's an autonomous weapon system. The U.S. law and practice, a Department of Defense policy, international humanitarian law mean the department is going to view what responsible behavior looks like in the same way. So the language of human control I think is sometimes raised questions for the department because it might imply a degree of micromanagement in some ways over the details of a specific use of force that's inconsistent with other commitments that the United States and many other countries have made. And so we prefer appropriate levels of human judgment because we view our commitment to both US law and international humanitarian law as ironclad and applying regardless of the type of weapon system that we're talking about. And I think that that's really important in this context. And similarly, when it comes to the question of a human, sort of in the loop, on the loop, out of the loop, et cetera, regardless of where the human is in the loop, the directive, DoD Directive 3000.09 requires an appropriate level of human judgment over the use of force, because that's what our own policy requires. That's what the law of war requires, and so thus that is our policy.
Thank you. So we've made a lot of progress on the policy front on autonomous weapon systems. In your opinion, where do you think the department is on actually developing and fielding one? Do you think we'll expect to see a senior review process anytime soon?
So one of the things that the revision to the directive did was create an autonomous weapon system working group, which is, for anybody that's been in the department, is a bureaucratic body designed to field questions about autonomous weapon systems and that people can come to if they have questions about sort of systems that they're developing. And because there are questions that come up all the time about particular systems, about particular sort of issues, but I'm not in a position to comment on any particular weapon system review process, et cetera.
Do you think there's anything that's holding back the department on actually developing and fielding an autonomous weapon system?
I think that the original directive put us in a really interesting place. And to be clear, the original directive, you now look back and you might view some of pieces of language as maybe not the way we would describe these issues at the time, or not the way that we describe these issues now, was transformative and really forward-leaning compared to the way where the rest of the world was, and still remains both a transparent policy and the world's most extensive policy on autonomous weapon systems. And I don't think there's anything holding back the department in particular, because the directive very clearly lays out the requirements for the development and fielding of an autonomous weapon system. And I just want to be clear about this, which is that what DoD Directive 3000.09 says is that for autonomous weapon systems, unless they are specifically exempted out as per the directive, have to go through a senior review process prior to their development and prior to fielding. And that review process is in addition to all of the other sort of safety reviews, weapon reviews, et cetera, that the US government would do for any weapon system. So the policy in some ways very clearly lays out what the requirements would be for the development and fielding of an autonomous weapon system, and we've been working really hard to message that. And I mean, hey, I'm here, and to message that, because when the original directive came out, if you look at press reporting over the last decade, just to be clear, this is not to blame anybody in particular, press reporting over the last decade, and frankly, quotes given by people, by experts over the last decade, and like maybe even me, they sometimes describe the directive as prohibiting autonomous weapon systems. They sometimes describe the directive as fast-tracking autonomous weapon systems. I think folks that think that the Pentagon is like storing killer robots in the basement. And but the directive, all the directive does is say that there's an additional level of scrutiny required prior to development and prior to fielding, because we want to ensure that any autonomous weapon system that's developed and deployed can be developed and deployed in a safe and responsible manner that enhances the capabilities of the joint force and is consistent with all of our obligations under the law of war.
Great. So I want to turn to the topic of test and evaluation. I think the updated directive placed more emphasis on test and evaluation as well as verification and validation. What do you think about the department's tools when it comes to T&E? Do you think the department has adequate and sophisticated test and evaluation tools where the senior reviewers in the autonomous working group, weapons system working group would be satisfied with the assurance models that it could provide?
That's a really good question, and I think I would say I think the original directive did place a really high emphasis on what we'd call T&E and V&V, but the way that it described those commitments and what the sorts of models that you would need to use to demonstrate the reliability of the system, some of that language looks a little bit outdated now, and that's one of the reasons why we updated the directive. And in particular, if you look at the sections on T&E and V&V in the updated directive, you'll see that we tried to create as much of an open architecture, encourage as much of an open architecture approach to assurance as possible. In that, this is an area of rapidly changing technology where the tools are changing and the tools to test the tools can be changing. And so we didn't want to write a directive that locked in the department to a particular method of T&E and V&V that then a couple years later becomes outdated. We want the department to use best practices. In doing so, depending on where the cutting edge of technology happens to be, and that's something that our partners throughout the department are thinking about when it comes to thinking about, all right, how would a review process really work?
And do you think the T&E community in the department is doing a good job of being able to procure new tools, investing in new tools? Do you think they should be looking at industry commercial best practices or trying to develop more of those that are government-owned testing tools?
That's a really good question, and in some ways that's a little outside my lane. I would say that I have a lot of confidence in the T&E community, and in that from the engagements that we've had on both on 3000.09 and on other policies. This is a community of people across multiple organizations in the Pentagon that are committed to ensuring that we can not just adopt innovation faster, but safely. So that's what T&E is really about. And something I want to point out here that I think sometimes gets lost in the conversation about safety and responsibility is that weapon systems or even non-weapon, or even AI systems or other autonomous systems that are not weapon systems that face substantial T&E hurdles where you can't validate that they work, those aren't good systems. And nobody wants its systems to work more than the Pentagon. And so strong T&E in some ways is the backbone of innovation adoption, is because it's what enables us to know that it enables us to have trust and confidence in systems and be able to actually develop and field them. And I think the community, in some cases, it might be commercially available tools that are the optimal ones. In some cases, it might be more bespoke tools, and the community is always, I think, looking at what's most appropriate given the situation.
Thank you. So turning outside 3000.09, your office obviously covers many other critical technology areas. What other DoD policies do you think are foundational to the department better adopting emerging technologies?
That's a really good question. I think the department, in the big picture, I think one of the things we've seen in this administration is a real substantial alignment from the Secretary of Defense on down in favor of speeding up innovation and innovation adoption in the department. And I think you see a through line in the documents that this administration has published. If you look at the National Defense Strategy and the emphasis in the National Defense Strategy on innovation, on building enduring advantages. If you look at the newly published National Defense S&T Strategy that came out just recently, these all highlight the critical importance of accelerating innovation adoption given the pacing challenge that the department faces, and the pacing challenge in this case being the People's Republic of China, and the need to, across the waterfront, think about these issues. And so whether what we're talking about is directed energy, whether we're talking about hypersonics, whether we're talking about AI and autonomy, whether we're talking about different command and control sorts of technologies, there are lots of advances being made from a technical perspective. And one of the responsibilities that our office has is ensuring that policy is there to support what we need for the joint force.
Thank you. So we've seen a lot of activities on AI across the government, across the U.S. government. I think this week Congress had 2 hearings on AI.
I think at the same time.
Yeah, it was on the same day. They were both yesterday. And the White House hosted a bunch of AI company CEOs. Can you talk about in what ways the Department of Defense is engaging with the White House and Congress on AI topics?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the department has been investing in AI for decades. If you look back to some of the original foundational investments that led to the field, the research field that we would now call artificial intelligence, the Defense Department was there from the outset. And so the Defense Department's been thinking about policies surrounding these issues, what responsible behavior looks like, what trust and confidence in systems looks like, for a really long time. And so the department's deeply engaged in interagency conversations with the White House, and really supportive of the efforts that the White House is undertaking to ensure that advances in AI occur in a way that are best for the American people. And the advances in something like large language models or generative AI in some ways are they've certainly captured the popular imagination, and they're in some ways the next step, though, in what have been a variety of different advances that we've seen over the last few decades, especially over the last decade, where the department has always been engaged in those processes, and the department's working closely with the White House and the rest of the interagency to ensure that we get policies on these issues right.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to audience questions now. There's a QR code up above if anyone wants to submit more questions. So my first question is on deterrence. So deterrence is based on shared perceived norms and fear. If there is great uncertainty and misunderstanding concerning AI, can it realistically contribute to deterrence?
That's a good question. I think it depends on what you mean by AI in this context. When I think about AI, I think about a general purpose technology. I think about something that is much more akin to electricity or the combustion engine than very specific, than a particular sort of missile or like a particular widget. And so I'd reframe that a little bit so there are some applications of AI where there might be really high degrees of uncertainty, and so the contribution to deterrence might be a little bit opaque. There's some applications of AI where the application might be relatively straightforward and visible in a way that, or where the use of AI reduces uncertainty, thus contributing to deterrence. And so I think it's not clear to me that there's necessarily a general answer to that question, because the possible applications of AI are so broad and cover so many different aspects of the overall defense enterprise.
Great. This next question is probably on your second most favorite topic besides 3009. It's on AUKUS. So what is your office doing to drive a shift in culture inside the Pentagon towards a greater collaboration with our allies, for instance, your work through the AUKUS?
So if you'll recall, when I talked about the responsibilities that the Emerging Capabilities Policy Office has, that fourth pillar of our activity involves work to support emerging capabilities in the context of allies and partners. And one manifestation of that is work we've done to support the administration in the Secretary on AUKUS. And I'll say, AUKUS is an enormous initiative and endeavor that has broad interagency support, and even within the Pentagon, it certainly takes a village when it comes to AUKUS. And so we've been working hard to support the Secretary's senior advisor for AUKUS, Abe Denmark, and a lot of the other AUKUS stakeholders in trying to drive things forward, whether it's working on the announcement of the optimal pathway for conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines for Australia that came out in March, or the development of advanced capabilities in the context of AUKUS, which I realize we have not talked about that much publicly, but where we've certainly, I think, highlighted areas where we think that trilateral capability development is important, areas such as AI, quantum, hypersonics, et cetera.
Thank you. So in the beginning, you talked a lot about the mission of your office, which is on responsible behavior and norms. What are some of the most, which unintended consequences, I think, of scaling autonomy are you worried about the most?
Am I worried about the most? I'll be honest. So when I was on stage here last time, I've been in this job for 6 weeks. And so my response to lots of the questions was, I've been here for 6 weeks. I'm not really sure. My answer now, having been here for a year, is I've only been here for a year. I'm not really sure. Sorry. One of the things that, this is the second time I've been in government, and one of the things that has struck me both times is the serious talent that we have inside the United States government and inside the Department of Defense. And in some ways, so when it comes to what I worry about, I'm actually a little less worried on this front because I believe in our people. And because I believe in our people and in our ability to work as a team to understand the way that emerging technologies like AI and autonomy are impacting the security environment, and then what that should mean for capability development, what that should mean for development, for testing, for deployment, et cetera. Now, the answer to the question that you're probably looking for is that the thing that I think a lot of people have worried about is unintended engagements. And when it comes to the deployment of autonomous systems, how do we ensure that those systems are deployed in a way that does not lead to unintended engagements? The answer to that, in some ways, depends on what the goal is at the end of the day. And the goal for the department is, an effective joint force, and a joint force that is using force in a way that aligns with our values, with our norms, with the law of war, et cetera. And I'm very confident in our ability to do that. Is there some possibility of unintended engagements could happen with an autonomous system? Well, the T&E and V&V processes will be designed to dramatically reduce that likelihood. Unintended engagements also happen with non-autonomous weapon systems and can happen with semi-autonomous weapon systems. And so I think the challenge for the department, and I think the department is able to rise to this challenge, is how do we develop T&E and V&V that reduces the probability of unintended engagements in a way that builds trust and confidence in operators in using advanced technologies. Since we can have all the fancy widgets we want in the world, but if the actual humans who are responsible for the use of force don't trust them, then the ability of those technologies to enhance the capabilities of the joint force will be limited. And so I think there's essentially a human factors question here that is hugely important and sometimes I think underrated in how we talk about these issues.
Thank you. I want to talk about the role of industry in helping the department develop guidelines and policies. I remember when when I was in the department, we were developing the ethical principles and the responsible AI strategy and implementation pathway. A bunch of companies wanted to come in and tell us about their own frameworks and guidelines. What role do you think industry has in helping the government develop these kinds of norms and policies?
I think the department's always interested in good ideas. And while there are lots of good ideas in government, I think government certainly doesn't have a monopoly on the good ideas out there. And so when industry stakeholders have policy ideas concerning norms and governance, I think that that's something that the department's often eager to hear, especially when it might involve best practices and notions that maybe and there's expertise that industry is bringing to the table. And I think the department generally welcomes that. On different specific policy issues, the ability of the department to engage industry at different points in time depends on the policy, in the sensitivity of the particular policy. But I think that the department's actually really open, and especially given our understanding of the changing technology environment, increasingly open to ideas from industry, particularly those rooted in best practices for norms and responsible behavior.
I think within that, is there a specific sort of policy topic or research question that you think the department is struggling to answer that you could hear more from industry on?
I mean, I think there are lots of areas where we'd be, I think, delighted to hear more from, more from industry. That it's more, I mean, it's frankly more an acquisition and sustainment question. I think at the end of the day, they lead a lot of our industry engagement rather than, I sit in OSD policy than policy as an organization, and so the industry engagement that crosses my desk tends to be a little bit, or proposed industry engagement tends to be a little bit different. I think from where I sit, often the sorts of engagements that, and I would say this is broadly not just an industry question, but an academia question, think tank question, et cetera, are and I'm probably the millionth person to say this, but on the outside, prior to starting this position, I was a professor at the University of Pennsylvania, and someday when they kick me out, I'll go back, and no, they will kick me out. My ability to read the great ideas and material out there, those are innovative thinking about the world is so much reduced compared to what it was when I was sitting up in Philadelphia. And one of the really important things that I think the department can get from external engagements are a lot of those innovative kinds of ideas, and that's why the department has things like the Defense Innovation Board, the Defense Policy Board, the Defense Business Board, those kinds of things. They're mechanisms the department's created to try to ensure access to those great ideas from the outside.
So before they kick you back, hopefully not anytime soon, what do you hope to accomplish?
I think over the, I don't know what time frame, I would say over the next, from the perspective of where I sit in the Emerging Capabilities Policy Office, I think it goes back to those sort of 4 missions. And if you ask me a year from now, were you successful? The way that I would judge that success is in looking across a few budget cycles. Has policy been a good stakeholder in promoting emerging capability adoption and ensuring that alignment with the National Defense Strategy, in that it follows through into the budget, that we promoted norms of responsible behavior that are consistent with department policy and help build support for those, that we've helped ensure that as we speed up the deployment of emerging capabilities, that we do that in a responsible way. We use that kind of what I like to say responsible speed approach to capability development in a way that enhances stability, and that we do so in a way that brings in allies and partners. With AUKUS, I think, is a principal example of that. And that the National Defense Strategy makes clear that to succeed in the face of the pacing challenge of the PRC. The United States needs to work more closely with its allies and partners than ever in the defense space, and that's an area of priority for the department and for my office.
Thank you so much. I think that's all we have time for today. Thank you again for joining us.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Many thanks to Dr. Horowitz and Sundman for a great discussion about the future of autonomy within the Department of Defense. Please welcome James Hondo Gertz, former Assistant Secretary of the Navy for Research, Development, and Acquisition, and member of Applied Intuition's Defense Advisory Board. Hondo will set the stage for the next portion of our day.
How we doing, guys? Everybody fired up? Gotten over that box lunch like you were on the C-130 earlier today? Hey, it's good to see a lot of old teammates out there, friends and associates. For those I don't know, I'm Hondo, spent my end kind of on the buying side of this equation, and it's kind of my pleasure now to kind of get us thinking. We had some great policy discussions, some contextual discussions now. Now I'd like us to start pivoting our thought to how do we actually do something? And how do we actually get some of the technology available into the field faster and more effective? And with that, we've got some panels coming up. You're going to hear Mike Brazier talk about Task Force 59. You're going to hear a number of other folks thinking about that. But I think one of our challenges as a community is we've gotten pretty good at the discovery phase, right? Our issue isn't discovering things. So we're kind of doing pretty well at that. Always could improve. But we are woefully underperforming in the deployment phase. And we are not effectively figuring out how to get this technology, these capabilities into the field at the speed of relevance. And I'm hopeful with a group like this here, we can really start thinking about practical ways to get after that. We're going to have former Secretary of Defense Esper coming in later. He ran a commission with the Atlantic Council, really focused on this tech adoption issue, right? And some of the writers are here in the audience, really trying to get after it. So what I would ask us all here to think about, right, is transforming our thinking from what I would call World War II industrial age thinking, right? Come up with a set of requirements, build some awesome blueprints, build a prototype, get the prototype right, hand the blueprints to the production floor, produce a ton of them, and then maybe do a block upgrade. And that, we're still gonna have to do some of that, but we've got to shift as a customer side on DoD from thinking about being the exporter to being the fast importer. And then collectively here, whether you're from industry, startup, traditional, prime, we've all got to focus on speed to field. And that's got to be our ultimate measure of performance. Because again, we can discover everything in the field, everything we can, but if we're not getting that capability downrange, it's kind of interesting but irrelevant. One model I think that I like to think about, having done this for General Thomas at SOCOM and another thing, right? So we've got to close down distance, and we've got to move from transactional kind of serial processes to a much more of a network approach. And the way I think about that, right, is we've got to collectively vision the futures, right? And I think we've had some good talk today. That's why getting everybody together is really useful. Like, what is in the possible futures? And again, I don't say future, I say futures, because there's probably multiple potential. And then we've got to together build scalable platforms, right? Because we won't guess right on the future. We just don't want to be really wrong, and we want to be able to pivot really quickly. All right? And then the last piece is we've just got to get bold about putting things into field fast, right? Taking products wherever they come from, and then putting them in the hands of our folks downrange, if we're going to get at the agility we need to succeed here. My last thing I would ask you to think hard about, we talk a lot about AI from searching or intelligence speed. Capability for national security is a combination of a couple things. We tend to focus on the equipment piece maybe a little too much, right? But capability is really equipment, training, and tactics. And if the folks out here could help us figure out how to train faster, how to adapt faster tactics, how to be much more agile than the adversary, and not just think about the new gadget, then I think together we can really kind of get moving at what I would call network pace. So again, you're getting some great speakers coming up here. I'll be around for a while. It's my pleasure to be here with you, and thanks again for all you're doing to help us. My last kind of get off the stage thing is, and maybe a General Thomasism of SOCOM, right? Don't measure your value by proximity to the final objective. What everybody's doing out here is really, really important. And yeah, we should think a lot about our end customer, but don't doubt every day what you're doing here to help us, help the country get back to agile, staying on top and being safe is really important. For that, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Hondo. Now please welcome Justin Lynch, Senior Director for Defense at the Special Competitive Studies Project and non-resident Senior Fellow at Forward Defense, who will introduce our first Warfighter and Autonomy panel.
Thank you. So as Hondo mentioned, and we've heard throughout the day, we're at a point in time now where warfare is changing. Advances in big data, artificial intelligence, microelectronics are changing the world right now and changing how we fight, which we're seeing displayed very vividly and tragically in the war in Ukraine, where the battlefields become much more transparent and adaptation has changed much more, and militaries are faced with challenges that they haven't seen in previous years. That war and the reemergence of great power competition that it points to has increased the technology sector's focus on defense in ways we haven't seen as much in recent years, and the desire to work with the department, and the Department of Defense's desire to work with the technology sector as well. So today we have a fantastic group of panelists that will discuss how industry, the Department of Defense, and the broader US government can work together more effectively to improve our national defense. So to introduce them real quick, we have Zachary Mears from Anduril, we have Mandy from Big Bear AI, Don from Kodiak Robotics, and then Commodore Michael Brasseur, who is at Saab and the former Commodore of Task Force 59. So from there, we'll kick it off into questions. So, Commodore Brasseur, can you describe how you engage with industry in your role as Commodore of Task Force 59 and how your organizational structure enabled that engagement?
Yes, absolutely. And first of all, it's great to be back here in DC at Nexus 23. I was here last year, having just run a major exercise called IMX, and it's been quite an amazing year since then. Task Force 59, and I'm going to be speaking primarily as the former, what we call former Commodore of Task Force 59, and not so much as the Chief Strategy Officer at Saab. But the way we engaged with industry was we worked very closely with DIU. We were focused on solving operational problems in the operational environment alongside warfighters. And, you know, we were focused in the waters surrounding the Arabian Peninsula, which, as you know, is a problem-rich environment over there. Just this past week, Iran, I think, took 2 merchant vessels. There's everything from kinetic one-way attacks, one-way UAV attacks, piracy, you know, so all that's sort of challenge space. And that's sort of set against a situation where a lot of the assets were flowing other places. We were looking to commercial dual-use technologies to help solve our problems today. And we thought the best point of entry for that is DIU. We worked very closely with Michael Brown, and we did a call to industry called Digital Horizon. So basically looking for best-in-breed robotics and artificial intelligence, focused primarily on maritime domain awareness, and that's basically getting a lot of sensors out on the water, above, on, and below the water, fusing the data, exploiting the data with machine learning and AI so we could be more precise in how we deployed our manned assets. We organized around a model called the capability sprint model. Sky Moore, who will be here tomorrow, helped design that. She's now the CTO at CENTCOM. She was our chief strategy officer for a period. And the capability sprint model started with the notion of a tech scan, as I mentioned, just as we did with DIU, a burn-in, just like Peter Singer's book, burning in the operational environment alongside the warfighter, taking the robotics and artificial intelligence to their limits, all the while sort of building trust with the warfighter and then sprinting out onto real operational missions. And I think you kind of saw that cycle come to fruition just a couple weeks ago when when Task Force 59, I was no longer there, did a mission through the Straits of Hormuz, an operational mission that really kind of was the culmination of all the work that we had done before. And then we kind of continue that cycle. And so we organized, not in a Napoleonic structure, as you might expect in the military, we more of a structure like you might see at Anduril or Big Bear, with a CTO and a COO. And so we were organized around the model. So that's how that was our approach, and that's how we organized. And I hope to talk about some of the things we accomplished a bit later in the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll get into some of Task Force 59's accomplishments and then also explore more about the sprint model that you've discussed as well. Before that, Don, your company was selected to participate in the Army's Robotic Combat Vehicle program. Can you explain how some of your commercial work in trucking and autonomy on-road dovetails with the RCV program?
Absolutely. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Don Burnett, and I've spent about 15 years working in the self-driving space now, going all the way back when it was just a bunch of lab projects in academia, seeing it go through the R&D process, and now we're definitely at the cusp of true commercialization of the self-driving technology. And at Kodiak, we've always been focused on the long-haul semi-truck industry when it comes to autonomy, but we've always kept an eye on the opportunities to apply our technology as it relates to defense. And I think that autonomy is going to have a significantly positive impact on the efficiency, the cost, and ultimately the safety of our warfighters that are in conflict situations. Now, coming back to the company, we actually started in 2021 with an SBIR to work with the U.S. Air Force, the great folks, the leaders at the Dover Air Force Base, automating the flight line of the future. And we demonstrated autonomous capability moving moving goods and people in and around the flight line. That was a really successful project. And in this past October, we signed on with the RCV program through a DIU grant that was awarded over a two-year span, and that is to bring our commercial autonomy and what technology we've been developing for the commercial market over to the defense applications. So to show and prove that the commercial technology can be applied in the military scenarios that they're interested in. And I think there's a huge opportunity to do more on the commercial side, to bring that technology over to the defense space. 70% of all of the funding that goes into autonomy comes from the private sector. And I think there's a huge opportunity for the DoD to be able to leverage that investment and leverage a lot of the rapid iteration and success that's happened in that space. And ultimately, I think by partnering with companies that are working in the commercial sector, the DoD can roll out autonomy faster and ultimately cheaper.
Thank you, Don. Mandy, your company was one of Task Force 59's partners. Can you describe that relationship from the industry perspective? We've heard from Michael already about the government perspective.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for having me in the Big Bear team. So I'm actually relatively new in the role. I came in as CEO in October to Big Bear AI. I'm a longtime tech industry veteran. I spent most of my career in a variety of highly regulated spaces and was early days in working with the agencies to determine how to actually regulate and clear diagnostic applications of AI in the medical world. And so I've brought a lot of that forward, and I think it's becoming even more relevant on a day-to-day basis associated with what we're trying to figure out now. But our participation in Task Force 59 was a really important milestone for Big Bear, because while often confused with a startup, we're not. Right? We've been at this for more than 2 decades. We have deep and trusting relationships with over 15 agencies across the DoD and IC, and we take what we do very seriously. We became a public company in 2021, which is where I think the startup confusion comes from. But as I said, right, we know what we're doing, and we've been at it for a while. Where we live, right, in our role in Task Force 59, there's a big part of our business that's focused on autonomous systems. And a lot of that for us as a software provider is that we focus on things like computer vision and descriptive analytics and prescriptive and predictive analytics. And in the case of what we did both at Task Force 59 and then this year, right, at IMX 23, which is where we brought everything together, is that we look at ourselves in playing the role of, in many ways, the substrate, right? So how do you provide the connective tissue between what's happening out on the water, right, what's happening in the command center, and how all of that data and those payloads move around and then begin to interact, right, with the models that can actually provide valuable insights for the operators to make really critical decisions. And how do you do that in an environment that's not always consistent, right, from a connectivity standpoint and from a, just frankly, a payload quality standpoint. So that's a lot of where we've really found our footing and has led us to a continued just phenomenal relationship that we have, and we're very excited about the future. But the one kind of other note that I think is important to make about Big Bear is that we don't only do work in autonomy, right? So we're a very large provider in the complex manufacturing, supply chain, and logistics. We do a lot of work there, as well as in cybersecurity.
Thank you. Zach, you've served in roles close to the Secretary of Defense and the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and now at Anduril. Can you describe how you see the relationship between industry and DoD changing over the last few years?
Absolutely, and again, just to echo the sentiments of the rest of the panel, really want to thank the Applied Intuition team and the entire support team that is putting this two-day conference together. I think the substance has been covered to date, will be covered over the remainder of today and tomorrow. Just reading the topic areas harkens back to some of the very things that got Bob Work excited about a Defense Science Board study on autonomy in 2015. And just to lighten the room up a smidge, I'll go back to a joke that Bob would tell often, so apologies in advance if you heard this at any number of his speeches. But I think it speaks to, as we think about the problems we're trying to solve, the role of creativity in combination with technology that's ultimately going to bring those composed solutions together in a way that addresses some of the problems that Michael and his team faced out in the Persian Gulf. But Bob used to tell a story about a Marine patrol in Helmand Province. 4 guys out. They spot what they believe to be a set of individuals implanting improvised explosive devices on the roadside. Their rules of engagement don't permit them to engage kinetically, so they're standing watch. Ultimately, they start to make a maneuver over the hill to try to gain better position, to observe what they're doing. The individuals implanting what they believe to be the devices disperse, but they leave behind a donkey strapped to a cart. So the guys go down, they approach the donkey, they do indeed find the remnants of devices that were being implanted on the roadside. They look at each other and like, well, what do we do? Sergeant walks up, unlatches the donkey from the cart and says, we follow the donkey. Donkey, lo and behold, trots off just over a kilometer, leads them back to a village, saddles up next to a house. They take custody of now 4 individuals who were indeed implanting explosive devices. They get back to base, do their ARR. Captain's asking the sergeant, what made you think to unhook the donkey? He's like, sir, I grew up on a farm in Nebraska. I'm a sergeant in the United States Marine Corps. I've been following jackasses my whole life. But Bob would tell the story, not to drop the pejorative, but to focus on the fact that we've got incredibly creative humans within our U.S. and allied armed forces. And our job as now leaders in the technology areas that are driving innovative delivery of solutions to complicated integrated problems is to not lose sight of the fact that that technology, absent organizing ourselves differently and approaching how we solve those problems creatively, that technology is not the multiplier. It's multiplied when you understand how to integrate it against the operational challenges that are being presented to US and allied forces. And that same ethos then informs, well, how do you organize a company most effectively to be able to have composable parts, whether it's their own parts, Anduril software, Anduril hardware, or as was the case in Task Force 59, many of our software solutions integrated with third-party assets. Absent our ability to build composable systems, not sell a product, but actually build composable solutions against these problems, that's what it takes to echo words that Hondo just offered, how we operate at speed of relevance. There are other things that we obviously, I think we'll get into over the course of the day, of like how you scale that. But I think that mindset, that approach, that openness is ultimately what's required to take the best of what modern software enables, integrated with modern hardware, to tackle these complex challenges.
As an Army veteran, I can vouch for the realism of the officer-NCO relationship in that joke. But so there's been a couple of themes that have come out in your opening remarks where, Michael, you talked about the importance of partnering industry and warfighters in an operational environment. And Don and Mandy, you both talked about the kind of fungibility of some data and lessons learned for structural issues or specific challenges. And then Zach, you talked about being able to tap into creativity, organizing yourself to tap into creativity. So one of the great and kind of sometimes untapped benefits of working with technologists is problem curation. The idea that you can understand operational problems much more effectively by bringing together not just warfighting experts, not just expert strategists, but also technologists who understand what the range of the solution space is more effectively, and sometimes what the problem space is more effectively. So as a technologist, in looking at places like Ukraine, Syria, and other recent battlefields, what are some of the operational challenges or operational imperatives that you've seen emerge over the last couple of years that are different, perhaps, than some of them that you've seen come from DoD? So we started from the right and worked our way left. We'll go the other direction now. So we'll start with Zach.
Well, and frankly, I didn't answer your first question. So, yeah, I will say, just because I think it's relevant to how we think about what we're learning and observing in Ukraine today, how that might be applicable to other high-end operational challenges that we could face in a potential peer competition in the Indo-Pacific, which by their very nature, both for us as well as many of our allies and partners, are what many would characterize as a very challenging away game. How are you sustaining your ability to understand an operational environment in which an adversary is seeking to deny you that understanding, deny your ability to communicate with both your as well as allied and partner forces that might be able to generate effect in that environment? And your ability, once you're expending actual hardware capability, how you replenish that in a way and in a rate that is actually responsive to the sustained threat that these operational challenges inevitably will unfold in. The battle might be quick to start, but it is going and has proven to be enduring in how it has unfolded. And I think what that means for, I think, all the goodness that has transpired since I left the department in 2016, the sheer volume of companies, and would love to pick whatever number lives in Mike Brown's brain in terms of the number of companies that the DIU has vetted over the last 7 years. Can extract it from their annual report, I'm sure. But the attack surface that the department now has in terms of the national security innovation base to which it has access just is vastly larger than when we opened the doors at Moffett Base back in 2015 of what was then DIUX. It was an experiment of, particularly based off of Ash's experience going back to Stanford, understanding that the best of commercial technology, particularly just modern software, we don't need to talk about general AI, we don't need to talk about complex behavioral autonomy, just the basics, is available to us today. And it has been invested in for decades, 15 years as one example in this panel. both in the intellectual knowledge and then ultimately the intellectual property to develop that commercial capability. It's been available to us. How do we gain access to that and start to turn it against the problems that are relevant to the department? How do we understand the barriers and the opportunities to taking that commercial product to a missionized solution? What exists within the ecosystem, within the defense industrial base today that enables that? Where are the constraints that still exist? And so I think the composable tools are now just so much more plentiful today than they were 5 to 7 years ago. I think we still have the challenge of scaling that adoption, and it's efforts like Michael's at Task Force 59 that enable us to do that. But it's experimenting still at like one element of scale. And I think one of the bigger tasks for folks in this room to tackle, many of which are not necessarily resonant on the software side, but when you get into actual software-defined, adaptive manufactured products that you can produce at volume, that can get payloads of operational relevance in an environment that matters, sustain those operations under adversary threats, the production timelines required to deliver that capability at a relevant time and place is not represented by the infrastructure and capacity that we currently have resident in the DIB. We have to make investments in that area. So I think the types of problems that Ukraine is exposing is not necessarily one about the operational effectiveness of the capability, albeit there are some of those, but in particular how we're going to be able to continue to sustain the production and delivery of those relevant systems. I think that's one of the next big challenges, particularly as we think about sustaining that over transoceanic distances.
Thank you, Zach. Mandy?
Yeah, I was looking at the clock because I think my marketing team will be really proud of me. I went 17 minutes before I completely went off the script and decided to just share my opinion. So I think your question's really important because it's a topic that we don't talk enough about, which is that I think the war in Ukraine is bringing out in a major way. When you have a compressed timeline and you're dealing with a circumstance that is inherently imperfect and you're still asking people to make decisions, you have to begin to be very careful about deciding what people's superpowers are and how to use them. I think the kind of biggest thing that I would say, right, as a technologist, as someone who does this for a living and who has spent many years focused on the craft of building and delivering technology to an end user in a variety of different really complex industries, I don't need help with the how, right? My job, right, my organization's job is the how. Like that is what we do for a living, right? We are there to understand technology, what is possible, what is practical, how it can be built, how it can be deployed. We can make it do, amazing things. But in each of those cases, whether you're talking about AI, or talking about core software, or you're talking about what you're doing from a robotics standpoint, each of those things are ultimately hows. And our superpower is that. What we need to be more involved in and where we need more help is in getting into the empathetic cycle that is actually understanding the problems that need to be solved and the outcomes that need to be delivered. And I mean that in like the kindest and nicest way, but as a person who's relatively new to kind of this part of the industry, I see a lot of prescriptive requirements and the absence of an understanding of the problem we're actually trying to solve. And like what I need help with, right, to bring to bear the capabilities that we have and what we're capable of delivering as an industry, right, is I need to get much closer to understanding the real problems that we're facing and the needs associated with those, and I need to be able to put the people who specialize in the how as close as possible to that so that we can innovate incrementally. And I will continue to go back to Task Force 59 because I think that there's something really beautiful that happens in the messy part of innovation that as a collective group, I think we've been relatively reticent to embrace. That like I'm definitely here to break through because technology is imperfect, doesn't matter what kind of tool you lean into, but the only way that I'm going to be able to rapidly get it to a place where it's going to be able to support a warfighter and an engagement that we're going to be walking into that we have no way of predicting the dynamicism of is going to be that if I can get the how people much closer, right, to the actual problem statement. And so like when I think about some of the things that we've seen coming out of that, we're starting to break down the barriers and the assumptions associated with how things get built, right? Because when you run out of time and when you still have to protect our country and make decisions and build things that might be scrappy and imperfect, but it's better than nothing, like we're gonna have to get a lot more comfortable with moving faster and with trusting people who have maybe different superpowers than we're accustomed to. So that's my thought on that.
Yeah, thanks, Mandy. So Don, and then for, did you have
Yeah, can I hijack? Sorry, just to pile on one I think eloquent point just made. We often talk about when it's when acquiring or even evaluating new technology that we might deploy in a fight about risk of the maturity of that technology, risk to the ability to trust that technology. And I would just invite you, and I presume I'm speaking to more or less my choir here, that is that riskier than what we know to be true about the deficiencies in the current capabilities in our joint program and the ability to deploy those capabilities and operate them under threat in a time and space? In some cases, the answer to that is yes. What we have today is still exquisite and outstanding. But it is not appropriate to every operational challenge that the joint force and our allies and partners are facing. And yet, I think the general tenet within the department, still within some operational units within joint force, is that I'd rather have the thing today that I've had for the better part of the last 3 decades because I know it, I understand it. Even if I know it's insufficient for me to accomplish my task. And so, there's arguably more risk that has been building in the status quo program for the better part of a decade and a half now. And it's at least time to recognize that there's more risk now in the nature of that program relative to what we are learning in Ukraine today in terms of its deficiencies, both in terms of the operational effectiveness of the capability, the ability to operate these capabilities in complex RF, GNSS denied environments, the ability to supply follow-on capabilities when those initial ones have been expended or defeated. It requires new approaches and enough hand-wringing on the problem. Let's actually start to take what Michael and team, as one example, did out in Task Force 59 and start to scale the mechanisms that enable the production and delivery of that capability. And it gets to how do you get closer to that problem to really understand it?
Yeah, there is something to be said for shifting the perception of risk away from risk of action alone to being able to assess as a whole risk of action versus inaction. And we have, particularly in the area of technology adoption right now, we have a heavy, heavy preference for risk of inaction, which is a challenge, but that's a shift that we need to make. So for Don and then for Michael, a separate question. So we've talked about a couple of operational challenges that have emerged or challenges that have come out of the environment in Ukraine and Syria with the transparency of the battlefield, but also where that's very contested and important. Communication being very challenging from electronic warfare, from cyber attacks, and then in an Indo-Pacific scenario from the distances, at times they can pose some challenges as well. And then Mandy, I think, explained really well the idea of high-risk decision or high-consequence decision-making in very compressed timelines with people who are not used to those authorities, which when you combine with some of the communication issues are only compounded. So with that set that we've described, Don, how can industry and DoD come together more effectively than they do right now to address those issues? Because assuming a shared understanding or not, how can we work together closely in some of the ways that Michael's talked about, but in other ways as well, to address those?
Absolutely, this is a major challenge for the industry, especially folks working on the commercial side with less defense experience coming to the table, and I'll put myself and my company in that situation. I'm not a defense expert, but I think the important piece of the puzzle is coming to the table to have an understanding of what the true problems are. Again, as Mandy mentioned, it's less about prescribing the solutions. What I'm learning is that a lot of times the DoD knows intimately what the challenges on the ground are, what the problems are, and then they, at the same time, want to prescribe the solutions and then put very specific and strict requirements on those solutions and then send those over to industry. And that's how it's been done for a very long time. The problem is we need a lot more flexibility in our solutions. Taking it back to your previous question, I think one of the things that we're learning about the Ukraine war is the need for flexibility, especially as it pertains to robotics, right? The environment is literally changing by the minute, by the hour. You can't rely on brittle systems. So again, I'll speak from a robotics perspective. The challenge with robotics, and has been for the last 20 plus years, is that the systems are brittle. They don't offer the flexibility that the modern war zone is requiring. And so particularly as it pertains to things like mapping technologies, right? You can't go in and map an environment because the environment is literally going to be different the next time that you look at it. So you need a lot more flexibility in the solution, and that necessitates more complexity and more innovation and more novel solutions as it pertains to autonomy and AI. And a lot of these prescriptive requirements can often get in the way or at least slow down the innovation side. And so I think what we need to do is have form working groups, be more communicative, get the engineers who are designing the technology to sit with the end users who are actually on the battlefield, have a constructive conversation so that both sides truly understand the problem, and then together we can work on the solution.
So your point, though, is important because I think that there is something, both of us, I think, are relatively new to this world, that I've seen that I think is an unnecessary burden that DoD is carrying is, and I think what you and I are saying is the same. Like, we want to carry that burden, right? We want to help you figure out how. That is what we do for a living. And the environments, there is no historical precedent of the rate and pace of innovation today. There is no historical precedent associated with how the landscape is changing from a digital and end environment need standpoint. And from an industry standpoint, I think we're all raising our hands saying, like, this is what we do, right? We want to do it more. But if we aren't involved until the part where the kind of book is written and you get all of the answers, chances are the rules have changed already anyway, and then we have to kind of go back through the process. And it's not to say that you throw it all away, right? I don't think that's the intent at all, but it's the kind of changing the life cycle of the point at which we get involved, because we can't do our best work unless we're involved a lot earlier. Sorry to hijack.
Yeah, and I saw this play out in the real world, in the operational environment there in the Fifth Fleet. And 2 points I kind of really want to touch on that are key to this enabling, actually 3 points. Number one, risk, right? Risk, you know, our fleet commander, Admiral Cooper, took a big risk doing this. Our industry partners took a big risk. You know, I can remember early conversations with Chris and the team at Anduril. We gave them unreasonable timelines, and there was a high risk, you know, that you might not be able to perform. They, you know, you applied the resource to deliver for us. I know it was the same for you, Mandy. We operated under very compressed timelines, which was high risk for the operator. It was high risk for me. It was high risk for Admiral Cooper, and it was risk for our industry partners. But you have to embrace that. The other sort of 2 key points that I wanted to make was that failure also has to be embraced, right? So we wanted to break the robots. We wanted to take them to the point of failure, because then we knew where the high end of the capability was, and we wanted to get on the other side of that. And so to your point earlier, we you know, one of the assets we had, we were actually on the 4th generation of that asset in 12 months, okay? So we were seeing software changes within hours and days, hardware changes within weeks and months. And that is enabled by a pace of iteration that I will suggest is only rivaled by what you see in Ukraine. And we had the Ukrainians out to the Robotics Operations Center at Task Force 59, but we were iterating every other week. So I was there 18 months. We did 20 international exercises, and then we kind of finished up with some real-world operations. That's a pace of iteration that you can literally see the technology evolving by the day. And then I guess the final sort of key enabler was we were actually contracting for data as a service. So we didn't own any of the robots. We were leveraging a COCO model. And so we were getting the latest stuff now, Vice legacy stuff, in 3 to 5 years from now. So a lot of sort of process things. And I just want to make one more point that Zach mentioned, that this is an intensely, human and creative process. We had really top tech engineers, but we also had, a Forbes 30 under 30 from Snapchat, that was on our team and now is on Zach's team at Anduril. Just a lot of sort of diversity of experience and a lot of creativity was required to sort of get after these problems in novel ways. So I think I know I said 3, but I gave 5 ingredients there. So excuse me for that.
Yeah.
Can I?
I want to pull the thread on iterative, and then how to think about iterative in ways that are like actually accretive over time. And my kids are now 13 and 10, so perhaps not as eager watchers of Pixar movies as they once were. But there's still some really good oldies in there. But if you look at just the core baseline product that ultimately formed the foundation of Pixar and what Ed Catmull and the team did to build on that product over time, they learned with each movie. Each movie improved the tools that made that next movie better. And I think one of the demands that operating in the demanding way that Michael and his team asked of us and the other performers, it was not just how are we iterating to solve this one problem. It's like, what are we learning as a business in terms of how we organize our core engineering functions to enable this product to be accretively getting better over time. We didn't just iterate against the one-point solution. Our job was to turn that back to how we're building that back into the core baseline product that every user beyond Michael now benefits from. And back to just like the juxtaposing of where risk lies. And again, in some cases, this way of approaching how we think about the generational build and upgrade of blocked assets, whether that's next generation fighter, next generation frigate. For many problems, we cannot think in terms of next generations. And our ability to iterate and build accretive solutions that are time responsive to the threat exist. But how we incentivize and then place the right sort of demands on industry to perform in that manner are not necessarily conducive to the way that capabilities are contracted for. And I know that we promise not to talk a lot about contracting, but it's material. Similar to the way in which capabilities were acquired as a service in support of the task force, we're engaged in a similar effort with Special Operations Command to counter unmanned systems. And as many in this audience know, and it was certainly the case when I was leaving the department in 2015 and 2016, Bob at the time stood up a task force to evaluate how we both better understood, characterized what were then Group 1 and Group 2 threats, crudely dropping ordnance over U.S. and allied forces, largely in the CENTCOM AOR. Fast forward only 18 months while we're trying to iterate against that problem, and all of a sudden the Iranians show up with increasingly sophisticated-looking Group 3, low-slowing cruise missile-like assets. How do you maintain not just an intercept capability, but a combination of radar, RF, computer vision to be able to adapt to what threat am I looking for, what salvos are they flying, how are they operating in mid-course and end-game, and then how do you contract for something that can keep up with that? It's its own demand for innovation and creativity in our acquisition cadre. And there's a lot of good changes happening in the department. But I think there's still a lot more that experimenting against problems can offer by way of creative examples of how we teach and learn within the acquisition community of how we better incent and then contract for capabilities that are time responsive to threats that are not generational.
So I'm going to ask one more question to the group, then we'll turn to audience questions after that, because we've got about 15 minutes left. But in terms of how DoD and industry can partner together more effectively, for problem curation and then for some of the identification challenges, and then for developing technology, we've come up with a couple of themes so far. We've talked about pairing engineers or industry and warfighters very closely. That's come up over and over again. We've talked about the flexibility of understanding the problem and then actually bringing technologists to problem curation instead of having strict requirements as well. Using a sprint process with unreasonable timelines, which I think gets after, Michael, you mentioned that, but it gets after some of the things that Mandy mentioned with the sense of urgency and pushing us where you can get to field capabilities as well. And there's been a few others. But one of the things that Don said that I thought was really interesting was the idea of not just pairing together and keeping that flexibility during problem curation, but never stopping. As you move through this iterative process, you have flexibility nonstop, not just because it's better development, but because that's actually necessary for the needs in warfare. So the last question for me for the group would be, what is it that DoD and industry both can do to work together more closely and more effectively for that iterative process so we can adapt and get to where those unreasonable timelines that Michael talked about are not just reasonable, but they're actually quite normal for software and for hardware. So we'll start with Mandy and go to Don next.
So I think that there's my perspective around the best way to get to really iterative and evolving processes between the two groups is to get everyone very vector aligned on the outcome and then create environments where the outcome is the thing that's measured. It's not necessarily the number of times we need to go to bat. It's not necessarily the sort of number of wins. We just have to look at whether we're getting to the place that we want to get to at the end and be less focused on how messy the process is in the middle, because sometimes the best innovation happens in the messiest way. And I think we've talked a lot about Task Force 59 and IMX, but I think the IMX 23, which we just wrapped, right, is you just keep kind of moving the ball forward, right? It's totally incremental and it's scrappy, right? You know, it's like slinging code in the command center, figuring out how to respond. And it isn't because that's the stuff that's necessarily ready to ship out the production door the next day, but what you're getting at is that kind of raw essence of something that crosses the threshold of how you know you've actually created something that matters, right? And what I want to see a lot more of is that complete and utter clarity around the outcome. And if we can do that, I think even with the language barriers and even with I'm still catching up with some of the acronyms, right? And, you know, if we can, Godspeed to me. I think 15 years from now, maybe I'll be 40% of the way there. But if we can park that, I do think sometimes as industry, it can feel really scary because it's almost like weaponized, right? Like you don't understand it, so you can't come here. But we have, I don't know, I feel like I have a lot to bring to the table. And if somebody can just help me understand what each of those pieces means, I can use my superpowers, right? I don't need you to learn my superpower. I need you to be really good at yours. And then we can kind of figure out how to move the ball forward. So outcomes, all day, outcomes.
Thank you, Mandy. That's a strong core message to take away too. Don?
Sure. So I think that the department can continue to iterate on policies that make it easier for companies to come into the fold, to come into the defense space. I think the efforts that have been implemented around DIU and AF Works, as an example, are really helping push the ball in the right direction. The other thing I would offer is when you think about the way that the private capital markets fund companies and pick winners and choose products, they take really big, risky bets, and they make a lot of bets. And sometimes, or most of the time, those bets don't succeed. But occasionally, you knock it out of the park, you hit a grand slam. And those are the types of products that really change the world, and those are the types of products, and those are the companies that we all know and love and use today. And the DoD side is exactly the opposite, right? They're trying to minimize risk. Every dollar spent needs to be able to show value, and the risk of failure or the consequence of failure is extremely high. And unfortunately, I think that really can hold back innovative solutions for challenges that are facing our warfighters today. And it's been done this way for good reason and for a very long time. And I'm not here to suggest that the DoD should be, placing lots of investment bets on lots of companies, but I think those are two ends of a spectrum. And if you can find yourself moving more towards the center, or at least off of one end of the spectrum, that you will find that you get a lot more high hits, positive results that actually make a material difference at the end of the day, as opposed to incremental or evolutionary differences. And so I think that probably that mindset shift is something that's really important and really needs to be considered. I know that that's difficult, but I think progress, as far as I see it, progress is being made, which is really exciting. The other area that is really tricky and definitely needs to be thought about is IP. Dual-use technology, I think, is the future for the DoD. It's the future for defense. Being able to capture the advantages for companies that are investing in existential commercial products and pull that IP over for government use is really important, because there's a lot of amazing work that's happening in the commercial sector. But traditionally, IP has been a challenge. Who owns the IP? What is the freedom to move it from left to right or back right to left, right? Things that are developed for the Department of Defense, can they be used for commercial purposes? For companies like Kodiak, that's really important, right? We want to be pushing our commercial product farther and faster, saving lives, improving efficiencies on our roadways in the US, and I think that's really important. And we want to be able to use that data, those learnings, and bring them over into the defense space. There's a ton of data. While it's not exactly the same data, there's a lot of overlap, tremendous amount of overlap that we can pull into the defense use case, but we have to make sure that both sides understand how the IP is going to flow.
Thank you. Just real quick note to the audiences, we don't have any questions yet, so please feel free to populate the queue for the questions. Then we'll go to Michael and then Zach. Michael.
So, I just want to play off of what Don says. We need more risk takers. We need more Admiral Coopers, more General Carillas. These guys are forces of nature. They're risk takers. They have a very, very strong bias towards action. We need more people like that taking big risks because, the times demand it. And then I think we need more creativity. We need more sort of like artists in the space, imagining a future different than the one we've been sort of planting, for the past 20 years. So I think, that sort of, creativity, this is very much a human endeavor. We talked a lot about robotics and artificial intelligence. But for me, this is very, very much a huge human endeavor, and we need more risk takers and more creativity.
Yeah, more people with spiked boots.
Just one quick
like
comment.
boots, that's mad.
It makes a statement, definitely.
Mandy, I don't want any issues with you.
Don?
Yeah, sorry. Just one more quick comment. I think it's worth conveying to the group, which is the sentiment in Silicon Valley and the sentiment around companies like Kodiak and innovative startups. Perhaps because of the Ukraine war, most likely because of the Ukraine war, we are seeing a lot more interest from engineers, from AI developers in the national defense effort. And I think that is that's a really good sign. And we need to find ways to take advantage of the fervor that is happening at these companies. Because 3 years ago, there was zero interest in work, or 4 or 5 years ago, there was not as much interest in working with defense. But now there's real support. There's actual support, and that's super exciting. So we need to take advantage, we need to find ways to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I think a lot of the tech community who comes from big tech is really starting to understand how important it is to use the superpowers that they've cultivated in the private sector for the protection of our country. And I think that's a very unique moment in time that if we can figure it out and take advantage of, we're going to bring a lot of really powerful capabilities to the warfighter.
Thanks, and then Zach.
Well, I don't know if anybody's noticed, but I'm just noticing the inadequacy of my footwear relative to Mandy.
I dressed down today.
It's quite impressive.
No one wanted to say anything to you about it in the green room.
I know. I just couldn't help but stare at it now, so now I'm noticing it.
It's the whole point.
But in all candor, I think one of the best things that the department could do in the near term, back to just the richness of data that's accessible, both commercial and then particularly for the department's commercial partners that might not be regular participants at both unclassified and classified war games, that don't have the right channels of access to the rich operations analysis data that the services hold, that elements in OSD hold. Our ability to characterize and understand the problem is available to us. How we mature and use those tools, and there are many in this room today that are some element of that ecosystem where our ability to characterize specific red assets has never been better in SIM. Never been better, and it's only going to get better. Our ability to characterize not just the asset, but how it maneuvers in time and space, how it maneuvers in concert with other aerial and ground assets has never been better. We don't need to just expose at the operational problem level where we're all going out to IMEXs to integrated battle problems. Those two are incredibly invaluable for the department's industry partners. But better channels by which to have honest exchanges of data will just accelerate the learning, especially when the learning is happening within modern software stacks. Our ability to learn at machine speed, to Hondo's point, is there. And so let's accelerate the learning of those partners. Let's not chunk it out over time. Our ability to get you up to speed and your team up to speed has never been better positioned. So thinking about the mechanisms by which the department and the services expose that data to a broader surface of industry, I think would be one productive byproduct.
Thank you, Zach. So we've only got about 3.5 minutes left. So we started out by talking about a little bit about the relationship between DoD and industry. Then we moved into problem curation and had some very pointed ideas about that in a good way. And then talked about partnership to solve the operational challenges that industry and DoD can have identified together. Then how to continue developing, adapting, and fielding technology more effectively with a better relationship. So I'll close out with the hardest question, probably, is in 30 seconds, moving from Michael over this way, can you say what's the one takeaway that you would want someone in the audience who's a congressional staffer, who works at a company in an industry, or is someone in the executive branch who can partner with industry or make decisions about how DoD partners with industry? In 30 seconds, what's the one thing you would want them to not just know, but do when they leave here? So, Michael, we'll start with you.
Their PowerPoints are nice, but all the PowerPoints you see here in DC are not necessarily based in reality. There is no substitute for doing in the real world in extreme conditions versus real problems alongside warfighters. Full stop.
Thank you. Don?
15 seconds. I yield my 15 seconds back.
I was impressed.
I would just reiterate that iterating on policies that empower organizations like DIU to go out and find innovative companies that are doing amazing things in the commercial sector and bringing those technologies to the defense effort, that is the most important thing that we can be doing.
Thank you, Don. Mandy?
So as someone who's sat in a variety of different industries, all of which have their own experience associated with regulation and how you work through the process, I think the thing that I would ask and encourage each of you is there are more patterns than you think, and many different industries have had to walk paths associated with how to figure out how to use some of these more advanced capabilities in environments that are not traditionally accustomed to. I'm not saying that it's the same. It's not. But when you think about the challenges that we face, like the sort of human factor is persistent, right? Regardless of where you look, there are ways to do this faster. There are ways to learn from other industries that have had to figure out how to do this in their own way. And I would really encourage each of you to think a little bit outside of the box when you go back and look for those analogous patterns. Because if we can start to learn from other places, and I am thinking very much about some of the regulation that we've navigated associated with AI in the medical world, right, in the medical device world, surprising number of patterns in there associated with some of the things that we're seeing here, because at the end of the day, you're still talking about life, right, and the absolute obligation we have to do the best that we can to make sure that we're protecting and keeping that at the forefront of the decisions that we make as we deploy technology. So don't be afraid to lift your head up and look at things that don't necessarily look exactly the same. I think there's still patterns to be learned in there.
Thank you, Mandy. Zach?
I've got 21 seconds.
That was my fault.
That's okay. You got great shoes. Yeah, I think just to continue to encourage folks to learn by doing. I mean, to Michael's point, like one of the many elements that are valuable about the IMEXs and integrated battle problems among them is discerning those limits of the capability to enable us to continue pressing higher. Similar for the policy folks, and I know Mike Horowitz was on earlier, like Mike's team has been great at engaging early the operational users to understand like how policy and regulation should be informed by the actual operational use of that technology. And I would say the same should be held for how we think about the control and export of these capabilities to our allies and partners, such that we're not all learning together. We're going to be running behind the curve relative to our ability to get this capability scaled in the hands of those that need it most. So the more folks that are on the policy regulatory side that can be exposed at the problem side to how these technologies are being deployed and improved, the more constructive policy and regulation will be to enabling the safe and scaled use of these capabilities.
Thank you, Zach. So please join me in thanking our panelists.
Thanks to our speakers and our excellent moderator, Justin Lynch, for highlighting ways to accelerate public-private partnerships across the defense sector. Please welcome back to the stage Kasser Yunus, Applied Intuition CEO, to host Mark Andreessen, co-founder and general partner at the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz.
All right, we're back here 1 year later. Let me give a quick introduction of Mark. If you don't know him, you have other things you should be researching before you come here, but I will do the introduction, so everybody, for the folks who don't know. Co-founder of Andreessen Horowitz. Can I say the most prominent firm in Silicon Valley, or is that too much? Okay, the most prominent firm in Silicon Valley. Known for his humbleness, and co-created the highly influential Mosaic internet browser. Basically, if you use a web browser, Mark was directly, part of that, part of our Silicon Valley history. Co-founded Netscape, which sold to AOL for $4.2 billion. Then you co-founded LoudCloud, which sold to HP for $1.6 billion, and you served on the HP board from 2008 to 2018. And you serve on the Applied Intuition board. So round of applause for Mark. So today's conversation, we have about an hour. We're going to cover three major areas. First is just the technology markets today. That's kind of a real area of your expertise, and we'd love to hear your perspectives there. Everything from kind of the tech industry today and generative AI. Then we'll talk about defense. That's really what the audience really cares about, national security. And then we'll wrap it up with some questions about starting companies and entrepreneurship, and we're going to learn from that. So you're a big fan of history, and you're a big student of history. There is a little bit of an impulsive fear right now of new technologies. And is that a recent phenomena? Is that and how have you seen that kind of evolve over your career?
Yeah, so this is a hot topic right now, right, because of the AI, the sudden AI panic, and there was hearings on the Hill yesterday with the end of the world. The end of the world is here again, and this time it's AI that's going to get us. So.
It's like a Marvel comic. It just keeps coming.
It is amazing. Yeah, it is amazing. It's year 60 of Marvel Comics, and Magneto is still about to destroy everything. So, it's this thing, and if you memory on these things is always really fuzzy, in terms. There's an old Douglas Adams who wrote Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and he said this is always a generational thing. He said if you're between the age of 15 to 25, whatever is the new technology is just like what's normal. If you're between the age of 25 and I think he said 40, the new technology is exciting, and you could probably make a career in it. If you're age 40 or above, the new technology is absolutely horrifying and evil, right? And it's going to destroy society as we know it.
We're both in the 25.
I am well above. I am well above that third cutoff. And so there is this human nature thing. For people who haven't seen it, there's a website and Twitter account called Pessimists Archive. There's this guy who basically documents this. And so you basically can go back in time and you can say, well, what did people say at the introduction of like the bicycle? And by the way, it turned out people were horrified. Like the bicycle, the bicycle story is actually really funny. So the bicycle story was in the like 1860s when consumer bicycles kind of hit. And by the bicycles, I'm just talking about like you get on the bike and like ride the pedals. Like there's no,
No motorized
no motorized anything. No AI in the bicycle in 1860. The media coverage at the time was that, so the significance of the bicycle at that time was it was the first time that people could easily travel right faster than on foot. And even faster than on horse, especially young people. And young people in rural environments could go from town to town, which means they could date across between towns. And so this started a moral panic about the devolution of society. And so the magazines at the time promoted an idea called bicycle face. And so they told young women, specifically at that time, they said, if you ride the bicycle, the exertion from riding the bicycle will cause your face to scrunch up. And then if you ride the bicycle for too long, your face will freeze in position. And you will never be able to get married. And the moral of the story was, stay in your village, right? Do not venture out. When I was a kid, there was a moral panic around the calculator, right? It was going to like destroy math classes. There was a moral panic around with the Walkman. Everybody was going to be walking around. Everybody's going to get killed in the street because they had headphones on. So anyway, there's this long, and then internet like is just like endless crime and terrorism and on and on. Now we're hate speech, misinformation, just like endless litany of all these kind of boogeyman crises. And so a while back, I just got frustrated enough where I was like, okay, what's going on? Like, why is this happening? And so I tried to dig into the psychology of it. And what I finally came to was, it turns out in sort of neurochemistry, sort of brain structure, it turns out there's a circuit for fear, and it's the fight or flight circuit, and it's the amygdala and the limbic system, and that's well known and understood. And then there's something called the exploratory circuit, which is the dopamine circuit, and that's the circuit that causes us to like put our head up and try to go figure out new things. But there's no optimism circuit, right? Like there's no like positivity circuit. There's no circuit that says, wow, the new thing might be just like exciting and fantastic. And I think
it's not an evolutionary imperative.
It's not an evolutionary imperative, because evolutionary imperative, if you think about evolutionary imperative, think back to like, whatever, we're hunter-gatherers or whatever on the plains. And it's like, what do we need to know? We need to know that like most things coming at us are like really scary because they might kill us and eat us. But we do need to know, we need to venture out at least a little bit, because we might, we need to be able to like find more food, and we might find a better place to move the camp to. And so those are like so basically it's like we poke our head up, we're a little bit curious, and then it's like, right? And then we like go running back to the camp. And we just, and that circuit is, that basic circuit is still firing. And so the rarest thing in the world is any sort of, what I would argue, realistic or even optimistic, story of the positive prospects of a new technology or a new trend. Like almost nobody ever tells that story.
Why do you think I feel like that's generally true in most of the world, but in the Bay Area, it's a little bit flipped, where if you're not working on new things, you're actually, it's funny if you're in DC and somebody works at a Google or Facebook, people are like, oh, wow. If you're in the Bay Area and somebody works at Google or Facebook, you're like, oh, what happened? What's wrong? Like, does your family have a health problem? Are you still there until that, and then you're going to get out? So why do you think, as we talk about this, discussion between DC and the Valley, what happened? It's the same country. It's generally the same people.
Where did you used to work?
Yeah, I used to work in Detroit. Yeah, and before I used to work at Google. So I can make fun of Google because I'm an alumni.
Good. Yes. So look, I also say, look, what the dynamic I just described also applies within Silicon Valley, right? And so like a lot of this AI doom kind of mongering that's happening right now is actually happening from inside the Valley. There's actually a very funny exchange in the Cold War. There's this big movie on Robert Oppenheimer that's going to come out this summer from Christopher Nolan, and it's going to be, I'm sure it's just going to be extraordinary. It's going to be fantastic, but Oppenheimer became famous in his later, he led the development of the atomic bomb, and then in his later years he became kind of famous for essentially being an activist against the use of nuclear power, and kind of went on and on about how guilty he felt and how terrible everything was, and so forth. And John von Neumann, right, his contemporary, who's the co-inventor of the computer and another legendary physicist at that time. I'll mangle the quote, but it was something along the lines of, some people confess guilt about something they've done in order to take credit for it, right? And so, or the colloquial term is the humble brag, right? And so even within our industry, there's a fair amount of, you saw it on the Hill yesterday, it's a fair amount of like, oh, this new thing that I have spent the last 40 years of my life inventing is really terrible. Did I mention that I invented it, right? Boy, it's really powerful. Did I mention that? I am really important. And so, we even have that going on. But yeah, so look, and then you get into the relationship, right? The relationship between Silicon Valley and DC. And, look, the relationship between Silicon Valley and DC, like I would say overall, the trend is not very good. And I think the reason for that is, there was a time, and this goes back to the atomic age, but in the original computer age. But there was a time when there was a very tight level of coordination and cooperation between DC and kind of the military-industrial complex and intelligence agencies and so forth, and then Silicon Valley. And in fact, in the history of Silicon Valley, a lot of Silicon Valley is the result of government funding, and in particular, funding associated with defense and intelligence. And of course, DARPA played a big role there, and a lot of other federal agencies.
In self-driving.
What's that?
In self-driving.
Yeah, also right. So DARPA seeded self-driving, right? That the entire autonomy revolution. But there was this very tight relationship. If you actually going all the way back to like the 1920s, actually in Northern California, but then certainly through the 50s, 60s, 70s, even into the 80s. Like I started in the 90s. My company Netscape started in the 90s, and the relationship was not what it had been 30 years earlier, but it was still quite strong, and we actually had a big federal systems business in the 90s. I think, I don't know, I think the world has been changing, politics have kind of always been polarized, but there's something about the current polarization that I think has caused, I don't know, maybe a separation between the coasts. So people out in California probably feel more alienated from, kind of the country in some ways, the federal government in some ways than they did before. And that peaked in that case of Google, where Google Project Maven, got killed by internal activism at Google, and that's the kind of thing that would have never happened, 30 years earlier, but it did happen in the 2010s. Now, look, the other side of it is, and so I would say Silicon Valley, I think, bears a lot of responsibility for kind of disconnecting itself from actually the very important mission of especially the defense and intelligence complex out here. Look, at the same time, it is also the case that the technology that is being developed in Silicon Valley is moving at a high rate of speed. We'll talk about that coming up here, but it is really, really important that people in DC who are in decision-making capacity, really important that they really wrap their heads around what's going on. And if it's all happening 3,000 miles away, right, it's almost as if it's happening in another country or in another continent.
How do you, but just culturally, maybe whether it's in DC or the Valley, change that fear to optimism, especially around this generative AI kind of boom that's happening? Or is that something we shouldn't even really think about, and we let the chips fall where they may? Yeah, so maybe the optimistic view, maybe the way to get to optimism would be basically a lot of these new technologies now are actually very easy for individuals to use. And so, right, technology used to always be kind of a big company government domain, and then 30 years later you get the consumer version, like in the case of the computer. But now, like, look, the leading edge technology now actually rolls out to consumers first. And so maybe the other side of this would be that it's just this stuff is really easy to get to. And in fact, the other running joke about the AI hearings yesterday is they were also a tech support session, where people were like, the senators, congressmen, senators were having
like,
Wi-Fi issues. Can we first knock that out?
Yeah, well, yes, that. But also it's just like, I plugged whatever query into ChatGPT and it gave me, X answer, right? And like, why did that happen?
Yeah.
And how do I reword the query, right, to get to get the right answer? So, look, the fact that ChatGPT is fully available, Google now has their Bard AI, out, Microsoft has their Bing AI out, on the image generation side, Midjourney is now, completely available, and these other things. Like, so these systems are like really widely used already. They're very easy to use, and then of course, in that third tier of the Douglas Adams scale I was talking about, people do tend to have kids or grandkids, and the kids and grandkids are all using this stuff. It's a little bit like all that sort of people angry about smartphones or people angry about social media. It's like, well, yeah, but like everybody's using it every day, like, yeah, right? And so, yeah, maybe the other side of it is just at some point, these things become a fait accompli. There's a famous story. Uber was not one of our companies, so I'm gonna talk about them, but I'm gonna highlight a technique that I certainly would never endorse for our companies, but they did it very effectively, which is they had all these battles at the city level to make Uber legal, so a thing that they would do was they would make sure that there were tons of drivers staged, Uber drivers and cars staged outside City Hall or outside the State House right at 5 o'clock. And so any staffer, at the New York City, whatever, city government, who would come out and would click an Uber, to get home, like the car would be there like 2 seconds later. And so there was a whole generation of political staff that were like, okay, I don't know, I know everybody's mad about this. This is the best thing I've ever had in my life, right? And so maybe maybe this stuff just needs to actually get in people's hands.
I have a couple of young kids. Would you promote, young kids use ChatGPT, and just like the calculator, just becomes an extension of the way to access information and develop?
Yeah, so I should start by saying I have an 8-year-old, so this is a top of mind thing for me also. So a very curious little 8-year-old. I don't know where he got it from, but he got it. And so, yeah, first of all, I would not endorse like 8-year-olds having untrammeled access to everything on the internet. We watch what he does, pretty carefully. He like does his laptop like sitting right next to me. So he actually logged into my Google account, so I see everything. But I did, yeah, no, I rolled out. Actually, it's funny. I rolled out ChatGPT. I rolled out ChatGPT, and I was like, this is great. This is my ultimate peak thing as a father. I'm like bringing, fire down from the mountain. Yeah. I'm giving this kid like the secret code to be able to like succeed in life. Like this is like the most amazing, important thing I'll ever do. And I was like, look, you can ask it any question, it'll answer the question. He's like, okay. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. Computers don't do this. And he's like, but it's doing it right there on the screen. I'm like, okay, all right. So he's already,
That's his baseline.
That's already baseline. He's since informed me, by the way, that that's not the good one. He's informed me that the good one is Bing, because Bing is built into the Edge browser on his Microsoft Surface. So he's already trumped me on it. But yeah, look, you train a kid how to use that kind of thing, like that thing in particular. Like you train them how to do it, and like all of a sudden they're stuck on a problem. They have some issue. They're trying to. My kid's starting out learning how to code, and like the minute he has some issue with something or is curious about something, to be able to, just to have this superpower. Like the way this is going to translate into people's lives is that everybody is going to grow up with an AI that is going to be their best friend who's not a person, their best friend, but it's going to be somebody. It's going to be like a best friend relationship. It's going to be you're going to have a relationship with something that is incredibly sympathetic, incredibly supportive, incredibly concerned about your welfare, incredibly determined to help you succeed, infinitely patient. Right, yeah. Willing to help you with any problem, willing to stay up all night to help you with any problem, like never gets tired, never gets frustrated, never gets annoyed, right? Like it's going to be an amazing support structure and enabling capability for people throughout their entire lives in a way that we just that we never had. And I think that to give that capability to a kid, I think is very powerful.
Going down to one step, just in terms of the technology questions, are LLMs fundamentally different than the NLP revolution that happened, image recognition, or is this just another step? I mean, is this really worth the hype or not?
Yeah, so the whole AI thing is, the whole AI thing is now the big obsession out in the Valley, so I'll spend a few minutes on it. So AI's had a funny kind of life trajectory. So AI was born as a field immediately after the invention of the computer. So in the 1941, 1942 time period, they immediately started thinking about how to make a so-called human brain. They worked on it for about 15 years. They made some progress. They actually got government funding. There was a famous event in AI where they got government funding for a 10-week crash program on the Dartmouth campus in the summer of 1956. And they were like, we just need 10 weeks of dedicated effort, and we're going to have this solved, right, in 1956. You'll notice they did not solve it in 1956. So it's this old idea. The core technology is this thing called a neural network. And what's interesting about that is the neural network paper that invented that concept was written and published in 1943. And the architecture of ChatGPT or Midjourney or Bing AI that you use today is that architecture. And so it's literally an 80-year-old idea that's finally working. And then basically the story of AI as a field is AI, literally started in like the early 1940s, and then AI ran as a field basically essentially up until 2012 with very little to show for it. And in fact, when I was in college in computer science in the late 80s, early 90s, and like the AI department was like in the back of the hall, and like we didn't really talk to those people because like the whole field had been like very discredited. They had been promising, AI brains for 50 years. They had like nothing to show for it. And so a lot of us kind of thought that this was never going to work. And then basically what happened in 2012, there was a very specific breakthrough with neural networks, which was image recognition, object recognition in images. All of a sudden, computers got really good at that, and that was the breakthrough that led to the creation of things like self-driving cars and now sort of the new kind of autonomous flight. And then there were successive kind of breakthroughs in the field, in particular around language processing. So natural language recognition, speech synthesis, text-to-speech, speech-to-text. That stuff started to work really well about 5 or 6 years ago. Autonomy actually got really good, right? So actually autonomy, the self-driving car is kind of out of the headlines right now, but both Cruise and Waymo now have gone for 24-hour approval. They've been running a robotaxi service in San Francisco at night, and they're now both applying for 24/7. So they're now fully running, and then the Tesla, Tesla's like people are doing somebody did a full Tesla full self-driving trip all the way from San Francisco to Los Angeles with no disengagements, including through traffic in San Francisco and LA. And so anyway, I mentioned that because that's the payoff from the breakthroughs that started in 2012. Like that stuff's all working now. And then there was this LLM breakthrough, basically, probably originally 4 years ago, but even as late as the fall of 2022, I think people still didn't quite expect. Even people working on it were not. This is not actually quite going to work right. And then they did the training runs on what's now called GPT-3, and they were just like, whoa, like this really works. And so our whole world, the whole world out in California, is just like completely obsessed now with this breakthrough. Oh, and then correspondingly, the image breakthrough. Like if you haven't tried Midjourney, which is one of the leading image things right now, like it's just like the quality of the art that it creates is just astonishing. It's really special, and it's going to be video. The video work is happening right now. And so video production in the future is going to be, you're going to describe the video scene that you want, and the computer will render it. Right, so literally the way that people will make movies in the future is they'll just literally write the screenplay, and then the computer will turn the screenplay into the video. And you'll skip all those pesky intermediate steps involving things like actors and lighting and so forth. And so, like, this is happening. Like, it's happening right now. So, yeah. And I guess maybe the other thing I'd just say is like it is enormous shock and surprise to the upside that this is working as well as it is right now. And so there's a rush of talent into the field happening right now. And if you just kind of track the trajectory right now, like, I mean, well, it's a couple of things. So one is I see new things every day right now that just cause my jaw to go to the floor, right? Just like there's like a breakthrough a day right now. But then
there's new things taking LLMs and applying them to like workflows, or is it like just fundamentally new things?
Well, so I'll give you an example. So if you try ChatGPT or Bing or one of these things, there's a concept called a context window, which you don't see as a user, but I'll describe what it is. So the context window basically is the amount of text that you can input into the thing as input into your query, and then it's the amount of text that it can generate, kind of coming out the other side. And the so-called context window for the systems that you have access to today, it's like it's denominated in tokens, and you could think about tokens as like syllables, for example, right? So it's like 4,000 syllables worth of context. So these things can kind of process 4,000 syllables, or call it 3,000 and 2,500 words at a time, right? And so you see that you can punch in several paragraphs of text, but you can't punch in several pages of text. It can produce several paragraphs of text. It can produce the same amount on the other side. The Bing got upgraded recently. There's a tweak you can do where you take the context window up to 12,000 symbols, which is about 8,000 or 9,000 words. That's getting to be, pretty big, multiple, couple pages of material. There's a company called Anthropic, which is a split off from OpenAI that has a new LLM competitor to OpenAI called Claude. And they just upgraded the Claude context window to 100,000 tokens, which is equivalent to about 70,000 words, which is the size of a small book, or a large, paper.
And so what? So
you can put a book into this thing, and at least in theory, you can tell it generate the sequel to the book. Now, it doesn't quite do that today, but like that is like within shooting distance now. Like that, we can now see how to do that. If you're a financial analyst, you can dump in, you can dump in the last 10 years worth of SEC reports in a company, and then have it do real-time analysis.
That's what happens with 1 million tokens, or 2 million, or 3 million.
Yeah, and then there was a breakthrough. There was a paper that came out over the weekend where there's going to be a shift in the technology where they're going to go from, right now the way the technology works is it predicts the next token, which is like predicting, like I said, the next syllable. There's going to be an architecture shift where it's going to predict the next byte, which is going to make it even more precise in its answers. And then there was a paper that came out this weekend that showed how to have the context window be 1 million bytes long, right? And then basically said that's not the upper bound. Like if you can do 1 million bytes, basically there's a scaling model where you can get to 5 million, 5 megabytes or 10 megabytes at a time. And so you're going to be able to dump in, it's looking like you're going to be able to dump in multiple large books, and have them process against single queries and then get output out the other side. And so the scope of how this will be useful, is just bananas. I'll give you another example. We met with a company that basically is it's fairly amazing. Approach. They are gathering they're gathering sensor data, they're gathering camera data, and they're using the scene description, the object. I mentioned the breakthrough in objects in recognizing objects and images. And so they're having the object and image algorithms basically describe what's in the camera scene as it's happening, and then they're feeding and training an LLM on that in real time. And so all of a sudden you can talk to your security system, right? And you can say like, I don't know, was that guy, have you seen that guy before? It's like, well, actually, no, he was here yesterday at, 3:05 p.m. It's like, well, what did he do? It's like, I don't know, he was circling the building trying to see if the doors are open, right? And it's like, well, why didn't you tell me? And it's like, well, you didn't tell me to tell you, right? And, well, I want you to tell me next time. And it's like, okay, I'll remember that, right? And that will be the interaction model, right? And so this is what's called multimodal processing. So you'll be able to feed images and video into these things just like you feed in text. And so anyway, so this is rolling. Like this technology is rolling. It's rolling at a high rate of speed. I think we're looking at 10 or 20 or 30 years of advances from here.
Yeah, I mean, very much. I remember in college where somebody was like, "Oh, I can't believe I just got a computer with 2 gigs," and the whole dorm was excited about that. And that's probably the million token thing now. Sounds big today. Probably in 5 or 10 years, we're going to look back and it's going to be very small.
Yeah, I think by the time my kid grows up, it may just be a mystery to him that you ever had to decide what text to put in, because it just you just dump everything in, you can show it everything.
How do you think this changes the future of conflict?
Yeah, so look, this technology is all completely directly relevant to all kinds of everything involving the entire world of defense and intelligence. Well, look, so I mean, just for starters, like the entire world of intelligence and intelligence analysis is going to go upside down. It's going to work completely differently in the future. So this is think through the implications of this. And so the way that intelligence analysis works today, is this mass data gathering kind of exercise of all these kinds of intelligence, and then there's this whole analysis pipeline with all these incredibly highly skilled and trained and smart people who are kind of sifting through everything. And they've got some computer support for it, but fundamentally they're sifting through trying to find patterns. And then they develop, the people develop hypotheses, they try to kind of prove the hypothesis, they write a report, they try to assess the probability of the thing. And if they're really smart and if they're on top of everything that they do, that's usefully predictive. And if they're not, or if they're just wrong, it ends up not mattering. With LLMs, there's a completely different way to do it, which is you just dump in all the raw intelligence, and then you just ask it, what are the top 10 most dangerous possible terror plots that are being possibly assembled right now, right? And what the LLM can do is just cross-correlate everything, right? And so it's well, over here we had this signal intelligence with this travel pattern with this camera image, and oh, by the way, this guy newly arrived from country X, he's been spending an awful lot of time circling around the local sports stadium, right? I'll put that on the top 10 list, right? You should probably pay attention to that, right? And so just a completely different and far more powerful way, to do this, where the machine is doing all of the sort of heavy lifting, so that the people can actually be looking at the results and applying judgment.
So you're a staffer, you're in the Pentagon, you're in the military, folks like that in the audience. If you're building an organization from scratch with those types of assets, it would look very different than the current organization. So if you are in the DoD, how do you readjust, or you're in an agency, how do you readjust your thinking to this technology? Because the technology is evolving simultaneously. And then the same thing applies to private industry. If you're a car company, how do you deal with this technology? What would you do?
So the same question actually is playing out, let's talk about it first, playing out in Silicon Valley, because we have this entire generation of companies that were basically formed and created before this technology existed.
SaaS, basically.
SaaS companies, and then by the way, just companies that are structured with the executive teams and managers and designers and developers and QA departments and customer support people. But just think about it yourself as an entrepreneur. If you knew that you had this capability, or if you knew you had this capability, in 2 years, it's going to take a couple years to polish everything that I'm talking about, because this is also brand new. But in a couple years, you're going to be able to buy off the shelf AI. Actually, we already have a company that's cut over to LLM for customer support. We have a travel company that's already done it. And the customers are much happier, and the answers are much better, and it's obviously a lot cheaper. It's much better for the business. So look, I think even tech companies are going to get reorganized. How they operate, what are the jobs going to be, right? How are the people, just like the intelligence example, what are the people going to do, and how is the machine going to help them?
I mean, would you just look at, let's say you are in a large bureaucracy. Would you look at how would you even tackle that problem? Do you look at workflows first? Because I think in the private SaaS sector, if you're just doing basic workflows and you're charging X dollars per license, and you can have this new interface on top, and then everything gets abstracted away and it's much cheaper, that's a fundamental threat to your company. But the DoD is not going away. So what do you do in that situation?
Yeah, well, so first, look, your choice of vendor, I think, is your choice of partner, I think, is going to change, right? And so, I would just say this technology is going to move very fast from here. It is virtually, it's actually interesting. A lot of the actual inventions actually came in big industrial research labs that did not necessarily productize the technology, which is an old story. But now what's going to happen is the innovation is mostly going to arrive in the form of, new companies. It'll be new companies with new products, with new approaches that are going to get built from scratch for this. And I think that's been true of everything AI for the last decade, and I think it will continue to be true. So, there's just a huge question here about choice of partner, choice of vendor, where this technology is going to actually come from. And then look, there are many, many different ways to reinvent. Look, the hardest thing in the world is to reinvent an existing giant bureaucracy. Look, that said, spinning up new teams, spinning up new red cells, spinning up new efforts.
That are completely orthogonal to these existing systems.
Yeah, and at least having, the big thing we always encourage in our companies as well as in large organizations is just like there should be room to experiment. There needs to be room to experiment. There needs to be room to be able to do something new, to be able to try something new. The good news with that is, the trying something new thing should be much, much cheaper, right? Like it's not, like you want to actually keep the team size small, right? You want to keep the effort contained.
So you have a set of analysts, you actually create a new team and you say you use new technology, you're much smaller, limited resources, see what you can do and come back with the results.
Yeah, that's right.
Interesting. Stepping more into just defense technology and procurement, next year, fiscal year 2024, the DoD budget's over $800 billion. It's driven mainly by this kind of strategic competition with China, but public markets are still dicey. Tech is going through its own kind of reconciliation. What reforms do you think need to be made to help founders who are entering this market to access these defense dollars? I think you are seeing a shift in the Valley where you have more companies trying to get defense dollars and working actively in defense. And I don't know when or why that happened, but I think maybe the low point was the Project Maven, Google kind of debacle, and now I think we're kind of entering a new era. But yeah, how do you think about that? Founders, and the reforms needed in order to kind of access these dollars.
Yeah, so let's see if I can do this. Let's see the good, the bad, and the bad. It's a complex topic, so I'm going to try a four-part answer. So the good is, look, the DoD in particular, like with the third offset, right, has I think very widely identified that autonomy and AI is critically important to the level of being an offset. So there's a level of, I think, strategic understanding that actually in many ways actually led some of this innovation. Yeah. So I think there's a pretty deep level of understanding at the strategic level about some of the things that are about to happen and the need to directly confront it. The bad is, I think, anytime the word reform comes up, I just translate that to impossible. Like, I always notice, like, the linguistics are always funny. It's like, okay, like, if my kid is cranky in the morning, I change his bedtime. I don't reform it. Right? Like, why do we say reform? We say reform because we know it, like, has to be changed, but it can't, because otherwise we would just change it. So, but the favorite story I love telling about military reform, I'm sure people here have heard this, but Secretary Rumsfeld gave a speech on September 10th, 2001, a big speech that he spent months preparing, and it was a speech on in his view, and having been previous defense secretary and studied the issues for decades, it was his view of the single most important strategic enemy of the United States, the single most important strategic threat that we face. It's this huge windup, and of course the speech was all about Pentagon bureaucracy. He gave the speech on September 10th. Of course, it's as if he never gave the speech. 22 years later, we're on stage. What reforms need to happen in military procurement? We'll be having the same conversation, 22 years from now. Like, so I'm not optimistic on that stuff. But
so if that's the case, then I mean,
well, I'll go back to the good. So then I'll go to the third, the good. So the good is, look, there are very, very smart people, not just at the strategic level, like I mentioned before, but also at the tactical level, the implementation level. And so there are programs, DIUX, and then Incutel at the agency, and then a bunch of smart people at the working level, a bunch of individual units and pockets of money and prototype efforts, places where you can prototype things. And so there are more and more people, I think, at that level kind of figuring this out and that you can work with. And then I would just say the bad, or maybe this is also the good, which is I think the ultimate answer to this is on our side of the table, which is just like we have to bring products into this space that are so overwhelmingly good, that they sort of justify, kind of working their way into the system. Like we need to live up to our marketing, and we need to bring the products that are like actually, translate the hype into like, oh my God, like this thing really is revolutionary, and if we have this, it's really going to make a huge difference. And I think if we do that, I think our companies
how do you do
actually
that?
can
I
do
mean,
just
the internet does this on the consumer side, right? The old Bill Gates line about bring the consumer and the buyer closer and closer together, removing the middleman equals much more efficiency, and that's what Amazon and the internet has done. How do you do that in the procurement realm? If reform is going to be too difficult, what do you do? And you have pockets of let's say positivity, but what would you do? You're the head of the DoD procurement wing. You're no longer at Andreessen Horowitz. Yeah. This is your first objective. What do you do?
I go to the new vendors and I say, look, you got to bring me the products that are so fantastic. So Steve Martin, in another domain, unrelated domain, but one of my favorite, people ask me for career advice, and so I always tell them what Steve Martin said, as a comedian, stand-up comedian. He wrote this great book called Born Standing Up, where he talks about how he became a successful stand-up comedian. And he says he gets asked by stand-up comedians, how do you succeed in the business? And he said, oh, it's easy. be so good they can't ignore you. Right, and of course, that's the advice nobody wants, right? That's depressing, right? But like, you know, that is the actual like route to success, and I think it's true here as well. Which is, I think that the capabilities have to be so incredibly powerful. You know, they have to really provide a definitive jump. You know, that's just completely clear, and so that it just kind of becomes obvious. Like I said, fait accompli. It's like the Uber story. Like it just becomes a fait accompli. It's just like, oh, obviously we need this. Yeah. Obviously, we need to go, you know, buck the system to do it. We need to go convince people. Obviously, whatever is, you know, we need to be able to go through whatever barriers. You know, this really, really matters. And I think that's just like 10x more important than everything else.
Yeah. Do you think that is like our ability to procure this technology then becomes its own strategic advantage in the world? The ability to identify this technology and actually bring it in, or
it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not now, but it could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The this AI race, you know. It should have a similar urgency to like the atomic bomb and the Manhattan Project. And are these correct parallels or incorrect parallels? And again, we have audience members who are, you know, wrangling with this question right now. What's your recommendation?
Yeah, so look, AI, so like, I'm gonna be clear, like, I'm not gonna take any credit for what's happened in AI, because like I said, when I was in school, we didn't take it seriously. So like it is a shock and surprise to a lot of us that it's working as well as it is. And then, you know, that we're now so convinced that it's gonna work much better from here. So I do think this is one of those things that's just gonna be really important. And I think you can already see why it's gonna be really important, and then I think it's gonna get much, much better, which is gonna make it even clearer. It's gonna be more important. So, you know, analogies are always dangerous, but, you know, I think it's in the category of internet. I think it's in the category of microchip, right? Maybe even microchip more than internet, because microchip, you know, kind of everything ultimately got chip, you know, everything has a chip. You know, microprocessors kind of control everything in the modern world. I think AI is going to be the control, basically, layer for everything running on top of chips, you know, in the future. Electricity, I think, is not a stretch as a comparison. So I think it's going to be I think it's going to be an incredibly important thing.
And
what was the other part of the question?
I mean, do we create a Manhattan Project?
Oh, Manhattan Project. Yeah. So then, the comparison to nukes. So yeah. So the problem with the Manhattan Project, and I love the history of the Manhattan Project, but it was a long time ago. And there's a reason why we're still use it as the metaphor and the example, because there was not another one since, right? Like, and that was, you know, again, 80 years ago. And so, and I just think like people are talking about this right now, like a Manhattan Project for AI. The problem is, like, the Manhattan Project happened at a point in time when the government could directly run a project, you know, with the combination of Groves and Oppenheimer, and then they could literally, and, you know, part of it was in a war, in a big one, and they could get basically the best and brightest people in that technical field, you know, and they could basically, you know, grab them and plant them in Los Alamos, and they could
point them towards a national
They could
interest.
make them do that. And by the way, there were no nuclear bomb startups, right? Like, you know, so like, you know, you didn't have if you're going to work on, you know, if you're going to work on nuclear, you were going to go there and do it. And so they had a monopoly on the best and brightest, right? And you know, of course, it's literally the best and brightest from all over the world. You know, they're bringing all these incredible people over from Europe and so forth. And so it was just it was a time and a place and a way of operating that I think is just not practical today. And so I think, practically speaking, what has to happen today is a public-private partnership. You know, look, China has a model of public-private partnership. Their form of public-private partnership is that their public sector, the party, owns all of the private companies and tells them exactly what to do.
But a partnership.
So yeah, that's the partnership. Is yes, do what I want. You know, the advantage of the Chinese system is it does have some of that old Manhattan Project command and control, and they do have a whole national push towards AI as part of that, which is going to dramatically accelerate from here. You know, our the advantage of our public-private partnership is we just have a much greater diversity of private companies. You know, we have much more innovation, we have much more creativity, just because, you know, we live in a freer society, and with, you know, with at least more capitalism. And so, you know, we have a higher rate of development overall. It's just we lack the centralized coordination. And, you know, when push comes to shove, sometimes that does really matter. So yeah, so kind of how to take the system that we have and how to harness the gains from it, right, and sort of get the payoff from the dynamism of the American economy and the American private sector system, but still come out the other end with a coherent strategy.
How are you guys doing it? I mean, in many ways, you are a resource allocator, and how are you looking at, you know, I want to, for the lack of a better word, monetize this fundamental technical shift. What do? Are you just meeting every AI company, or do you have a thesis-driven approach? What's your process? Is it centrally controlled by a couple of partners who are AI partners, or does every partner think about this? How do you think about it?
Yeah, so the way we run, so we run a funnel. The way to think about it is the way a venture capital operation runs is you kind of run this funnel, and so you've got kind of at the top of the funnel, you've got all the new entrepreneurs and all the people being referred to you, and we probably see on the order of 5,000 companies a year that kind of work their way, start at the top of the funnel, and then down at the bottom of the funnel, there's like 50 investments or something, so it's like a 1 in 100 or something, and the top of the funnel is qualified, by the way, so it's always somebody referred in by somebody we know, so it's not even cold approaches. And so basically what we do is we work our way through the funnel, we try to meet with everybody, try to understand what everybody's doing.
Have you seen a big shift into this space?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'd say just starting now. Like it was really Christmas 2022 when people actually sat down and really used GPT and really used Midjourney, and they were like, oh, hello.
A couple of weeks of vacation will get you that.
Yes, I came back from that completely fired up, as did a lot of people. We work through it, and then we study as much as we can. We talk to experts, we talk to customers. We're out here a lot, talking to folks, and we study everything. We try to develop a very strong point of view. We try to market maps and value chains and like all this stuff. And then basically what we do is we throw all that away. We meet with the founder, and the founder, what we're waiting for is the founder to walk in the room and just explain to us, look, I know you guys think that you know what you're doing, but like I really know what I'm doing, and here's how the world's going to work, and here's what I'm going to build, and basically you're an idiot if you don't fund me. Like that's the best case scenario for us.
So you're not doing like an AI partner who knows everything?
Well, yeah, we do that. Yeah, we do that. Yeah, so we do that. Well, the risk in our business is we only get to fund one company in a sector. So because our companies get very touchy if we fund their competitors. They get very upset with us. So our risk always, we have, the risk is just that we'll miss something, but the other risk is we will get the trend right and we'll invest in the wrong company. So a lot of what we're trying to do is figure out who the winner is going to be.
So you generally know where the industry is going just based on research, and then within that context, you're picking the winner.
Well, we try to fund anything where it's like a lot, where there's like a group of smart people who are like really deeply qualified in the domain, who are like, have sniffed out something where they're like, okay, and they're not even necessarily, don't need to even know each other or whatever, but like there's this thing where, sometimes it's just one person, but sometimes it's like a scene of people. And they just kind of say, okay, look, there's something here, there's an idea here, and then we have we have the kinds of people who would be able to go do.
What do you mean by scene of people? I think that's obvious. Obviously.
Well, it's actually relevant out here, equally relevant on here also. So this is this old Stuart Brand thing. So this gets philosophical, but there's a question of like, what is the nature of human genius? Like, right? There's sort of the stereotype of the genius, the solo genius. Usually Einstein with the hair sitting in his room.
The hair part's important.
The hair part's very important. The hair and the ratty sweater. Well, the Einstein story, right? And he's rocking his kid. He's working as a patent clerk, and he's at night, and then he like has this. He's like relativity, and it's like eureka, and the light bulb, in the cartoon, the light bulb goes off over his head, and it's like the lone genius had the breakthrough. Like what almost always happens is not that. What almost always happens is there was a group of people. It's like the idea was in the air, and the reason the idea was in the air is because there were a group of very smart people who maybe knew each other and maybe didn't, who were kind of circling around the thing at the time the discovery was made, And so Stuart Brand had this term he calls scenius. And so scenius is a combination of scene and genius. Or you might just describe it more sort of plainly as just like collective genius, right? Or like group genius or social genius, right? So it's like none of us is actually an island. We all learn from each other, and we all build on each other. And so the idea of scenius basically is, sometimes the group is smarter than the individual. And so, and you often see this in startup world, right? You often see this where it's like, okay, there isn't just one founder doing something, there's like 10, and they're all really smart. And none of them have proven what they're about to do, but they've all reached the point kind of, individually, collectively, where they've figured out that there's probably something going on here. Like that's at the point, we then try to fund the best company that we can find at that time of that thing. Now that's still pre any of them proving necessarily that the thing is going to work, but generally speaking, if those kinds of people are on something, generally speaking, that's good. I would argue in tech, the ideas are actually pretty obvious. Like they're not necessarily predictable, but like they're not that, like, again, Uber, because it wasn't one of ours. It's like when Travis Kalanick walks in the room and he's like, yeah, what if you could press a button and a car just like pulls up? It's like, oh, that sounds great, right? Like,
now we have to do it.
It wasn't a giant leap. All the complexity was actually in providing that service and doing everything else around it. And so I think our job, in a lot of ways, is just going to be alert to the obvious. And then try to pick the people who have a good chance of proving it. And we're wrong a lot of the time. Like we back things that don't work. We back things that are early a lot of the time. But the ones that work. So.
Turning back to defense here, the last year on the stage, you argued that humans are pretty terrible decision makers, and autonomous technologies can perform kind of several functions. This like AI augmenting a human, including in warfighting. Ukraine, we've had another year of Ukraine. Do you think the events there have validated that thinking, or has it changed your thinking, just very tactically?
Yeah, there's two kind of tentative conclusions that I draw from Ukraine so far that are relevant to the stuff that I'm talking about, and I would say they're tentative because it's still playing out. But so one is just, I mean, look, it is an incredible sort of case study of the application of autonomy and new advanced technologies on the battlefield, and you'd have to highlight there specifically like the anti-tank weapons and their success in the field, the javelins, the use of drones, which has really picked up relative to prior conflicts. And then also the overnight, I don't know whether this is true, but overnight there's a report that a Patriot battery took down a Russian hypersonic missile, which I think is a first.
Yeah, that's not human controlled.
Yeah, it's not a human. It's not a human with a joystick intercepting a hypersonic. And so there is a story playing out of like autonomy in practice. I think at a level that is new, and I think it's working. And to the extent that it works, it's gonna kind of double underline, kind of the need for the entire defense ecosystem to kind of really think hard about these things. The other, and I think this is a good news story in terms of our interests, is America's interests, is that it does appear that defense trumps offense. It appears that the current state of the art in modern technology is defense has an advantage over offense. And of course, you want to qualify that as saying this assumes that the enemy is not just trying to completely obliterate everything, right? It assumes that they're trying to like capture something. But I think you could say basically, and you could go back further. You could say Ukraine. You could also say Iraq and Afghanistan and the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan in the 80s were all instances where ultimately the defenders had a big edge versus the attackers, like the defenders basically.
How do you deal with the situation where the Patriot missile, the hypersonic example is maybe a bad one, but if it's a cheap drone and you have a very expensive munition that you're using to take down that drone, what do you look at that? How do you look at that balance, especially in the context of autonomous systems can be very expensive?
Well, so let's talk about the other side of it first. So the other side of it is a Russian tank, right, with a tank crew being taken out by a manpad or something like that, right? And so there the economics are working for you. As the defender, the economics are working for you. It is cheaper for you to take out the tank than it was for them to field the tank.
Yeah.
And by the way, not just in material, but also there's actually men in the tank. And so I do think there is a lot of that playing out. But yeah, look, there are these other cases where the defense is actually very expensive. And yeah, drones are going to really highlight this, right? The inexpensive drones, being taken out by or what was it? The ultimate example was the Chinese balloon that was taken out by a Tomahawk missile, right? It's like the most expensive balloon
deflation in the world.
Deflation in the world, right? And so if you're using like an incredibly expensive capability to take out cheap attacks, like obviously that's not sustainable. And then again, I think that double underlines the need. Okay, so that means that those defensive capabilities, they need to get to a new generation of technology that can be fielded much more cheaply.
Yeah. So cost is a relevant constraint.
Yeah. So for example, drones taking out drones, right, as compared to Tomahawk missiles taking out drones or something like that.
There's a lot. Speaking of China, a lot of fear that China's catching up or surpassed us in AI. What do you think our policymakers are getting right about China? What are we getting wrong?
Yeah, so I think the good news is, I think, just from my perspective, is I think people are alert to the threat. I will tell you, I had the first legitimately optimistic bipartisan interaction in politics in forever, 20 years. I met with the new Congressional China Committee came out to Silicon Valley, spent some time at Stanford, and I met with them, and it was remarkable. It was kind of like cats and dogs, living together. It's like the Democrats and Republicans were like smiling at each other and talking and saying nice things about each other. It was really weird. And so they were very unified, and so it is this thing where it feels like an awareness of the potential challenges, and then a willingness to come together across party lines, or have it be less of a partisan issue. Those are in full effect right now. So those, from my perspective, those both seem like big steps forward. Look, I think the biggest problem just remains the biggest problem, which is like, okay, so now what? What's our strat? Like, what is the national China strategy? right? And again, the advantage of the Chinese system is they have a national strategy. Like they've got a national strategy for everything. That has bad aspects and good aspects. We do not have a national China strategy. Far from it. And then we also don't have a national technology strategy. Like we don't have anything even resembling a national technology strategy. It was one of my favorite questions to ask to torture people in government. It's like, okay, what's the U.S. national technology strategy? Sweat, collar.
Do you think we should have one explicitly?
I don't know.
Or is it the capitalist system that allows the right things to kind of bubble up and percolate?
Yeah. So historically, right, the American story is no, we're not coordinated in that way, but as a consequence, we have this thriving free market system, and we have a marketplace of ideas, and we have all these smart people running around doing all these things, and then when push comes to shove, we've got this just enormous reservoir of creativity and innovation and production capability, and we can harness it and we can bring it to bear. And look, it can take time. It can take time to spin up. And it can, when the shooting starts, like you have to kind of make up for lost time. But then you get the payoff from it, and like there's a reason why we tend to do so well. When we get into the thick of these things, is because the capabilities come to bear. But I would say then we need to want that system to work, right? We need to want the free market system to work. We very practically we need new vendors to be supported by that system. We do need when things get tense, we do need the right kind of leadership. And again, we need all this on the Valley side, California side, just as much as we need it in DC. We also need leaders on the Valley side that understand the importance of these missions and standing up for them and not thinking that they're above all this stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, we need all that. It's it's not great right now. Like I don't think on any of those fronts it's all that great right now. But maybe the answer is just the intensity of the challenge. Right, maybe, we will. Yeah, I'm confident we can rise to any challenge. It's just a question of like. Okay.
Yeah, if you fast forward 5 years, let's say 10 years, the center of AI globally, is it still the Bay? I mean, right now, for this short amount of time, the Bay Area seems to be it. But is that in China? Is that somewhere else?
I mean, it should. This is again, it goes to like it should be here. Like it's all here now. It should be here.
Here being the
United States, yeah. Like we're way out ahead. Like the United States is way out ahead in terms of R&D on this, just like we've been in many other things. It ought to be here. There was just a case. But look, China's doing what China does. This guy just got arrested this week. Just announced. A senior engineer at Apple got arrested. He's fled the country actually. He's back in China, but he's a Chinese national who was working at Apple and apparently transferred all the Apple self-driving car source code back to Beijing. And so, like the Chinese are doing what they do, and by the way, the American companies are not exactly locked down from a counter-espionage standpoint. In fact, quite the opposite. And so, we ought to be, we are the leaders in this stuff now. We ought to be the leaders of this stuff in the future. We ought to always be on the leading edge. Do we want to be? I would say there's a very big underlying question, which is, do we want to be? To what extent do we want this? This big, again, the big hearings on the Hill yesterday is like, do we want AI to be legal in the U.S.? Like, do we want that? Do we want actual free market competition? Do we want startups to succeed? Do we want our military to have the best leading edge technology? Right? These are all actual serious questions of intent that I think are fuzzy right now.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting, in the context of applied, we think about this with competitors, and one of the comments that one of our engineering leads said is, we could publish our product documents, but it doesn't mean someone else can just do them, can actually build a product. So I think there's some analogy there where the Apple engineer can steal, let's say the source code, but that doesn't necessarily mean you get a self-driving car. There's a lot more than just that.
But maybe you get leading edge LiDAR 5 years sooner than you would have, right?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The world is also not moral.
I mean, the Manhattan Project, side effect of the Manhattan Project was that, the Russians got the bomb.
Yeah.
Like, we designed it.
Yeah. Yeah, so some certain lessons there. Last area we want to talk about, covered a lot, but really talk about entrepreneurship. And so last year at the same stage, you described, regulatory bodies, oligopolies, being pro-market versus pro-business, and kind of the cartels that kind of make it difficult for incumbents just in the Bay Area, the Googles and the Amazons versus the startups. To enter markets like education, transportation. What about defense? Do you think the same holds true for defense? Are the incumbents, positive, negative? How do you think about that, or how do you recommend a founder sitting across you in the market think about this?
Yeah, so I'll recap briefly maybe what I said last year. So basically, like people have this idealized model of sort of tooth and claw capitalism where sort of everything's a free market and everything's being battled out in the market. And that's either, by the way, some people think that's good, some people think that's bad, but people kind of think that's what's happening. And when people say they're pro-capitalist or pro-business, that's what they think they mean. What ends up happening in reality in most markets is something very different than that. And specifically, it's especially when it gets involved with the government, it's the concept called regulatory capture. Right, and so it's sort of this idea that at some point, whoever are the leaders in the field of whatever industry, at some point they come to Washington and they basically appeal for, and they don't say, hey, we want regulatory capture and a permanent monopoly. What they say is, oh, we think it's time that the field be regulated, for the consumer's best interests, right? And then let's just see if we can write the regulations in a way that just makes it very clear that we are the only companies, right? The current leaders are going to be the only companies that are going to be allowed to operate in this industry, basically forever, and that there will therefore never be challenges from new entrants. The incredible example of that that's playing out right now is in banking. So the big conclusion after 2008 that everybody had, to the point where it literally became the title of the book, Too Big to Fail, the title of the movie, Too Big to Fail, by the way, great HBO movie. The big conclusion of the 2008 financial crisis was the big problem is the banks are too big to fail. We have these banks that are too big to fail, and so therefore they're systemically, risk, there's a financial crisis, they could take down the whole system, and so therefore they have to get bailed out. So the whole problem is we have these banks that are too big to fail. Right, and so they said we need reform. The R word. We need reform, and the reform is going to be we're going to break up all these banks. We're going to make them, we're going to break them up into many smaller banks, and so they're going to be none of them will be too big to fail. So Congress passed something called Dodd-Frank in 2011, which was intended to address this. I refer to this as the Big Bank Protection Act of 2011. The result of Dodd-Frank sitting here, 12 years later, is the too big to fail banks are much larger than they were before, right? The exact opposite thing happened, and in fact, JP Chase, which is the biggest of these banks, actually just bought First Republic, and so now it's even two or bigger to fail than it was before. Dodd-Frank was thousands of pages of regulatory requirements that, in practice, only a big bank can satisfy. And it turns out JP Chase has 20,000 people in compliance, and your new startup bank does not. And so they can function in this system, and your new startup bank can't. And then if you look at new bank charters issued in the US, they basically, after Dodd-Frank, they basically dropped to zero. And so all the reforms that were marketed as we're going to break up these banks so that they're small enough we can let them fail generated the exact opposite result. And this is a very old story, right? This is the exact same thing that's happened in the national university system. It's the same thing that's happened in the healthcare system. It's the same thing that's happened in the defense. All of the procurement reforms that happened in the 70s and 80s in defense have all resulted in cementing a small group of very big companies into place.
Are there examples we can look at where that tide was, that momentum was changed to a different direction?
So it has to be reformed. So it has to be a direct, and what happens is there's always a question of whose interests are at play here, right? And you get into all these things where okay, well the big companies really love this, right? Because they want this level of protection. They want to have a sort of permanent cartel. They would prefer a monopoly, but if they can't have that, they'll take a cartel. The politicians like it because the big firms donate huge amounts of money to their campaigns, and by the way, they will hire them and their kids on their way out the door, the media loves it because these people are all big advertisers, and so the existing power structure just thinks that this is just absolutely swell and fantastic. Yeah. The problem is you get ossification, you get stagnation, right? You get it's what happens whenever there is not free market competition, whenever there's not market discipline, you get stagnation, and so and this is where I said there's a big difference. Pro-business and pro-market, it turns out, are two totally different things. Pro-business translates into being pro-big business, which translates into being pro-regulatory capture, pro-monopoly, pro-cartel. Pro-market means being pro-competition, right? And an actual competitive free market and actually new entrants. And by the way, the role of the new entrant in a market is not necessarily to win, although we like it when that happens. The other role that they play is they keep the big players honest. Right? It's they keep the big players on their toes, because if there's actual competition, the big players actually have to get better, because if they don't, they're actually under threat.
Yeah, I mean, you can use if you're using the cartel example of the FANGs, you can just use OpenAI and Google. I mean, the technology existed, and here comes somebody who smacks them in the.
Why don't you describe? Why don't you describe? Why don't you describe specifically what happened there? Because it's an interesting case.
Yeah, I mean, the T in GPT is a Google technology, and
called the transformer.
The transformer, yeah, and this technology existed inside the company already, and it wasn't released because it wasn't perfect, and there's a bureaucracy and promotions and all of these other reasons. I'm sure all good reasons, but then as OpenAI emerges, I mean, it's a wake-up call. And then, it's really important for Sundar to really take, as a product manager, to really take it onto himself to rescue the company to some degree. But without the new player, we don't know any of this. Generative AI is not happening right now.
It would have stayed locked up.
It would have stayed locked up, and that's bad for the economy. It's bad for us as citizens and as individual people.
I talked to a senior leader out of Google a couple of days ago, and he was in the management structure at the time this was all happening. So transformers the core technology was invented in 2017, so 6 years ago. And I asked him if Google had been going full speed after the invention of the transformer to get something like GPT-4 out, when would we have had it? And he said 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. And so, this is tech.
It's an immensely powerful company with incredible talent.
Yeah. And by the way, look, the same story happened. This is not a Google specific story. Actually, the same story happened at IBM. IBM invented the relational database in the 1970s, and then Oracle actually is the company, right, that famously productized it.
Yeah, I mean, didn't Larry Ellison read the paper and then, yeah.
Well, Oracle was the code name of the CIA project that Larry Ellison was a software consultant on to build a new database for the CIA. And he found this IBM research paper from the mid-70s, and he's like, oh, that's the thing, and he built it, and the customer liked it, and he was like, oh, I should start a company. And so, yeah, and by the way, once Oracle shipped their own relational database, then IBM actually did bring their own to market in the form of DB2, and they've been, fighting ever since. But
so how do we do that in the defense market?
I think it goes back to people have to want it, and there's obviously the customer here plays a very big role. But look, like I said, I think the vendor plays at least as big a role as the customer. The answers are supply driven, not demand driven, which is look, these products just have to be spectacular. Like they have to be so good that they can't be ignored.
Yeah, one of the surprises I think we've had at Applied is whether it's in the automotive industry, in the defense industry. To us, it's very obvious that these industries need this kind of technology, but we haven't seen many other. I mean, take defense. You have Anduril, you have Palantir, you have us, a handful of other smaller players, but you don't have this wave of defense tech like you will in generative AI or you will in, I don't know, marketing automation, like almost any other subcategory. So you're a capital allocator. You care about national security. For the U.S., how do we get more founders to look at the market, and what qualities do they possess, and how do we just get more defense-oriented or government-oriented technology companies?
Yeah, so look, unless there are really dramatic procurement reforms, I don't think you're going to see thousands of these companies. Right? So I don't think it's just because the hill that people have to climb to become a successful vendor in this market it's a much higher hill. And so it's a higher bar. It's playing a startup on hard mode, right? Like it's not easy.
And by the way, it's not random that all three companies I describe are multi-time founders who have a lot of experience, who are playing in hard mode.
Yeah, and are willing to do what's required, and are willing to really put the time in and understand it, and really understand the mission, and really get integrated into the culture, and work the bureaucracy and the processes and everything, and staff in the right way. And so there's not going to be thousands, but there will be more. Any help on the reform side would accelerate that. But even without that, there will be more. Like I said, there won't be thousands there, but there will be more. And look, part of it is I just think that the technology is going to move so fast now that there are going to be entire categories. I'll just give you an example for people who haven't seen it. It's another one of not our companies, so I don't have vested interest in this one, but it's worth watching. So Palantir just put up a demo video on their YouTube channel, which is they've incorporated this LLM GPT technology into the front end of their whole sort of sensor battle planning kind of system that they have. And so it's like a 10-minute demo video of what it's going to be like to basically run
super interesting, worth watching.
Run a battlefield. And by the way, and I don't even know if this specific demonstration is going to be the way that it's going to get rolled out, but if you just watch what happens in that video and what they do and what the new technology makes possible, I think your reaction is going to be, ooh, okay, whatever form this takes is going to be different. And the companies that are going to provide this capability are probably going to be very different than the companies we're used to dealing with.
Last question. So you're a year ahead. Do you think it's just the year of generative AI, or should other folks be looking at other other trends and things to read up on to better form themselves in their current roles or just as a consumer?
Well, there's also going to be a lot. So the so-called generative AI is kind of the hot, legitimately the hot thing right now because of so-called generating text and images and then videos. But look, the fact that LLMs, large language models, work as well as they do, and this transformer technology works as well as it does, is the leading edge founders are now they're already on the what's next thing. And the two big categories that I'm hearing a lot about is one is perception. And so the sense, at least, is there are going to be dramatic breakthroughs in perception, which is to say the ability for the machine to kind of map and understand the real world, live. And so think self-driving car, self-flying drone, but like, continuously more advanced, breakthrough technologies. And then the other is in so-called planning and control, right? So new kinds of control systems. And then frankly, this is where I get maybe a little bit too excited. If you take the language capability, so the UI, the ability to like talk to something and get answers back and engage with it in English, you add incredible potentially a few more breakthroughs in perception, and then you add an incredible new control system. You basically have general purpose robotics.
Finally,
again, after 80 years. And so Elon, another thing just to watch is Elon just did the Tesla Investor Day yesterday, and he demoed the latest. Tesla's actually building a humanoid robot. They're building Westworld. And it's one of these Elon things where when he first did it, a lot of us were like, okay, that seems pretty out there. But now it's like, okay, if you stack language and perception and planning, all of a sudden it's like, okay, like maybe we have the stack coming. And so I think that my sense is there's a robotics breakthrough coming here that is going to be pretty profound. And it may come quite quickly. And so I think it's worth watching probably each of those three fields.
Awesome. Amazing and interesting as usual. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, everybody.
Many thanks to Mark and Casser for that candid discussion about how current events in Silicon Valley are shaping financial markets, defense tech, and society. Next, we are honored to have Dr. Mark T. Esper, the 27th Secretary of Defense and Board Director at the Atlantic Council. Stephen Rodriguez, Senior Advisor to Forward Defense and member of Applied Intuition's Defense Advisory Board, will moderate today's discussion.
All right, the last discussion before drinks, so we'll try to keep this entertaining and exciting as well. So I've had the luxury of getting to know Secretary Esper for the better part of the last year.
I'm not sure it's a luxury, Stephen.
Yeah,
so.
well, it's only if I'm asking the questions, I guess. For the last year and a half, as part of the aforementioned Atlantic Council Commission on Defense Innovation Adoption, and it's been interesting and I think very relevant to this discussion here because the discussion at the commission that we've been running and recently released our interim report has had a number of commissioners and indeed our two co-chairs, Secretary Esper and Secretary of the Air Force, Deborah Lee James, are stakeholders who actually have what the term I've been using is ground combat in this space. And what I mean by that is these are not just very senior government executives that served in the Pentagon or even served in industry, but these are individuals that have deep experience now, and maybe this might not have even been the case 3 or 4 years ago, in venture capital and in high technology. In fact, Secretary Esper is involved with Red Cell Partners as well as, I believe, the chairman of Epirus, right? So unless that's changed since we spoke.
Still on the board.
Yeah, it's a tough macro environment, but I don't think it's that tough. So I think we're really excited in the commission as part of this discussion here too to share perspectives that I dare I say are informed by reality as well. And so I think with that out of the way, let's get to it. Secretary Esper, in addition to the work you're doing in high technology and the commission since leaving office, you had experience with industry associations, in industry, on Capitol Hill, with think tanks, and of course in the United States Army. One of your main achievements in office as Secretary of the Army was the creation of Army Futures Command. What did the creation of AFC, as it's called, kind of teach you about fostering innovation in DoD? A lot of people here are interested in autonomy and AI, of course, but also how the heck do we actually move anything in and by, with, and through the Pentagon?
Yeah, it's a great question, and I'm going to rewind the clock a little bit. As you noted, I had been, I'd worked in Congress for a number of years and then Defense Association, so I had a good feel for how acquisition, RDT&E, all that stuff works from that perspective. And then I went to Raytheon, where I worked there for a number of years and saw it from that side. And by the time I became Secretary of the Army in 2017, I had a pretty good feel for what the various levers were on all sides of the aisle, what the obstacles were, what the challenges were, and how to drive the right incentives and disincentives in some case to get things done. And so when I came into the Army, there were a number of things we needed to do. For example, if you're on the industry side of things, you want predictability. And the Army was infamous for changing its priorities every year. So what we decided was we would have 6 priorities and we would stick with them. And I'm proud to say, 6 years later, those priorities really haven't changed, which was big. And people don't understand those small things have a great deal of importance for the industry side of the house. We also know that acquisition is too slow, too clunky, too risk averse, so forth and so on. We can talk on end about the Valley of Death and everything else. And so what we tried to do was break the paradigm. The Army hadn't been really modernized since the Reagan era when the big 5 weapon systems came out. And they were still doing a job, but reaching the end of their lives in many ways. We knew we needed a renaissance, and we couldn't modernize the Army unless we did things differently. And that was where Army Futures Command came about. And further, we knew that in addition to working to the primes, we had to work with the entrepreneurs, the innovators out there. And so that kind of drove what does Futures Command look like and where does it go? And eventually we chose Austin, Texas, because it was a great hub for innovation. And then we did a number of other things to kind of break the cultural log jams and process log jams, cross-functional teams. We did stuff like that. But here we are today, 6 years later, the Army, out of our original 32 modernization priorities, the Army's going to deliver in one way, shape, or form 24 of them in this year, which is pretty big change, sea change. So I'm really happy about that. But I will tell you, and we can talk about this, it wasn't until I left government in November 2020, a little rather abruptly.
Should we check Twitter in case there's been a change?
No Twitter,
okay, right.
Nothing like that. In November 2020, as I figured out what am I going to do next, I figured how do I pull those years of experience and insight, and I like to disrupt, pull that together. And eventually, through talking to a lot of people, I eventually ended up in the VC side. And so I'm partner and a board member of Red Cell, which works in both the healthcare and defense space. And I've seen this through a number of startups we have. I'm also in the private equity space. But through the startups we see, I'm now seeing it from the other end, the challenges that innovators face. And one of Red Cell's features or attributes, if you will, is we have an AI bias. We come to all of our projects looking for areas in which we can leverage the AI talent we have inherent to the people we have in the team. So it's really interesting for me to see the entire ecosystem, or at least most of it. I haven't seen the capital side of it as much yet, but it's really fascinating, and not enough people know. I certainly didn't know, if you wind back the clock 10 years ago, the importance of innovators, entrepreneurs, venture capital, all those things that really drive innovation. And the bottom line is, and this takes from what Stephen said about the Atlantic Council Commission, most people agree, certainly it's true factually, the United States does not have an innovation problem. We do not. We have $60 trillion in capital. We have the most innovative people in the world. They come to this country for the laws and rules and regulations and the mindsets to drive innovation. The problem we have at DoD is an inability to adopt it, to recognize it, identify it, and adopt it quickly. And that's the biggest thing we've tried to break down through the Atlantic Council, and one of the things that I continue to work on in my roles, and in various ways that I try and help all the different players in that ecosystem.
So as part of the commission, one of the things that you and Secretary James really pushed hard on was making sure that the recommendations were clear, actionable, of course, but I think also minimize the creation of new bureaucracy. So in offering good ideas or recommendations, the solution wasn't we need to fix DoD's culture problem or fix the FAR or create a new organization to fix all the other organizations that aren't reporting or functioning very well. Meanwhile, we have China, I think when we last spoke, there was a U.S. and Chinese carrier battle group circling each other outside Taiwan. Russia is obviously very, very active, probably far more than their military thought they would be at the moment in Ukraine. So I guess the following question is, of the recommendations that we put forward, those 10, are there ones that you view, maybe from a DoD or a congressional perspective, you've served in senior roles in both, that appear more actionable or more obvious, or are there ones where, in your heart of hearts, you're like, you know what, really good idea, it needs to get done, but it might be harder to implement?
Yeah, I mean, first things first, everybody comes to these commissions and the experts with, they have their ideas, and some of them are, the great ideas, and we cast aside dozens of great ideas. Some of the things I worked on for many years, export controls, ITAR change, so forth and so on, and try to really focus on the things that were most important, that were achievable, measurable, reasonable, so forth and so on, what we call the SMART things. And that was what we focused on. And so as I think about, and by the way, when I became Secretary of the Army, I went through this process. I'd actually gone through it before in the past. I said, what are the authorities we need in order to really modernize the military? And come to find it, DoD has the authorities it needs. We just don't use them all. We don't fully use the OTAs and stuff like that. So I began as Secretary of the Army and then carried forward as Secretary of Defense, tracking our quarterly rates by which we were using mid-tier acquisition authority and OTAs and stuff like that. I want to see the change, to drive the change. And then I was also looking at how do we move toward more firm fixed price contracts and away from other things. So we're trying to look at really metrics that drive the change, because if you don't, then your bureaucracy just slides by. So you got to stay on top of them. So how do you look at those metrics to do that? And so the biggest obstacle was the bureaucracy in terms of willingness to move quickly. And again, that kind of drove a lot of the changes with Futures Command and cross-functional teams. And as I became Secretary of Defense, I began that process as well. But of course, a lot of things eventually get to your desk. But if I were to go back, if I were to look now at your question about what were the most important things, look, I think some of the basics of allowing program officers to bundle, first of all, to get rid of a lot of budget lines. It's just unnecessary to be tracking programs at the $5 million level, $8 million level. It's silly. And then I think the bundling, if you will, allowing PEOs, giving them authority from Congress to use a capabilities bundle, if you will. So if you're in charge of air defense for the Army, I'll go with something I reasonably know. You won't have separate lines for Stinger and for NASAM and for Patriot and for you name it. Just be air defense. And if you want to move money around within that based on the needs, or if a new technology develops, like I'm on the board of Esper, which is a counter-drone company, and it's tremendous high-power microwaves, uses AI to knock down swarms of drones. And we have a contract, it's fine, but took us 2 years, talk about a valley of death, to get that first contract. But if you didn't have to follow those rules, if you had a capabilities-based portfolio, you could move money quickly to areas where you need it. And I think nobody would disagree that we need counter-drone technology these days. So that's one. Number two, I would remove the limits on private capital, venture capital, so forth and so on, for firms who are eligible for SBIR loans and things like that. I think we should change the reprogramming thresholds. They've never been updated for inflation over 50 years now. In fact, they've been decreased. And so it's just ridiculous to say, for me as a Secretary of Defense, that I don't have the authority to move more than 2% of my money around. I mean, think about it. If you did that in corporate America, you grind to a halt. You've got to give leaders the flexibility to do what they need to do. And if they don't do it well, then hold them accountable. So I think we talk about going back up to the 6% level. I would say even higher. There's so much more we could do if you give people the flexibility and then hold them accountable for the decisions we make. So I think those are the big three. We had recommended early on that to make the head of DIU a direct report to DepSecDef. It's been done. It was done already just as we released our report. So you can see there's 4 or 5 things right there that I could call out. There are a few others. Frank Kendall just put forward the idea of, he called it a $300 million discretionary fund. I don't know if we proposed the same thing, but it's always been a favorite of mine, is to give the service secretaries and the Secretary of Defense discretionary fund. The naysayers will call it a slush fund, but a discretionary fund to move quickly on new technologies that emerge. Because I like to say I could come up with a gee whiz device today that would solve all of our problems when it comes AI, since this is an AI crowd, or an autonomy, if you will. But yet, even if I took it to the entire chain of command and convinced them today, it wouldn't find its way into the budget to be proposed until a year from now, and wouldn't be funded by Congress until at least 6, 7, 8 months, 10 months afterward. So you lose 2 years. So those are some of the big problems, is how do you accelerate those things? And I think a discretionary fund, as Frank Kendall has recommended, it makes sense to me.
So it's interesting. One of the most read articles that I published in recent years was one with one of our previous co-authors on the commission, Eric Lofgren, who left us to go implement all of our join Senate Armed Services to handle acquisition. So we're very excited about that. In the article we wrote, I believe in Defense One a couple years ago, the premise of the article, which people could not get enough of, used basic addition and subtraction to map out, you have a national security strategy, let's back up the NSS and say, once you make a decision with the strategy, let's figure out how long it will take for your good ideas to actually be implemented. And it turned out, we wrote this, I think in 2021, right after President Biden was elected, and it turned out that when all those good ideas would be implemented to actually address the proposed NSS, which actually didn't come out for almost another year, the soonest they would be implemented was in the middle of the presidential election cycle in 2023. And it really opened my eyes to the velocity, but also the structure and pacing of how you implement some of these changes. So to that end, we have a number of bridge funds, slush funds. We have the much talked about Office of Strategic Capital. They'll be here with me tomorrow to talk about what they're doing. Would love to get your opinion as an investor. So I invest in a number of companies, a number of drone companies, so maybe we have a portfolio with drone and counter-drone together. And the concern with a lot of the companies, even around autonomy, because autonomous technology goes in autonomous solutions, many of which are hardware. So one thing we've been wrestling with is how could you take something like a slush fund that helps you get through the RDT&E Valley of Death? People talk about valleys of death, and it appears there's a number of valleys of death. So how could you potentially use that as well as something like the Office of Strategic Capital that then also help companies, especially in hardware, get over that other valley of death, which is the procurement and production valley of death? Any thoughts there?
Yeah, first on the Office of Strategic Capital, it sounds like a good idea. We've had discussions at Atlantic Council with them. They've been very good in terms of participating in our sessions. Frankly, I fully don't understand how they're going to play. I think maybe they're going to backstop private capital, but it's just unclear to me how they're going to do that. Let me say this much. I don't think we have a capital problem in the United States. I don't think, it's hard to raise these days, but that's a separate issue. But I don't think there's a lack of money out there. I think what there's a lack of is a lack of signaling, right, from DOD to investors, to companies, but to investors to say, we really like this product. We need to see more, but we really want to pursue it. And that's what I'd like to figure out, is how to do better signaling. I mean, clearly the best signal one can give is a contract, right? One of the first things when we look at a company is, we're looking at the tech, the leadership, the total addressable market. But then I want to know, do you have any revenue coming in, right? Has anybody bought into you, and are you delivering on it? And so in my view, the best signal is a contract, but short of that, because again, you don't get that contract through DOD for the most part until you exit the valley of death. Are there easier ways to signal that? Now maybe Office of Strategic Capital is going to do that, but then the Office of Strategic Capital needs to know that DOD is serious about a technology. Otherwise, they're throwing money around in the dark as well, or they're going to somehow have to do due diligence just like the VCs do. So it's really unclear to me how that's going to work. So hopefully tomorrow you guys can ask all the smart questions, and they need to help think their way through it as well. But now I forgot the second part of your question.
I think you already answered it. Is essentially, what is the role of capital either in supporting the crossing of an RDT&E Valley of Death or a procurement Valley of Death? And I think you're hitting on a lot of those key issues.
Yeah, I think part of that, by the way, the relationship between those two is one of our really smart persons who was an author, Pete Modigliani, kind of point out the fact that the transition rates between RDT&E and production are much lower than they used to be. I don't know how to measure that. I don't know that if that's because we're putting more into RDT&E and being less successful, and that's fine. Or maybe the fact is the acquisition side isn't picking up enough of the investments made into the innovators through the RDT. I don't know. We have to, that needs to be examined more closely, why more things aren't transitioning from RDT&E into that. So that would be an important thing to understand better.
So drilling in a little bit more, obviously we're at an event focused on AI and autonomy. Do you see, maybe from your time as Secretary of the Army, standing up AFC or a SecDef, areas that are more obvious where AI and autonomous solutions could be implemented? Or are there other areas where, in your deliberations with senior stakeholders in the building, where it was just like too tall of an order? A classic kind of seems like a good idea until you scratch the surface. And
no, look, it's a great idea. I've said since when I entered office that AI to me was the most important technology. Of all the 12 or 13 that we identified, AI was the most important. Because we could talk about the great inventions of history, let's just in more modern times, the light bulb, the computer, so forth and so on, but all those are driven by electricity, right? So AI in many ways, we used to analogize it, AI is the electricity that will really drive these future technologies in any number of areas. And so in my mind, it's a game changer. It will change the character of warfare, not the nature, but the character. And my view was whoever gets there first will dominate for many, many years, which is why it's critical that we get there before the Chinese. So I think AI is critical. You combine that with robotics, you start looking at autonomy. And I mean, look at what we did in the late 90s with drones, right, with attack drones, semi-autonomous systems. First of all, resisted by the military at first, but we've, since that time now, 25 years, how far we've come. We are not moving quick enough in the naval and Marine and Army domains to do more, to leverage more AI and autonomy. I was just talking to the gentleman who was in the Navy who did task force.
Captain Bresser.
Yeah, great job, tremendous idea, and he did it very quickly, very innovative. But you have to kind of, you not only have to lead the horse to the water, you got to make the horse drink it. You got to push the horse over, roll it around in the creek a little bit until it understands the importance of this. And I'm talking, you know, most often people think about AI in the warfighting battlefield function, right? There are multiple battlefield functions. People think about AI there. But Task Force 59 is about sensing and monitoring and doing things like that, right? In the Army, we talked a lot about AI to do better predictive and other types of maintenance. You know, you can anticipate when your Black Hawk rotor is going to fail, and you could order the part, and you could do better just-in-time logistics. I think it can be used far better in terms of HR. And so there are a number of things. You know, one of the companies we founded at Red Cell is called DEFCON. Uses we have a contract with the Air Force where we're using AI to help them train, simulate, and do better planning when it comes to air mobility. So think about how you can do that now. You can move away from wet boards with your dry erase markers and really program it in and anticipate, because we know the fixed number of airfields, we know aircraft, but you can really do a lot of contingency planning, whether it's enemy actions, bad weather, you name it, but in ways that we really think is going to be a leap ahead for the Air Force, and that's in planning. Another big area is logistics. Again, all these are fields where I think AI can really be a game changer and accelerate the speed of decision making, make it more precise, and give commanders, the military, more optionality. And so those are just three things that I think that are out there. So the imagination is the limit in terms of what we can do here, and that's why we got a lot of smart people out here. I know we talked earlier, or previous to this, about the Army. Spent some time with the Army trying to figure out how we do optionally manned fighting vehicles, which I actually think is the most difficult autonomous problem to have out there, and we could talk about that. But I think it's a bright future.
Well, actually, let's talk a little bit more about that. What, from your experience with like OMFV, or optionally manned fighting vehicle, in case you didn't pick that up here earlier, what were some of the challenges, like either bureaucratic or technical challenges that you and your team ran into with programs like that?
Well, the bureaucracy, it exists. It pervades everything, right? So I think, you know, the interesting thing with ground combat vehicles, anybody here working ground combat vehicles? No? Oh, okay, 3 guys. So, you know, jump up if I get something wrong. Here's why I think it's the most difficult. It's one thing to send an autonomous aircraft into the air and fly, right? A little bit more challenging in some ways with the sea, but with a ground combat vehicle, you have to do a number of functions, right, that are very hard. You have to, first of all, you have to navigate. Then you have to navigate terrain, right? Is that thing in front of me a bush or a boulder, right? And then you have to maneuver, which means you have to have some sense of tactically how to deploy alongside blue forces. So now you're taking on 3 challenging problems. Am I too close, too far away, too far, so forth and so on. And then you have to do it against enemy forces, which all these things are intuitive to a platoon leader, a platoon sergeant. You want to stay below the ridge line, you want to get in the tree line, things like that. But you have to teach the system, I mean, you guys tell me, right, to use at least these 4 functions together. And it's really challenging. And I think if we can master that, it would be incredible. Now, there are things we can do now. You can do it semi-autonomously. You can do leader-follower. We're doing some of that in logistics. I think the easiest thing that I was hoping to field deployed during my time as Secretary of the Army is a simple convoy. I can't tell you how many hundreds of soldiers we lost during the Iraq War, running the supply route from Kuwait City to Baghdad, right, due to IEDs and enemy attacks. It's because, you had a dozen trucks, and every truck had 2 or 3 soldiers in the cab. And it was easy to kind of disrupt them. They weren't well defended. But imagine, just do a leader-follower. Imagine if the lead truck was the only truck that had people in it, and the next 11 were autonomously following. Think about the lives saved. And then beyond that, think about the soldiers, the uniforms, the people you could put in other areas, right? Because we have a recruiting problem in the United States Army. So this is where I think AI can really free up bodies, if you will, to put into other areas that are more manpower intensive. So this is where I say the sooner we master this, and this is going back now 6 years. When I was Secretary of the Army, we were talking about this. The sooner we can master this and get ahead of it, I think there's going to be great dividends that are paid for the military in ways we can't really imagine right now. Any thoughts back there from you 3 guys? Ground? No? You're just going to, okay. He gave me a thumbs up.
Yeah, you can say who.
2 thumbs up.
So this is actually a great segue to a theme that I've heard some of the other panelists talk about before, and that's this topic of human capital. You previously said or emphasized the importance of DoD's proximity to academia as a way of attracting talented innovators, certainly to serve in the armed forces, but also to enable the technologies that we all say we want. So from your perspective, how do you see academia's role? AFC had a strong role in university academic engagement strategy. How do you see academia's role in evolving the state-of-the-art with technology like autonomous systems?
Yeah, I think it's part of the ecosystem that sometimes is, sometimes isn't well incorporated. I spent a lot of time at West Point. A week ago, I was at Purdue, and talking to them, I hosted a ROTC ceremony and spent some time at the Kroc Institute. And then just Monday, I was at the University of Alabama, Huntsville, right down in Huntsville, Redstone Arsenal. Boy, I'll tell you, all those places are doing tremendous things with technology, and they're, in Huntsville, they have the counter drone or the drone center of excellence. They're leading in hypersonics. They're doing a lot of other work. And so what you have these young, fertile, innovative young minds in the students that are unencumbered by conventional wisdom that we all carry with us. The older you get, the more boundaried you become in some ways. They don't have any of those constraints about what's possible or what's not impossible. And so they're really thinking outside the box. And I got asked the same question, so maybe you were talking to him, Stephen, by the president of the institution, Chuck Carr. And what my response about academia was to make sure you're very close to DoD, and in the case of Huntsville, DoD, NASA, so forth, and so forth and so on. Same thing with Purdue. But the one thing that they seem to be missing is there's not much venture around. So even if they come up with a good idea, it may not get a contract or may not get any traction with their DoD counterparts in the town. But if there was more venture out there that could tap into that, it might be worthwhile. So I'm personally going to try and expend some time to see how much really is in academia that ideas are coming out but just aren't getting contracted or are kind of waiting, are latent there because the ecosystem isn't fully surrounding them yet. So I just think it's a great place to be, particularly in some of these schools that have really are pushing hard on the tech and engineering side, and it's exciting.
So I'd like to ask the organizers if they can throw up the QR code. Please do send your questions in. We'd like to get as many of them in as possible as part of this discussion as we continue to punch through some of the questions I already have in the magazine here. Let me stay at the tactical level before zooming back out to some macro questions. So there are a number of new forms of AI. AI is a impossibly broad ontology, things like generative AI, large language models. And there's a big debate, like across the country, is do we use it or do we not, right? Do we develop it or do we not? In DoD, of course, is heavily incentivized towards risk management instead of risk adoption. So from your position now in the private sector, but also having worn numerous senior hats before, how should DoD think about the adoption of these technologies, or at a minimum, mitigating the risk of a potential downside with some of these AI technologies that could, in theory, get out of hand?
Well, I'll speak out of both sides of my mouth. On one hand, full speed ahead, right? We got to win this race, and so we have to keep going. I don't believe in pauses or anything like that, but we should do so, keeping these other things in mind. Now, I can say that from a position where, because in late 2019 or 2020, I pushed forward and signed AI set of principles for DoD that we would abide by. There were a number of 5, 6 principles. Eric Schmidt and others worked on that. I adopted it and we pushed it because I thought, look, they were good. Could they be improved? Probably, because we have 4 years of learning now. But I thought it was important to kind of set a baseline about how DoD would design, develop, implement, use AI. And I think, and I want to set a standard out there for everybody else and for our allies and partners. But that said, so on one hand, I'll say full speed ahead, knowing that we did that. But I also think that there needs to be, coming from corporate America and from others, a set of principles that will guide the responsible development and use of AI as well. And so I think, because look, while there's a lot of potential and opportunity, there are downsides. And we've seen any number of people talk about this yesterday on the Hill. They had the CEO of ChatGPT talking. He's calling for regulation, and that may be necessary, probably is. We'll see. But I think this needs to be discussed now before we get too far down the road. And I think everybody here in the room who's in this should be part of that discussion. But I don't think we should put the brakes on it. There is no putting the brakes on it. And I would like to see us dominate in this space and then kind of write the rules of the road, if you will, for not just us, but for the internet, for the globe, right? For everybody, international set of rules and norms that we can hold people accountable to, just like we've done with so many other things out there, whether it's weapons of mass destruction, laws of land warfare, you name it. That's where we need to go, because the Chinese aren't going to follow those rules, the Russians aren't going to follow those rules. Without them, we can't hold them accountable. So I think we need to do both, and we need to do both quickly. And I'm glad that this is being talked about almost on a daily basis these days.
So you mentioned Eric Schmidt, and for a period of time he chaired the Defense Innovation Board.
Right.
One of our other co-authors for the commission, Whitney McNamara, previously worked at the DIB as well. From your experience, are those good use cases for the DIB? What's the best way to get traction out of it? Something like a Defense Innovation Board that's populated by a series of impressive sounding private sector folks.
The challenge is there's a lot of boards out there, right? So you mentioned the DIB. I also had the Defense Business Board, the Defense Policy Board, so forth and so on. And you got to use them and give them access and work them. And I had given the Defense Policy Board some action items to do, and then Defense Innovation Board, Eric and his folks were driving action on their own. Of course, we got shut down for a number of months due to COVID and restrictions on getting together. But it's important to use those, and that's kind of. If I were to think about the Defense Innovation Board now, that's kind of what I would do, is put them on the task of what the Atlantic Council is working on, and that is how do we more quickly identify and adopt and then develop technologies. Again, the issue is not innovation. We have innovation. It's all, not all, most of it's coming from the commercial sector, right, from what many of you do. And so DoD can't keep up with that. But but there are things we can do. You know, I stood up the AI task force at Carnegie Mellon in 2018. And since then, and I was up there last year, you know, it's all about how do we push AI within the Army, but we're also developing people at multiple ranks, right? Junior officers, mid-career officers, and the idea is to get them out in the field. And I think every year we're graduating a couple dozen that are going out into the units and not just advising on how to incorporate AI into current operations, but have the skills in some cases to code or recode on the spot, which is useful. So I think what we need to do is really get the div thinking about how do we improve innovation adoption, and then how do we continue to train, back to human capital, folks within DoD, uniforms and civilians, to first of all understand it, and then secondly to kind of keep pace with it and be able to implement it as we go.
So let's kind of shift and talk about friends and, you know, frenemies, if you will, or just plain adversaries. NATO and other multilateral or bilateral treaty partners. NATO obviously has tried to take a leadership or a fast follower role around AI and autonomy, right? So what do you see as DoD's role in shaping and supporting concepts like interoperability with our NATO partners and allies, especially with the war in Ukraine as a key focal point?
Whose responsibility, you said?
What is the U.S.'s responsibility, or DoD's responsibility, or what should it be in supporting interoperability and or ensuring that we have a strategic advantage vis-a-vis China or Russia, because we're not going to go to war or we're not going to attempt to counter them by ourselves?
Yeah, so look, a strategic asymmetrical advantage we have over the Russians and Chinese is we have allies and partners. We have dozens of them, and you know, they have 4 or 5. And if you want North Korea, Mali, Nicaragua, and Iran on your team, then that's their pickup team. I like our team. No, that's right. I think that's their team. Maybe some of the stands. So anyways, so we are going to go to war. We need to go to war with our allies and partners. And to do that, though, they need to be interoperable with us. And so we've obviously gone out of our way in the pre-existing domains of land, sea, and air to do that. But now we're in space and cyber. And I was just down at the Space and Missile Defense Command in Huntsville, as I said, but working with Space Force. Space Force out in Colorado and Space Command are heavily involved with allies and partners. If you were to go to their command center, you'll see, you know, different uniforms there. And that's very important that we do that. And we need to do the same on cyber. We do a lot through Cyber Command. So AI is another area where we need to help bring them along, and they'll bring us along. We talked earlier about Task Force 59, and I asked, again, the gentleman out there, how did you guys do it so quickly? And it wasn't the U.S. military that did it. It was NATO. It was a NATO idea. And that was, you know, so our allies have a lot of potential and capability as well. We need to rely on them, but we need to, we can't slow down, but we need to bring people along with us as much as possible so that we get the interoperability and the ideas and everything else of how to fight in the future.
So you've also previously stated that we're in and I want to get this right, China is engaged in the greatest intellectual property theft in human history. So it's been well covered that we're in a systemic competition with them. They've had a decades-long campaign to acquire U.S. technology, U.S. intellectual property, to include investing in U.S. defense technology and indeed, you know, venture-backed commercial companies. From your perspective, what do we need to be doing to attempt to counter this, the theft of the technology, but more importantly, their encroachment upon the U.S. high technology landscape?
Yeah, it is the greatest theft in human history. It's about $600 billion alone from us alone. And I don't know what it is from the European partners and others, the Japanese, Koreans. It's enormous as well. So, yes, they are stealing a lot of our IP, and not just for military reasons, but for economic reasons. We know they want to dominate a number of industries, and they're all the industries you know, right? Telecom, aviation, so forth and so on. So I think obviously we need to tighten up our export control systems. We need to do a much better job in terms of understanding how they do what they do. A lot of it's through cyber. A lot of it's through traditional espionage. FBI Director Chris Wray says often that he opens up an espionage investigation with regard to China every 12 hours. every 12 hours. So we continue to be raw blind, and I think this has been talked about a lot. I think there's the Trump administration began this approach, and the Biden administration is picking up it as well. I think there's going to be, with regard to China, because of the integration of our economies, there will be a number of things happen. I think there's going to be a strategic decoupling at the top tier of technologies. That's happening now, right? Think semiconductors. Mm-hmm. And then I think there's going to be a de-risking in the next tier. In other words, we may trade with them, we may produce some of these things in China, but we're not going to rely on them alone, right? We're going to diversify in other areas, or maybe we'll reshore. And then everything else, I think, we'll sort that out. But I think those will be two new areas that we have to think about, or else we will continue to deliver them the means to beat us militarily, to beat us economically, and to help them achieve their goals, whereas we want to achieve our goals. And look, it's not our goals. The Western goals are not just about the United States having the largest economy in the world, and so forth and so on. But it's preserving the international rules and norms as we know it. It's about preserving Western democracy and our values. And that's what we don't want to lose. And technology is going to be the forefront of that. And on the forefront of that technology will be AI, because of, again, how comprehensive and how critical it is to everything we will be doing in the future. I don't doubt that one bit. Again, if we can develop it quickly, smartly, and responsibly, then I think we'll be in good shape.
So along those lines, we have a number of regional allies in East Asia. East Asia the Pacific is impossibly vast, astonishingly vast. So one of my previous bosses, Secretary Gates, had a quote that went something like, you might remember this, like no amount of technology can replace the fact that you need a carrier battle group in the Strait of Hormuz and the Strait of Malacca at the same time. So with that in mind, relying on our partners, and indeed, speaking of frenemies, countries like India, any thoughts on what we should be doing with countries like Australia and Japan? And then also, is there a better way to leverage India or work with them than what we have currently been doing?
Yeah, of all examples, you had to talk aircraft carriers because, as you know, I put forward a battle force plan in 2020 that I thought we should de-emphasize, not get rid of, but de-emphasize these big deck $20 billion carriers, particularly in places where they're vulnerable, such as the Strait of Hormuz. You think about how you allocate your dollars within your military. I would argue it did at the time that the U.S. Navy was far better allocating some of those dollars to submarines and things like that. And we could talk AI in that regard too. And really importantly, the battle force. And I know I'm a little bit off topic, but you'll understand why here. The battle force plan that we put forward in October 2020. Called for distributed lethality, more smaller ships, fewer big deck ships, more submarines, but importantly, building a fleet by the year 2045, I'm sorry, of over 150 unmanned vessels. And we're probably nowhere near that. And so, and we could do that right now. We've been testing unmanned vessels, both surface and subsurface, for a few years now. Why we aren't producing them in mass to do a number of things. And we won't get it right the first time. You asked this earlier. The version 1.0 will be okay. Version 2.0 will be a little bit better. 3.0 will be good. And so, but we need to get on that path and start deploying these ships and using them. That's why I think Task Force 59 was great. I'd be putting Task Force 59s in the South China Sea right now if I had. And so, but that's kind of where we were thinking. But to do autonomy, you need to have robust AI and other things to do that. So to me, that's where the future needs to go and it needs to be. And I forgot the second part of your question.
Oh, is there a better way to leverage India than what we've currently been doing? Is that even possible?
India?
Yeah.
In my memoir, I wrote that if China is the greatest strategic adversary of the 21st century, and I believe they are, the greatest strategic partner that we need to develop, that we need to grow closer to, is India, right? Now the largest population in the world. They're on the ascent. China is declining. And they got a rich talent base. It's another democracy. They get some challenges politically, but set that aside. But I think that there's a lot to tap into. They got great geography when it comes to China. There's no love lost between Beijing and Delhi. And so I think yes. I think we need to continue to work with them. That's why I was really glad to, work a lot on the Quad, develop military relationships between our two countries. That really needs to develop. I think that's another key relationship going forward that we have to manage really well. And the good news is, I've been working on India since at least the Bush administration. Bush began, maybe Clinton before him, but certainly Bush began outreach to the Indians. And then I was glad to see the Obama administration picked it up. And then the Trump administration, Mike Pompeo and I spent a lot of time with India. And now this administration too. So there's been good bipartisan consensus on the importance of building a relationship with India. So that's important.
And the book, Sacred Oath, right?
Right.
On sale at Amazon. Sorry, I do that so you don't have to.
Okay.
So as part of our commission, one of the things I thought that was notable was that there was bipartisan with a number of all the commissioners who all still had the term I use is they all still had juice. They still had a lot of political capital, still highly engaged in DC in circles that matter and have throw weight on these issues that we're talking about. Probably more importantly, there was unanimity, right, that you, to my detriment, insisted on. We insisted on occurring, and we got there, right? There was no dissenting comments on the commission. Part of that was this sentiment that, as part of our launch, I think was very clear and publicly stated, which is that the event horizon for countering and dealing with China is here, right? It's not in 2035, it's not in 2028. We need to be doing something about this right now. You want to expand more on that and what you view as kind of the potential on-ramps to conflict, or more importantly, off-ramps to conflict with China, given that, again, the sentiment from the commission was that we need to be acting urgently and now.
Yeah, so let me say up front, I don't think war between the United States and China is imminent, and I also don't think it is inevitable. That said, I wrote in my memoir as well that I think Northeast Asia is the greatest strategic flashpoint in the world, Taiwan specifically, but not just because of, you would have China and the United States involved. You would have the world's largest economies involved. So think about the economic disruption if you had the world's three largest economies would be involved in this fight, right? The United States, China, and Japan in that order. And then, of course, there are other regional economies that are also big players, particularly in technology, right? So Korea, for example. You have 4 nuclear weapon states: United States, North Korea has nuclear weapons, Russia, China. We already talked about the tech piece of it. Those are very tech-heavy countries. You talk about Korea, Japan, China, United States, Taiwan with TSMC. Interesting, I saw where Warren Buffett just disinvested, if you will, from TSMC. It's curious. So anyways, it's the greatest strategic flashpoint with the worst consequences for anything. So, but I don't think war is inevitable, but we have to manage it very carefully. Now, if you believe, as I do, that the key to us maintaining our dominance, superiority, and war fighting, et cetera, and then as a means to deter China, and modernization means really leveraging advanced tech, I think we're behind. People talk about different timeframes and windows. We do know that Xi Jinping has told the PLA, be prepared to seize Taiwan by 2027. Of course, that's the 100th anniversary of the PLA, and he's putting a mark on the wall for them. So I don't read too much into that. But let's just use that for a moment, because I brought this up at the Atlantic Council Commission. If you believe 2027 is the year we have to be prepared, and if you believe that leveraging the best tech we have, right, beginning with AI, but also directed energy, robotics, quantum, 5G, I mean, kind of go down the list. If you believe that is the key, then we're already behind. We're already behind. Why? Because even if we could, and many of you are probably involved in some of these technologies, if we could adopt them today, there's only 2 budget cycles left before 2027, right? So if you came up with the idea today, it wouldn't find its way into the budget until the 25 budget, right? Which would be submitted to the Hill next February, but it wouldn't be funded until December of 2024, and the money wouldn't start flowing until 2026. I'm maybe messing my lines up. And then you have one more budget cycle, and then you're in the year 2027. And that's not even accounting for the fact that you have to, you have to prototype it, and then you have to sign the contracts, and then you have to begin, low rate initial production, so forth and so on. We're behind. Bottom line is we're behind. If 2027 is your timeline. If you say your timeline is now 2035, which by the way is another date that Xi Jinping put out by which he wanted to have a modern military, then okay, we now have 7 budget cycles. But the key is when you combine the valley of death, the slowness of the budgeting, so forth and so on, the lack of flexibility we've given our commanders, with the time it takes not to innovate now, not to innovate, but to produce the items. Again, I told you I'm on the board of Esper, which is a counter-drone company, and we have a contract. But we're still in the prototyping phase. We'd have to build out a factory, right? You all know what it takes to hire people. You have to acquire plant and capital. You have to get qualified. All these things take months, if not years, to do. So you got to think about those timelines that way. That's why, in many ways, the conflict with Ukraine has exposed the weaknesses of the just-in-time defense base that we have and have had for many years. And I'm glad to see DOD is moving out to fix that. Not moving quick enough, but moving out to fix it. So these same things apply. If you think it's slow expanding existing production lines, think how much slower it is creating non-existent production lines. And that's what we face with. So that's why I say we're behind. Because at the end of the day, you can have the best AI, the best directed energy, so forth and so on, but you got to get it into every battalion, onto every ship, into every squadron, so forth and so on. And we're not at that point yet. And that's not even talking about selling it to allies and partners.
Well, I was very anxious. I thought all of you were either asleep or tweeting under the assumption that myself and definitely not Secretary Esper would be checking our Twitter feeds. But I just had a whole bunch of questions populate. So there's one I really like. It says, how can the department leadership help normalize failure so that the department can fail fast and fail forward? How can the department leadership help normalize failure so that the department can fail fast and fail forward?
Yeah, look, in my mind, there may be other ways. There's one way I know, and that is you have to get personally involved. That's why I took on the whole night court process as Secretary of the Army, and we ended up canceling or reducing it like 186 programs, $40–50 billion worth of budget. And
can you share more about what night court is for the uninitiated?
Anybody heard of night court before? No, a few hands. So, anyways, when I took over in 2017, I knew we had to. I told you before, I knew we had to modernize the Army. And when I sat down with our 6 priorities, I mentioned the 6 priorities before: long-range precision fires, which has proven to be true, air defense, so forth and so on. The programmers, the budgeteers said, sir, this is your budget. You only have this much money. It was like, I don't know, $500 million. And I said, what do you mean? I got a $180 billion budget. Where's the other $185 billion? And so it's all tied up in the bureaucracy here and there. And I just said, forget it. Look, I want bring in we had like 500 some programs. You're going to bring in every single program, and we're going to start going through them. And we're going to either cancel them, or we're going to either kill them or reduce them. And we're going to replace that list with the top 32 programs we had, and we'll free up the budgets. And we went through, myself, General Milley joined us, Jim McConville, Ryan McCarthy. Eventually, we went through all 500 some programs. It took us 60, 70 hours and ended up killing or reducing about 186 programs, about $40 or $50 billion. And so that we could free up that money to invest. And when you invest, you do it not just for the current the fiscal year that you're preparing the budget for, but you have to track it through the FIDEP. So it's a much bigger task. But we ended up freeing up all that money and actually got congressional support, which is a good thing. And that's kind of why these 24 programs that will be fielded in one way, shape, or form are where they are today, because we allocated the money. I knew that everybody knows DOD goes in cycles, and we were in an upcycle, right? So nobody wants to fix their roof when it's sunny out. They want to wait until it's raining. And my view is fix it while it's sunny, because the rain's coming, and the rain is here. So anyways, that's what we did. We did the night court thing. And so fast forward, I began that process as SecDef, and then a number of things took over. But to me, the leadership has to get involved. Civilian and leadership has to get personally involved and kind of carry the burden of making cuts and reductions and changes and placing big bets. on what they would do. I got to tell you, I've said to different audiences, if I were to go back into the job again, I'm still in my 50s, if I were to go back in the job again, I would probably hold a quarterly type of a Shark Tank. And I would kind of call young firms in if we thought they had potential. They were kind of gone through maybe an A round or something like that, Series A round, where some vetting had already happened. But I would kind of do it and bring the top leadership in and see this tech and then make the tough calls and make the bets and be willing not to get it 100% right. You got to be willing to fail. You got to be willing to get some of them wrong in order to do that. We all like to say about, you all know Babe Ruth was the greatest home run hitter of all time, right? He was also a strikeout king. He was also a strikeout king. Why? Because he swung a lot, but he hit a lot of home runs too. So we have to kind of adopt that type of approach when it comes to investing in these technologies. And we used to say in the Army when we were standing up Futures Command, we want to fail fast. So if something's not making it, you shoot it and you move on, and you put that money somewhere else, and you bring up the next great idea that's out there, consistent with whatever your priorities are, and keep moving, and you got to work with Congress on that. You got to work with all the right players, but that is the key. It has to be that personal leadership.
If you do that Night Court or Shark Tank example again, you should call it a double tap, just so people get the picture on what's going to happen. This is another good question. I think we'll start to land the plane here. So the proliferation of unmanned systems from adversary countries, adversarial nations, I assume this is code for technologies like DJI and Autel out of China, have made tangible battlefield effects. What's the balance between a focus on developing complex technical solutions, right, like an OMFE and things like that, carriers, playing to my audience here, and cheaper low-cost solutions that can be employed en masse? So again, what's the balance between complex technical solutions and kind of low-cost, commercially available products?
I think it depends on the strategic environment, first of all. I think where we are today because most of the technology, or at least certainly a majority, is coming from the commercial side, we should go that route. I think in an era of tight budgets, and then not by extension, but we also are not only facing tight budgets and tightening budgets, but we also have manpower issues that are a whole separate kettle of fish here, but it's manpower issues as well. So I think the key is, for the Navy, our argument was distributed lethality, given what the Chinese were building and pursuing. I think in today's world, you're not going to do away with conventional systems, whether they are carriers or battle tanks or so forth and so on. But you can look at changing how much you put towards those things as compared towards drones and drone swarms. The Ukrainians are doing incredible things with drones. And I just read a story today where they're $40 commercial drones, they're attaching a small explosive, and they're destroying multi-million-dollar tanks. Well, at least our tanks are multi-million dollars. The Russian tanks, who knows what they're worth. But they're destroying tanks, and that was a concern of ours from a DoD perspective, that it's another asymmetric threat, much like IEDs were during the Iraq and Afghanistan wars. So I think we need to kind of balance that out. To do that, you also have to think about organizational changes, training changes, so forth and so on, to come up with those technologies. But in today's world, and this was kind of the thinking as we came up with our conceptual framework looking into the future of warfare that eventually drove multi-domain operations, the underlying assumption was that you were going to be fighting on a battlefield, that you were under constant surveillance, persistent surveillance, where the enemy knew where you were and could strike you quickly and on short notice. And so that calls for distribution of forces and distribution of lethality, which, if you think about, that is what the Ukrainians did in the early days and continue to do now, when everybody was running around carrying a javelin or a Stinger or both, and killing tanks and knocking aircraft out of the air. I mean, look, the Ukrainians have, I wouldn't say crippled, but they've pretty much shut down the air force of maybe the third largest air force in the world, Russia.
Right.
United States, China, then Russia. So the Russian Air Force isn't flying because of, initially, troops with Stingers. They also had some S-300 systems. But you can see what you can do with distributed lethality. So I think the more you can distribute, and drone technology is one of those, anything handheld, things like those will be critical on the battlefield. And again, it gets back to AI and autonomy. This is what we're trying to do through the Army AI Task Force. If you can also have people trained who know the military operations, but can code and recode at the forward edge of the battle area, or at least in the theater, then that gives you an advantage of adapting quickly to what the enemy is doing and then adjusting your systems.
So last question, and then we'll wrap up, and I'll tee up the most hated man in D.C., John Mark Wilson, because he's standing between you and a killer reception. So we've touched on this a little bit before, but I really like this question as a closing kind of remark. In order for the private sector to better invest in technologies relevant to defense, dual use or otherwise, it needs to understand DoD's needs. We talked about this before.
You understand what?
DoD's needs,
right?
Requirements. What more does DoD need to do, or should it do, to signal its priorities to industry? What should the Pentagon be doing to signal its priorities, that consistent demand signal to industry, whether that be the defense industrial base, they play a role in this, or what we're now calling the national security innovation base?
Yeah, I think first of all, you know, DoD has a set of requirements, right? But those you don't necessarily know what you need until you have it, and then you need it, right? Nobody knew they needed an iPhone until Steve Jobs invented them, or at least you know, did what he did. So what you occasionally find is while DoD has a fairly good knowledge of what it needs, there are things out there that people are creating that if you take it to DoD, as people would bring stuff to me, I used to have dinners every week with technologists and technology companies. They'd bring you stuff and you're like, wow, I never thought about that. How? And they would, just different ways to use different things or new things. So I think part of it is making sure that DoD talks frequently and comprehensively with industry about what they're looking for, what they need, what they know they need. There's like the Rumsfeldian known needs and unknown needs type of thing. And I know that SOCOM and the folks down in Tampa do this really well. I was down there a couple months ago. They have a tremendous system set up where they're talking all the time. They're holding special events and occasions. You know, I was told a story where the military divers, if you will, held some type of event where they invited everybody to a pool, bring your stuff, bring your super duper fins and regulators and whatever. And they just kind of had a workshop with folks to see what was out there, what people were developing. So I think doing more of those types of things, expanding on what the folks down at SOCOM are doing is important. But also is keeping an open venue by which you can bring forward good ideas, whether it's a Shark Tank or not, whether it's based on a DoD need or not. There are a lot of folks out here who are veterans who are thinking up neat things that they wish they had when they were a platoon leader or a pilot or a sub-driver or whatever. And those people can have good ideas that they can bring to the DoD and say, I know you guys, this isn't in a CDD or in JSIDs or whatever, but I think you guys will like this. And I think DoD has to keep an open mind to things that are outside the box. That's why if you cut down the budget lines, if you have capability portfolios, if you have the discretionary fund that Frank Kendall's asking about, then folks in DoD can quickly throw down money to see, well, let's develop this. Let's take it to the next stage. And let's see whether it really has merit. And not just merit, but is it reliable? Can it survive on the battlefield? Is it fixable? Is it producible? So forth and so on. So I think you've got to, again, two things. Talk loudly, frequently, comprehensively about how you envision future warfare and what you need so people can get inside your box and think along with you. But at the same time, be open to new ideas, even if it's not blessed by the J-Rock or been through JSIDs or in a CDD, whatever the case may be. And I think marrying those two up will take you a long way.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience today. As you know, we'll have a second day tomorrow. I'll be doing an exciting panel with some friends from Lex Capital and Dreesen, and also Jason Rathje from the Office of Strategic Capital, where we all get to ask him, Jason, when are you actually going to deploy said strategic capital? So looking forward to that. We're happy to give you term sheets that rip your face off on valuation or equity if you run a startup. But in the meantime, please join me in thanking Secretary Esper and welcoming John Mark.
Hey folks, John Mark again. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'll go ahead and keep it real brief because we want to get down and enjoy the events. We have day 2. Tomorrow is a shorter day. We're going to have our morning session begins at 10:45 tomorrow morning, and we'll kick it off with Ellen Lord. We'll kick off the day, and then it's going to we'll have a series of panels that are going to focus more specifically on defense acquisitions. So we'll have senior acquisitions executives from across the different services tomorrow, and we'll also, of course, have some great folks from venture capital as well. And then we will wrap up the day tomorrow with yours truly moderating a conversation with Lieutenant General Chris Donahue, Commanding General of 18th Airborne Corps, and General Retired Tony Thomas from the 11th Commander of SOCOM on the stage to wrap us up tomorrow. So it's going to be an awesome day. We hope that you'll make it back tomorrow. Okay, so thank you for that. Now on to spin. In your packets, you have directions to get to the event. Cool, there it is right there. Hope to see you there. Please, as mentioned earlier, make sure you take your badge so you can move through quickly, otherwise we'll have to look you up. We don't want any freeloaders at our party. Cool, I think that's it for today. Have a wonderful and safe trip home. Thank you.